kwana aiki kira shi da jan zaki ya bar su da mamaki hasada ta zamo taki sarkira sararin daki da masu cikin bila itinin da shan Allah an bubatinin bukiwar kalla babu masu kasa jumla gada musu sakula ga mai babban lamba gada musu kasa ba lamba ta ɗayan lamba kake hana kankan ba barka da zuwa barkanka da sauka oyo oyo malam asuwaju ni mola dan kare kai a muku bai hada sabuga da rago ba kishi na kasa shi ne aka ba na saba faɗi ba a zubar ba
sanne da hanya asuwaju
to tun yanzu alfitar ya ce ta banki kudu ba ku gani ba da arewa da yankin kudu ya zama dole su gode wa na kowa sanne da hanya asuwaju masu cewa sun nufi ba shi da lafiya in gama ƙarfe da haƙori zancen banzawa ya gaya muku mun hana tusa ta yi wari a komai lafiya ko mara lafiya bai hana sa'i ya yi kauri sarki mai sama Allah ka ji
Lonely at the top, money on my mind. Don't care what they yelling about me in particular. I'll share on the long chasing my dream because I know. Orolola di mango malo, morokoto idisho malo. Everyone should let check home alone. Not to find anybody, not money I want. Not to hell with them people at the top. Once again, I shall kill it alone. Still I'm now what I'm not get done. I'm the one I go take. I'm the waiting I love. Waiting you love, oh. No be waiting I love, oh. Waiting I love. I go do one with all my heart, oh. Oh, kokoro no be vodka. Be someone in Shinja. But all I know the waste time. Be someone in Shinja.
Okay now. Okay.
Mr. Big Bucks, I've been looking at business, dressed to kill. Mama got me up on the Rick list. Pole position at the fella running the distance. I'll be banging her, giving her triplets. The bigger the bag, the bigger the butt crack, the bigger the chance the birds up in my contacts. The figure's a big deal, a pen on the contract. Serve me up, baby, give a tip on me tongue. And I've been whipping a wire, puffing a Benson, pushing her back, the full stack like I'm benching. Giving the fish scale, that slide like a penguin, flipping the chick on my pills, why fuck a pension. Slow mo vision, I've been puffing the peace pipes, selling free fires to the fiends by the seaside. On my tail lines and the seams of my Levi's with a stack figure than Nicki Minaj weight on. Birds whistle when I walk like this. Best listen when I talk like this. I'm outside on the curb with me tats out. If he's hard, he can try and chalk like this. Chain swinging when I walk like this. Heads bobbing when I talk like this. I'm outside on the curb with the straps out. Ever love you ain't gonna choke like shit. I spin fellas, my swing quicker than Federer. I serve packing the bands back on a regular. And I'ma tell her how she sing for me, T-Pain. Your mama's hooked on the packs, I'll be selling her. I click hammers and bang them and I'm a nothing. I feel his head with the lead like a mukbang. The magazine made me lean when I walk in the drumstick on making that bang like a funk band. I spin fellas, my swing quicker than Federer. I serve packing the bands back on a regular. And I'ma tell her how she sing for me, T-Pain. Your mama's hooked on the packs, I'll be selling her. I click hammers and bang them and I'm a nothing. I feel his head with the lead like a mukbang. The magazine made me lean when I walk in the drumstick on making that bang like a funk band. Hop in the cab, I'm banging me crossword up. Head in the west and I'm banging a posh bird. Couple of cans and a puff on me death stick. Click on my fingers, he's cutting me cough there. Ringing the bow bells, bringing the way.
Tí o bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn. Pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n kọ́ lélẹ̀. Àdúró tiẹ̀. Wàá dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀, mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi ì tọrọ gàrí, mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi ì dẹ̀ yàwó ń bẹ̀. Ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you will have when that reality comes.
Ewé tún léje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀, akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Àkànbí bọ́bá lọ gbé fèrè, wá fi jóye ẹlòkó. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wá fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́. Ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ, wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá. Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún, wọ́n ń pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n ń pàdé ṣàtàdá dẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odògbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà.
And there it is right there. Àyàn ti da àyàn ewúrẹ́. So àyàn ti da àyàn ewúrẹ́ and all that. So good day today. I can hear myself coming out of a different device. Let me just make sure everything is muted. So we have absolute silence. So no distractions then. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So the weekend comes to an end and we cascade into another full week. So that is the tapestry of life, the cycle. Good day to you. Before anything else, let's address what's on the screen first. A lot of you already are aware. Those not aware, we're having a gala night. It's now next week, Saturday, which will be the 2nd of November. So we're having a gala night, which will be hosted by Dupsy Baby, supported by Dr. J and Chioma. So they will all have their cameras on, so you get to meet all of these ladies. But the more important thing is where they are using the Kamala Harris example to discuss women in power. So whether Kamala Harris becomes the American president or not, it is a seminal moment in time. It is a historic moment in time that Kamala Harris, a Black woman, is one step from being the ruler of the world. So that's the significance of what might happen on November the 5th in America. That Kamala Harris, forget that the Indian whatever, I think her father is Black, that Kamala Harris, a Black woman, is just pause for a moment and reflect on that Kamala Harris, a Black woman, is one step from becoming the ruler of the world. So that moment in time, it opens the opportunity then to discuss the trajectory of women in power. And that conversation will be ably managed by the excellent Dupsy Baby, of course. So she'll be straddling the whole seat November the 2nd. So November the 2nd, let me send the link to that session. So the link to that session is in the comment section now. I'll send it to Twitter as well. So the link to that session is in the comment section. Click on it, bookmark it, give it a like, and prepare yourself for an epic session led by Dupsy Baby. So Gala Night, November the 2nd, Women in Power, the Kamala Harris example, hosted by the inimitable one-of-one Dupsy Baby. So Dupsy Baby, so from Dupsy Baby to some bald-headed coon on your screen. So there it is. So good day to you, good afternoon, good day, good morning, and good evening, and whatever it is. The Inland Decano style. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to you, depending on whatever in the world you may be. So that singularly to me is the most ridiculous use of language I've ever heard, and that guy does it a lot. I think it shows. I'm not quite sure what he thinks it portrays. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever in the world you may be. It's just they call that tautology. It's just an unnecessary use of language. Good day, just 2 words. You know, that covers the entirety of the 24 hours. What's the meaning of good morning, good afternoon, good evening? That's Nandekano, of course. Just the ridiculousness that comes out of that. You know, and the other one is no different. The cross-dresser in Finland. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever in the world you may be. Good day, 2 words, covers the entirety of a 24-hour cycle. Good day. That's all you need. So good day to you. So that's what I am saying. Good day. Good day. The English, they know the functions of their language, and they have this little pre-prepared language phrases that you can use for ease of communication. So good day. They have a reason for saying for sequencing it in that way. So forget all of that good morning, good afternoon. It's just ridiculous. Yes, yes, good day. A day is 24 hours, sure, ma. So don't worry about all that. So yeah, good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So we go again. Of course, we go again. Is there a day that we don't go? We go virtually every day, except some micro instances where we do not. But good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So the usual protocol. I'm gearing myself up, but that's why I'm a bit repetitive. It's like one of those winding radios that you have to wind it up for it to crank to gear. So the usual protocol, click on the like button. As soon as I'm inviting you to do it. Click on the like button. So do that. And then if you're not already subscribed, please correct that as well. There's been somewhat of a plateau in the subscription. Let's see if we can re-energize it by your subscription, that first step towards re-energizing it. So click on like and click on subscribe. Do those 2 things. And then if you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. I'll send it in again. Yes, especially if you're a new voice, we're always canvassing for new voices. So if you are, if you, pardon me, if you are a new voice and you've never been on the screen before, then please come join us. We'll be gentle with you in the first instance. No promises by the second time. But if it's your first time joining us, we will be gentle with you. So if you've never been, but you always have had the thought to join. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us. Share the links in your social media spaces and super chat towards the stream. So do all of those things, and you'll be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. So yes, do that. So that's my promise to you. Do those things, and you will be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. Don't mind Choma, she's a mischief maker. So do those things and you'll be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. Shetima's life is at risk, but no speaker says as he demands new aircraft for vice president. So, I align myself with this. So all of that hoopla and brouhaha about Tinubu's new second hand, by the way, and cheap presidential jet, I don't think we have sufficient enough complement. We need a fleet, not just so if Tinubu wants to travel, then what does Shetima use? Does he jump on downfall of our airpiece? No, we need a good fleet of at least 5 to 7 solid top of the specification jets for the Nigerian presidency, because we're that important a country. We're the most viable black country on the planet and the richest black country on the planet, and we should live to those standards. So that the vice president does not have his own, at least he should have 3. The vice president should have 3, or at least 2, and then the president has 3, and then there's another 2 spare. So there should be a fleet of at least 7 presidential jets. So quite why they have to cry out in this manner. Shetima's life is at risk, but no speaker says as it demands new aircraft for vice president. I concur. I agree. I'm with you on that. Pardon me. Speaker of the Borno State House of Assembly, Abdul Karim Lawan, has raised concerns about the safety of Nigeria's Vice President Kashim Shettima following an incident involving the Vice President's aircraft in the United States. So yes, they get. The one thing that if there's one criticism of the Tinubu administration is that they seem to be listening to public opinion too much. So you cannot run a country by opinion polls. Just do what you think is right, and let if they don't like it, then let them go eat cake. Let them eat. That's how Louis the Fourth. That's how he ruled France. Let them eat cake. You can't be responding to naysayers. The howlers at the moon, they will always howl at the moon, and if you continue to respond to them, they will howl even louder. So I think they should just govern in the manner that their conscience tells them is right, and let the chips fall where they may. Shetima's life at risk, but no speaker says as it demands new aircraft for vice president. I agree. The Speaker of the Borno State House of Assembly, Abdul Karim Lawan, has raised concerns about the safety of Nigeria's Vice President Kashim Shettima following an incident involving the Vice President's aircraft in the United States. Lawan claims that Shettima's life is at risk due to the aging and faulty presidential jet he travels with, urging the Nigerian government to provide a new aircraft for the vice president's use. So, I hope people are aware that this is happening. So, they cannot take off because the airline that he has to use is faulty. And they cannot buy another one because the obedience are now holding them hostage to the first one that they bought. The incident occurred during a stopover at JFK Airport in New York, where a foreign object reportedly hit the plane, damaging parts of the aircraft, including the cockpit windscreen. The damage forced Shettima to cancel his trip to the Commonwealth Summit in Samoa. In a statement, let's do that entirely again. I'm reading it in rather funky way. Apologies, you know, I often restart. Speaker of the Borno State House of Assembly, Abdul Karim Lawan, has raised concerns about the safety of Nigeria's Vice President Kashim Shettima following an incident involving the Vice President's aircraft in the United States. Lawan claims that Shettima's life is at risk due to the aging and faulty presidential jet he travels with, urging the Nigerian government to provide a new aircraft for the Vice President's use. The incident occurred during a stopover at JFK Airport in New York, where a foreign object reportedly hit the plane, damaging parts of the aircraft, including the cockpit windscreen. The damage forced Shettima to cancel his trip to the Commonwealth Summit in Samoa. In a statement from Maiduguri, Borno State, on Sunday, October the 27th, Speaker Lawan expressed relief over the safety of the Vice President and his team, but emphasized the need for urgent action. I want to sympathize with the Nigerian government, especially the Office of the Vice President, his crew, and the staff over the unfortunate incident at JFK Airport, he stated. Lawan also called on the Nigerian government to seek a thorough and timely investigation from the United States authorities regarding the incident at one of the world's most secure airports. So what does that even mean? It says a foreign object reportedly hit the plane, damaging parts of the aircraft. So what does that mean? You know? So because what does that mean actually? A foreign object hits the plane? Because I don't expect that there are random objects flying about. So there has to be some proportion for an object to reach to the height of an aircraft's windscreen, and it has to have some weight for it to have effected some damage. So are they hinting at an attack? Is this what it is? The incident occurred during the stopover at JFK Airport in New York, where a foreign object reportedly hit the plane, damaging parts of the aircraft, including the cockpit. So that sounds like an attack. The damage was, sufficient enough to force him to cancel a trip to Samoa. So in a statement from Maiduguri, Borno State on Sunday, October the 27th, Speaker Lawan expressed relief over the safety of the Vice President and his team, but emphasized the need for urgent action. I want to sympathize with the Nigerian government, especially the Office of the Vice President, his crew and staff, over the unfortunate incident at JFK Airport, he stated. Lawan also called on the Nigerian government to seek a thorough and timely investigation from the United States authorities regarding the incident at one of the world's most secure airports, highlighting the risk associated with the aging presidential jet. Lawan stressed the importance of acquiring a new aircraft for the Vice President. The life of the Vice President and that of his crew/officials stand at risk whilst using the old and faulty presidential aircraft, he said, adding, there's an urgent need to acquire a new aircraft to avoid a recurrence of air mishaps. So I cannot see anybody of any real of any sane conscience that would disagree with that. So I agree with that in total. We need a fleet actually. So let them just bite the bullet, go and buy a fleet, take the flag from the obedience space and move on. So because the obedience space they will attack them anyway, irrespective of what they do. So they must well do what serves. Do what serves. Do what serves. For consumption, 10,000 marketers may shut down over massive drop high cost. So I think this oil space is ultimately going to self-regulate, and it's going to be a matter of demand and supply. This is ultimately what will determine where that place settles. For consumption, 10,000 marketers may shut down over massive drop high cost. Right. As fuel consumption plummets nationwide due to soaring prices, all marketers have expressed concerns over significant losses, with around 10,000 oil dealers about to shut down. So this is it now. So they either cut their profit margin, or they have to, the price will be forced down just through the binariness, the interrelationship between willing buyer, willing seller, which is a fancy way of saying demand and supply. Demand and supply, because ultimately, if people cannot afford it, they will not buy it. So, and if people are not buying it, then more of them will shut down. So it's either they find a way to bring the price down to affordability, or they shut down, and that is demand. That when they talk about free market enterprise, that is free. That is free market enterprise at its purest, most organic, most genuine. That is the core essence of it. So I'm willing to pay this. You are willing to accept that, and then we have a trade. I am not willing to pay this, and you are not willing to bring down your price, then we do not have a trade. So you hold on to your goods, and then I hold on to my money. And until that relationship converges, those two wants, your one for X and my being able to provide Y, until there's a convergence between X and Y, then a trade does not take place. Willing seller, willing buyer. And this is what will ultimately determine the price of petrol in Nigeria. And it's this free market enterprise thing that Tinubu is insistent on. For consumption, 10,000 marketers may shut down over massive drop, high cost. As fuel consumption plummets nationwide due to soaring prices, all marketers have expressed concerns over significant losses, with around 10,000 oil dealers about to shut down. Data from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority indicates that fuel consumption dropped to 4.5 million liters per day in August 2024, down from 60 million liters per day in May 2023, a staggering 92% decline. So those are quite illuminating figures right there. So let's just pause for a moment to interrogate that. Let's interrogate these two paragraphs. So fuel consumptions has plummeted. So often they use superlatives in descriptions within in the Nigerian media space, but this is not a superlative. If it has dropped if it has dropped 92%, that is even more than plummeting. That's a nose dive. That's a crash. So it says 10,000 oil dealers are about to shut down. So they can shut down or bring down their prices. But let's look at the data. Data from the Nigerian Midstream Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority indicates that fuel consumption dropped to 4.5 million liters. So that 4.5 million liters, we have to look at those figures. So it's dropped from I'm not actually sure if these figures are right. It's dropped to 4.5 million liters in August, down from 60 million liters per day. So that's even more than a 92% drop, isn't it? That's more than a 92% drop. That's almost like a 300-400% drop. So if the consumption of petrol in the entirety of Nigeria was 4.5 million liters per day in August, so that's averaging out, by the way. There'll be days that'll be higher, so that's averaging it out across the course of that month. If it's 4.5 million liters, that tells us several things. That tells us then that petroleum has been boiled down. The purchase of petrol has been boiled down into essential use. So what this is telling us is that only people who absolutely categorically have to buy petrol are buying it now. So nobody is buying it for leisure trips or anything like that. It's essentially bought down to transportation spaces, essential services, people who are wealthy enough to still sustain within that space and all of that. So it boils it down to 4.5 million liters. But because I suspect that that's even half a day's use in somewhere like the United States. So what does that even tell us about our economy? That 4.5 million liters per day can drive the Nigerian economy. For 4.5 million liters of petrol, that is, that tells you then that there's very little economic activities going on. So it also tells us then the fantastical figures that we were getting from Mele Kyari during the Buhari administration, when he was telling us that about 120 million liters was being budgeted for every single day, to the point that Lamido Sanusi had to come out and ask if we were drinking the oil or something. So that tells us then just the level of corruption. So if the essential need boils down to 4.5 million liters per day, and they were budgeting under Buhari 100 million liters per day plus, then that tells us the level of looting that is ungodly. If you look at the data, extrapolate and project, it's just it's quite eye-opening. Let's say, a lot of you may not be interested in this, but these are the sort of things that interest me, because these are the figures that unravel sort of what's going on in that country. These are the real things that we need to be aware of, so we know where to focus the fight. For consumption, 10,000 marketers may shut down over massive drop, high cost. As for consumption plummet nationwide due to soaring prices, all marketers have expressed concerns over significant losses, with around 10,000 oil dealers about to shut down. Data from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority indicates that fuel consumption dropped to 4.5 million liters per day in August 2024, down from 60 million liters per day in May 2023, a staggering 92% decline. The data also show that only 16 out of the 36 states received fuel from the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited in August, leading to widespread shortage. So that probably explains that data then. So it's not economic activities, but lack of supply. Since President Bola Tinubu announced the removal of fuel subsidy in May 2023, petrol prices have surged by about 488%, rising from 175 naira to over 1,000 naira by October 2024. The continuous price hike has strained the economy, driving up transport costs and fueling inflation as struggling Nigerians lament the hardship. The situation has also forced many motorists to abandon their vehicles, opting instead for public transport. The national leader of the Petroleum Product Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria said the drop in fuel consumption had cost the association huge losses, adding that about 10,000 of its members were on the verge of shutting down. Speaking with correspondents, the Patreon National Public Relations Officer, Dr. Joseph Obele, said the cost of a truckload of PMS has moved from 7 billion naira to 47 billion naira in the last 16 months. So just look at that. That's eye-popping, actually. That's eye-popping. And of course, that is passed down to the end user, and the end user are now saying no. 3 days ago, there was a meeting at the national headquarters of Patreon. At the meeting, there was an indication that about 10,000 of our members would quit business in the next 45 days because their trading capital had been severely affected, Obele said. He claimed that the affected marketers had a total staff strength of about 1 million people. So 1 million people then on the unemployment market. So that's that. Is that enough of that? I think, okay, let's take 2 more paragraphs and then we move on. That was why we wrote a letter to Mr. President dated October the 21st, requesting a grant of 100 billion naira to save the affected marketers' businesses from shutting down in the next few weeks. The president of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, Abubakar Megandi, also confirmed that there had been a reduction in fuel consumption, adding that members of the union were equally affected. He said, there is a drop in consumption and the price of, pardon me, and the price of a truckload is higher now. So we have reduced the quantity of fuel we buy. For instance, someone who bought 10 trucks before can only buy 8 now. So we haven't been getting the right quantity that we're supposed to get. We sell only the little quantity we do get. The leader of the Nigerian Union of Petrol, so on and on it goes. So that's that lamentation of Sodom in that space then. But I think willing buyer, willing seller, it was playing out now. So it will continue in this vein until they make the necessary adjustments to bring affordability to it. So somebody has to yield somewhere. So that excessive profiteering, that exploitative profit taking has to be curbed, and the market will curb it. So this is what we're seeing now in its purest, most organic form, free market enterprise. Free market enterprise. Free market enterprise. 2027 presidency, Northern leaders dumped Tinubu, I alternatives as replacement, names disclosed. So I think we're already in the throes of we've had the ink has barely dried on Tinubu signing on the dotted line, and we're on the throes of yet another electoral cycle. Make no mistake, by the way, the campaigns has already started for 2027. 2027 presidency, Northern leaders dumped Tinubu, alternatives as replacements, names disclosed. As economic, and by the way, this is nothing to do with the people or style of governance. This is the North now. There are two things that the North cannot control Tinubu, and that bothers them. Tinubu is taking food from their traditional spaces where they gorge to excess, and that bothers them. So they cannot, if Tinubu does 2 terms, it will significantly impact them almost irrevocably across all of the stratospheres that they straddle. So that's where their concern is. It's nothing to do with it. They don't give an FUCK about whether they did you see what Galadima said the last time? He says they should go and die. He said if you're fed up with suffering, you should go and die. And that's the sentiment from that space. So they are not fighting for you. They are fighting for their pockets and their relevance. 2027 presidency, Northern leaders dumped Tinubu, alternatives as replacement, names disclosed. As economic hardship persists, political leaders in the northern region are reportedly grappling with a dilemma over which candidates to support in the next presidential election. Very, very difficult position for them to adopt, by the way. We'll get into that. Northern leaders to replace Tinubu with Kwakwanso Tambawal. Sources disclosed to the Nigerian Tribune on Saturday. And by the way, if there's any newspaper that you want to give some credibility to, it's the Nigerian Tribune. I think that's the only real newspaper they have in Nigeria. Yes, take it from top again. 2027 presidency, Northern leaders dumped Tinubu, alternatives as replacement, names disclosed. And as economic hardship persists, political leaders in the northern regions are reportedly grappling with a dilemma over which candidates to support in the next presidential election. Right, so the next subheading are northern leaders to replace Tinubu with Kwakwanso Tambawal. Sources disclosed to the Nigerian Tribune on Saturday, October the 26th, some northern leaders are dissatisfied with the state of the nation, which they believed has disproportionately impacted the North. I'm not quite sure how anything would disproportionately impact the North. I think what's being felt in the North is being felt nationwide. Despite their support for Tinubu in the 2023 elections, many northern leaders feel that the North has not seen adequate returns on this alliance, especially as economic challenges disproportionately impact the region. Some sources close to the northern politicians indicate that prominent figures across the Northwest are engaging in discussions to identify a strong contender capable of offering a formidable challenge to President Tinubu. So, who is that in the North is the question. So, who is that in the North? The only real weight, W-E-I-G-H-T, the only real, I'm holding back a sneeze, so I may have to sneeze in a moment. Let me play a bit of music. Let me play a bit of music so I can sneeze. All right. No, let me play a bit of music. Just give me a second.
Mr. Big Bucks, I've been looking at business, dressed to kill. Mama got me up on a writ list. Pole position at the fella running the distance. I'll be banging, giving a triplets. The bigger the bag, the bigger the butt crack, the bigger the chance the birds up in my contacts. The figure's a big deal, a pen on the contract. Serve me up, baby, give a tip on me top end. And I've been whipping a wire, puffing a Benson, pushing a pack, the full stack like a benching. Giving the fish scale, that slide like a penguin. Flipping the chick on my bills, why fuck a pension. Slow mo vision, I've been puffing the peace pipes, selling free fires to the fiends by the seaside. On my tail lines and the seams of my levers with a stack figure than Nicki Minaj rehung. Birds whistle when I walk like this. Best listen when I talk like this. I'm outside on the curb with me tats out. If he's hard, he can try and chalk like this. Train swinging when I walk like this. Heads bobbing when I talk like this. I'm outside on the curb with the straps out. Ever love you ain't gonna chalk like shit. I spin fellas, my swing quicker than Federer. I serve packet of bands back on a regular. And I'ma tell her how she sing for me T-Pain. Your mama's hooked on the packs, I'll be selling her. I click hammers and bang them and I'm a nothing. I feel it dead with the lead like a mukbang. The magazine made me lean when I walk in the drumstick on me.
All right. All right. So back to it. So pardon me. Back to it. So where were we? Yeah. So the Northerners stable rattling in the outpost somewhere. All right. 2027 presidency. Northern leaders dump Tinubu. Eye alternatives as replacement. Names disclosed. As economic hardship persists, political leaders in the northern region are reportedly grappling with a dilemma over which candidates to support in the next presidential election. Northern leaders to replace Tinubu with Kwakwanso Tambuwal. Sources disclosed to the Nigerian Tribune on Saturday, October the 26th, some northern leaders are dissatisfied with the state of the nation, which they believed has disproportionately impacted the North. Despite their support for Tinubu in the 2023 elections, many northern leaders feel that the North has not seen adequate returns on this alliance, especially as economic challenges disproportionately impact the region. Some sources close to the northern politicians indicate that prominent figures across the Northwest are engaging in discussions to identify a strong candidate capable of offering a formidable challenge to President Tinubu. So so I think that's where we were. So who is that person is the question. Who is the political weight in the North that can take on Tinubu in 2027? The only real political, there are elements that like Abamedas, sort of. I don't know quite how that translates into English. They're like Abamedas sort of people. Buhari was one, Tinubu is one, and then Atiku Abubakar is one as well. So those are the sort of people that have the largeness of the expansiveness of that testicular fortitude to take it on. So Atiku is a possibility, but Atiku is somewhat is jaded and faded and has lost his luster somewhat and is old, which is the thing. It'll be 80. Even officially, his official age will be 80 just by the time they ring the bell for the next election. It's probably nearer 86 thereabout, but his official age will be 80. And we all saw how ungainly he was even in this life cycle. Remember when he was trying to come down 3 flights of stairs, and he nearly stumbled and had to be supported by security. So this is a guy that cannot even climb down 3 flights of stairs. So who else is there? So forget Kwakwanso now. They told us that Kwakwanso will inherit the Buhari whatever it is in that last cycle, and as we all knew and said, is a one state politician, and that state is Kano State. So it doesn't expand. It didn't even do anything in the neighboring border states of Kano State. So he doesn't have the political weight. And look at the guy he picked as his running mate, by the way, some Pastor Idahosa. So it was a ridiculous ticket, the Kwakwanso ticket, and he was ridiculed in that cycle when it was boiled down to just one state. So he doesn't have the weight. Is it El Rufai? He doesn't have any weight. Is it Tambuwal? He doesn't. The only weight is Atiku Abubakar. So if they want to throw it all in with Atiku, then they might have this slivering, just a sliver of a chance, you know. But outside of that, I don't see where the political weight is in the north. But then, of course, if they can rebrand and remarket somebody, and then suddenly they look like a superstar. See what they did with Peter Obi, who everybody has disregarded as a non-entity. Now he can walk on water according to some spaces. Despite their support for Tinubu in the 2023 elections, many northern leaders feel that the North has not seen adequate returns on this alliance, especially as economic challenges disproportionately impact the region. Some sources close to northern politicians indicate that prominent figures across the Northwest are engaging. And by the way, there's a Fulani element to this as well. There's a Fulani element to this as well, because I cannot think of a cycle. I'm trying to think. Hold on. Nigerian, sorry, president. I'm just going to check something for you now. From Nigerian presidents from 1960 to date. So let's see what this brings up. Do you want to go to Sweden to go and check who are past presidents? Well, let's see. Do they have it? All right. Hold on. I want to check it on Wikipedia. Nigerian presidents, let's say, and their vice. I want to see if we've ever had an instance that a Fulani man was not either the first or second. All right. Maybe we'll do that later. Maybe somebody can, if somebody can do that lift, if anybody's interested. Because I cannot recall when a Fulani man was not either the first or second. So with Nnamdi Azikiwe, we know that they had a Fulani man at Tafawa Balewa. So Zika the Fulani man. Aguyi Rosi, he didn't have one, but Yakubu Gowon, he was surrounded entirely by Fulanis. I don't think Murtala was Fulani, but he was surrounded by Fulanis. Obasanjo, certainly his deputy, Umaru, Shehu Musa Yar'Adua, he was a Fulani man. Shagari was a Fulani man. Buhari, of course, a Fulani man. Babangida surrounded by Fulani people. And Shonekon was kicked out by the Fulanis. Sani Abacha surrounded by Fulani people. Abdul Salami Abubakar surrounded by Fulani. So we've never. Obasanjo, he is assistant, a Fulani man. Umaru Yar'Adua, a Fulani man. Goodluck Jonathan, I think Sambo Lamid, something Sambo was his deputy. I'm not sure if he was Fulani or not. Buhari Fulani. So I think this may well be the first instance that we've not yet had a Fulani in the immediacy of the the corridors of power. So that is really where all of this is. So it's nothing to do with it's because if we have a second cycle of Tinubu as well, by the way, then that's 8 years of no Fulanis near anything that looks like power. So we have the president, a Yoruba man, the vice, a Kanuri man, the Senate president is from the South, and I think the Speaker of the House, he may well be from the North. Is he? And he's from the North, but is he of Fulani stock? But so I think that's where their concern is. Some sources close to northern politicians indicate that some sources close to northern politicians indicate that prominent figures across the Northwest are engaging in discussions to identify a strong contender capable of offering a formidable challenge to President Tinubu. While no final decision have been made, insiders revealed that northern leaders are considering a few southern politicians who could stand against Tinubu. They moved to balance their choice with regional interest. The leaders are reportedly also vetting potential northern running mates, including former Kano State Governor Dr. Rabiu Kwakwanso or an ex-Sokoto Governor Tambuwal. So I think they're still ceding it to the South. This is still the Goodluck Jonathan narrative that refuses. If Goodluck Jonathan doesn't run, then that destroys anything. Because I still insist that it is only really Goodluck Jonathan that can remove Tinubu, because it ticks all the boxes to be able to remove him. Anybody else will struggle to remove him. A credible person from the Northwest is likely to be chosen as the running mate. For now, northern politicians are still in search of a reputable candidate for 2027. Many, however, are unlikely to support the current administration again, a source told the Nigerian Tribune. So there it is right there. Be careful what you wish for, you might just get it. So they wish for Tinubu, now they got it. Why not more support Tinubu Shettima in 2027? Kwakwanso explained. So I think this may well be, I'm not sure which Kwakwanso this one is. This is Ilyasu Musa Kwakwanso, so not Rabiu Kwakwanso. I didn't think it would be. Let's move on from there to another one. So we've already spoken on Shettima and its need for a new jet. Former Governor Goje disowns viral video of guests spraying dollars at his daughter's wedding. So this was the wedding, of course, that where Atiku attended and ended up having to bow to Tinubu, and where Akpabio was pretending to be a Muslim, reading the Tisbao and whatnot, just counting the beads. So this guy now, he doesn't want to be Bobrisky. This is the thing. But then it's spraying the dollar. Is that against Nigerian law? Because the dollar is not legal tender in Nigeria, so it's not abusing the country's currency. So it's spraying the dollar. Is that against the law in Nigeria? Former Governor Goje disowns viral video of guests spraying. If anybody has that video, by the way, if you could send it to me, I'm not sure if it's in this. If you have that video, send it to me via Instagram, if you have my Instagram. Former Governor Goje disowns viral video of guest spraying dollar at daughter's wedding. The family of the former governor of Gombe State, Danjuma Goje, has refuted claims of guests spraying dollars at their daughter's wedding ceremony. Recall that the wedding between Fauzia Goje and her groom, Aliyu Abubakar, was held on Friday at the Central Mosque in Abuja. Prominent dignitaries at the wedding include President Bola Tinubu, Senate President Akpabio, Speaker of the House of Representatives Tajuddin Abbas, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, serving and former governors, serving and former members of the National Assembly, and the National Security Advisor, amongst others. Reacting to a viral video in which guests were spraying the couple dollars, Mohammed Yayari, media aide to Goje, in a statement on Sunday, said the family of the senator representing Gombe Central Senatorial District would never come so low to condone an activity that is contrary to the laws of Nigeria. Yayari said the malicious video was the handiwork of mischief makers seeking to sabotage the successful ceremony and bring denigration to the entire family and its esteemed guest. The statement reads, on behalf of the respected Goje family, we categorically deny this mischievous allegation and consider it a blatant and calculated attempt to tarnish the image of the revered family and the esteemed guest who attended the ceremony. It is therefore unthinkable and mischievous for disgruntled elements to share the viral dollar spraying video depicting or insinuating the same to be part of the celebration of Fauzia's wedding. Goje's family is revered and would never come so low to engage in or condone an activity contrary to Nigerian law. We want to. It's not contrary to Nigerian law to spray dollars, though. That's the point. It's not contrary to Nigerian law. If anybody has that clip, please send it to me. We want to state, pardon me. We want to state that the bride and the groom seen in the viral video are not the newly wedded daughter of Danjuma Goje and her groom, and there's no familiar face, and there is no familiar face to the family. First, the video is not in any way related to Goje or his entire family. We believe this malicious video is the handiwork of mischief makers seeking to sabotage the successful ceremony and bring denigration to the entire family and its esteemed guest. We urge the public to disregard this baseless claim and appreciate the values of decency and respect that define our family. Throughout the line of events to celebrate the wedding, there was no place where men and women mix. So their culture does not even allow that. Do you remember when Buhari first became president, and for a period of time, he was refusing to shake hands with women? This is how just extreme they are in their beliefs. Throughout the line of events to celebrate the wedding, there was no place where men and women mixed. We appreciate the support and goodwill of friends, associates, and well-wishers during this joyous occasion. So apparently, allegedly, it's fake news. So, all right, let's go now to this headline piece. This is Fani Kayode attacking this British Nigerian woman. Ex-Minister Fani Kayode rubbish UK politician Badenoch for attacking Nigerians, little girl. So this is it. It puts me in mind of a KSI diss track, not today, little boy, sort of. Remember those diss track eras, Rice Gum, KSI, the Paul Brothers, and all that. Yes, ex-minister Fani Kayode rubbishes UK politician Badenoch for attacking Nigerians, little girl. A former Minister of Aviation, Fani Kayode, has tackled Kemi Badenoch, or is it Badenoch or Badenoch? The woman doesn't, she actually ran to be Prime Minister of this country, this woman. So she could have been the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom at some point. She never really made the cut, of course. They quickly dismissed her, but the fact is she did run. A former Minister of Aviation, Fani Kayode, has tackled Kemi Badenoch over repeated bashing of Nigerians in a bid to replace ousted former United Kingdom Prime Minister Rishi Sunak as leader of the Tory party. In an interview with Mail Online, the 44-year-old British Nigerian criticized Nigeria. She noted that she doesn't want Britain to become like the place she ran away from. I don't think she's actually, she's British by birth, yeah. Badenoch was born in Wimbledon, but spent her childhood in Nigeria before returning to the United Kingdom as a teenager. This is my country. I love it. I love the way it is. I don't want it to become the place I ran away from. I want it to get better and better, not just for me, but for the next generation, the United Kingdom conservative leadership hopeful said. So I like her ambition because it brings to the consciousness the possibility of a Nigerian actually running to be the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, which I think is going to happen sooner rather than later. Maybe not win, but run a realistic ticket, either Labour or Conservative. I would love to see that. Whether I may not even vote for the person, but just to document that. And this lady here, I call her a lady advisedly, that she wants actually to be the leader of the Tory party. So, which will then bring her that step towards Downing Street. In an interview with Mail Online, the 44-year-old British Nigerian criticized Nigeria. She noted that she doesn't want Britain to become like the place she ran away from. Badenoch was born in Wimbledon, but spent her childhood in Nigeria before returning to the United Kingdom as a teenager. This is my country. I love it the way it is. I don't want it to become like the place I ran away from. I want it to get better and better, not just for me, but for the next generation, the United Kingdom Conservative Party leadership hopeful said. But she had also repeatedly claimed that her childhood in Nigeria was filled with tales of horror, with screams of neighbors every night being attacked, leading to fears whether their apartment could be next. Reacting to Badenoch's statement, Fani Kayode, in a post shared on his Twitter page on Saturday, October the 26th, literally descended heavily on the British Nigerian. A very stupid girl and notoriously self-righteous I don't know. Black is this beach? I don't know what is. I think it may well be. Fani Kayode is quite. It often instances colorful in its language. Fani Kayode, the former minister, tweeted, "A very stupid little girl and notoriously self-righteous beach bars. Ever considered staying in the place you ran away from and trying to fix it? You are worse than Auntie Jemima, the female version of Uncle Tom. By all means, try your luck at being elected leader of the British Conservative Party, but leave my country out of your pretty but stinking mouth." I wouldn't go that rate to say that she's pretty. I wouldn't say that she is pretty. She's not pretty. Kemi Badenoch is not pretty. She's nothing like her. There's nothing pretty about her. So this is it. This is it right there. That's Femi Fani Kayode. That's his tweet right there. A very stupid little girl and notoriously self-righteous beach barks. Ever considered staying in the place you ran away from and trying to fix it? You are worse than Auntie Jemima, the female version of Uncle Tom. By all means, try your luck at being elected as a British, and then it goes on, it tails off. And this is Kemi Badenoch right there. She doesn't actually. If you look at this picture, she looks hard Nigeria. There are certain looks. She looks hard Nigeria, not soft Nigeria. Let me bring it up. Actually, let me bring it up in this space. If you look at this picture here, she looks hard Nigerian, not soft Nigerian. Soft Nigerian is your British American born Nigeria, born into a upper middle class family, professional background, educated. She doesn't look like that. She looks like somebody that's been through the, she's been through the mills to land where she is. She looks hard boiled. like a hard-boiled Nigerian. So she doesn't look like a real British Nigerian. She looks Nigerian, a hard-boiled Nigerian. You know what a hard-boiled Nigerian is. So that's a hard-boiled Nigerian right there. And yes. What was that phrase again that somebody used to describe? Is it petit bourgeoisie? I think the French call people like this petit bourgeoisie. So that's someone describes them little, that's petit bourgeoisie. I think that's the phrase. This is my country. I don't want it to become like the place I ran away from. I want it to get better and better, not just for me, but for the next generation. So the hard-boiled Nigerian girl who now claims to be British and wants to rule the country. So anyway, she's having her fun. Let her have that fun. So she's having her fun. Let her have that fun. I think this is it as well. Yeah, what's an Auntie Jemima and the female version of Uncle Tom? FFK slams Nigerian-born. No, it's actually British-born Nigerian. She's not Nigerian-born. If she was born in Wimbledon, then she's not. I don't think she was Nigerian-born. She would be aspiring to. I wouldn't say she's pretty. And no. She's certainly not pretty. You're worse than Auntie Jemima, the female version of Uncle Tom. FFK slams Nigerian-born British lawmaker Kemi Badenoch for saying she doesn't want UK to become like Nigeria. So I'm not quite sure that's the sort of parallel that will ingratiate her with the British people. I don't think they've ever had any thought that their country will ever be like Nigeria. So I don't know quite why she's saying that. But I think that might well be the end of the readouts. I'll play you a couple of clips. I'll send the link now if anybody wants to hop on, or otherwise nobody hops on then. There you are, Kemi. I didn't even know you frequented this part. So that's Kemi right there. That's Ja Unzola still on a mission. Man on a mission. That's Ja Unzola on a mission. So just Ja Unzola on a mission. That the leader is still Rishi Sunak. So she's still Rishi Sunak. That's Oga right there. All right, let's go to the clips and then we'll see if anybody pops up before we complete the clips. So let's kick it off. Oh no, we've done that one. We did that one yesterday. Let's kick it off with this one. So this one is from Ned Nwoko. So let's hear what Ned has to say.
Delta State gets more money than any other state in the state. The money we get in Delta State, the average money now for the past 3 months, 5 months, has been about 40 billion a month. 40 billion a month. In fact, what we get in Delta is exactly what Anambra, Ebonyi, Imo, Enugu, Abia. Together, that's what we get is what they get. 1 state versus 5 states. But of course, the governor said that he's paying back money borrowed by Okowa. I've had my issues with him, and I'll tell him here. I've had my issues with him because, in fact, if you ask,
that's quite a sum, actually. Apparently, according to, and he should know, he's a parliamentarian, the Delta State governor gets 40 billion naira FARC allocation monthly, at least over the last few months. So, and that's not the end, though. So it will have some internally generated revenue. So that should amount to about another 10 billion. So it has a budget of about 50, maybe more billion naira to play with every single month. And there is nothing like development in that space. So maybe we need to be knowing a lot more of these figures so that we can know then how to push these people to be accountable. So there it is right there. So a lot of people sent this clip in, actually. After all that we were eulogizing about Dave Umahi yesterday, the howlers at the moon, they were tickled pink when this clip came out today. So they all rushed to send it to me. You must play it, one man, they said. So play it, I will.
You are not here to come and tell us what you already knew in the area of resources. So if you are telling us the reason why you have failed in fixing our road infrastructure is because of resources, don't let me take you up there. Because you concentrated your energy as a minister on less priority issues. Don't discuss resources. I say it again. With all the road that we have across the country are failed. If you are addressing these roads, existing roads, with the resources that you have, sir, honorable minister, we will not be where we are. Don't discuss resources. I say it again. You came here last year, you got 300 billion budget approval, supplementary approval. Don't raise my emotion. I am worried that you are not concerned about fixing Nigerian roads. We are not here for business of whether you want to do the job or you don't want to do the job. Stop telling us we are awarding road. We don't want you to be awarding road that you are not ready to do. How can you be telling us that there is no resources? In less than 1 minute, from everything that everybody has said, it's a clue. You have no plan for us as a nation. I was wondering what was used as benchmark for your appraisal.
So there it is right there. So that's the parliament wagging fingers at Dave Umahi. And what they are standing him accused of is that he's doing all the sexy beats, but it's not doing at all. It's not touching at all the boring beats. And it is the boring beats that impact on the people. So I think this was a narrative that Kenya was promoting yesterday. So he's doing all the sexy beats, or all this Lagos-Ibadan, Lagos-Calabar superhighway, Sokoto Badagry superhighway. So he's doing all those sexy ones, but the one that actually gets Mustafa from his home to his shop, which would take no longer than 20 minutes, but it's taking 5 hours, is not doing those, and that is where the parliament is wagging fingers at him. Over 400 billion apparently this guy has been budgeted. So maybe slow down on Lagos Calabar and actually do the roads that impact on the people, because of course people have to be able to live up to the point that those roads are ready. So there's that. So there is that. This now next clip speaks to the reshuffle. So let's hear what he has to say, and then we pick it up from there.
The president has been on the seat for about 17 months. He has had the privilege of working with these ministers, and to effect the changes that he effected, there was a scientific method, which was coordinated by the Special Advisor on Policy and Coordination, Adiza Bala Osman, which is that they look at the agenda, the renewed hope agenda of the president, and the various programs as it affects each of the ministries. Then they match that with the performance, the deliverables of these ministers, plus feedback. And what you saw is what came out of those scientific assessments.
All right. So that's a government functionary right there, expanding on just how they came to conclusions regarding the cabinet reshuffle. And I'm sure that the reshuffle will be recommendations. It will not be. It will not be. It will not be a categorical order. It will just be, oh, this is what we find. These are how they have performed. They've not met this threshold. This one is too subpar. This one needs improvement, etc., etc. So they present, and then of course the president then makes the decision on who to get rid of or not. So there's that. Let me play you this one. This one, this is before I play you this clip, I want you to have Lagos State in mind and they're going somewhere. The red line, the blue line, the green line, all of this intra-connectivity of our intercity rail service. Have that in mind. Have in mind the all the roads being all from the airport all the way into the city. Have in mind Banana Island. Have in mind Lekki. Have in mind the Sparkle and the luster that is Lagos. So have that in mind. All of the glitz and glamour that is Lagos. Have that in mind, and then transmute that to what is going on in Aba. Watch this.
Because they saw street lights the first time. Can you see them? They are very happy. 22nd of May 2024. Can you see them? Can you see them? They are very happy. Everybody are happy. Because they saw street lights in the road. It was fixed today and the thing was lighted up today. Everybody is very happy. Can you see it? Everybody. They are very happy. Yes. Can you see them? All these women, they are very happy because they can see themselves. Even this is about 7 p.m. and everywhere is light up. Can you see street lights in the road? First in history in the road. Are you not happy?
And there it is right there. Omasheo. It's not even what a pity, it's more what a pity. You know how they say it, what a pity. Is there? That's beyond pity. That's what a pity. So there it is. Aletosi has turned Aba into Dubai by by giving them street lights. So this is what they celebrate over there. Whilst the criticism is that Lagos is not building the intra-connectivity of rail service fast enough. So it's not even like, it's like different planets, isn't it? These are sovereign states that constitutes the composition that is Nigeria. Street lights. Obi said that and they are throwing a street party because they have street lights, and the Lagosians are attacking their governor because he's not building an intra-city rail fast enough. So there it is, different planets. Well, different planets. Still, let me play you this one. So this is the sort of politicking that will ultimately bring that country together. So this is Kaduna State, the clip that you're about to see now, and the person standing outside of his car, waving at the adoring crowd, is the governor of that state, whatever his name is, something Fani or the other. So it's the governor standing out of his SUV waving at the crowd. But this is the sort of governance that will ultimately unite that country. Watch this. So there it is right there. So that's the governor of Kaduna State celebrating the New Yam Festival with the Igbo indigents of his state. So that's the sort of, in the full regalia, waving to the crowd, saying, "I'm with you." So that's the sort of politicking that will ultimately bring that country together. Let me play you just 2 more clips. These two are interlinked. Is to do with drug dealing. But it's the ingenuity, the ingeniousness of this person that has brought it to the fore as something I want to share with you. So watch this. They're interlinked. So one is about 2 minutes, the other one 1 minute, but they're both the same clip. The length that drug dealers go to. Watch this. This happened in Lekki.
What is that? Oh, that's you. There's a small safe here, underground safe here. Oh, yeah. Where's the key? Where's the key? Okay. Where's the key? The key is outside. Oh, yeah, give me the key. Let's be officer. Which one is the key? Okay, this one. That's not the key. Check the other key. Check the other key.
That's open?
Yes, it's
open it. Fine.
Wow.
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 This is the hole inside the warehouse.
Wow.
That's Ramadan.
And
codeine.
Cough syrup with codeine.
Okay. Bring them out.
Tramadol 225.
Codeine. Wow.
Tramadol 225.
Okay.
It's much, yo. Please, can someone get me a bag there?
Yeah. The arranging is there, sir. Let me see. Bring all of them out, sir.
When did tramadol become an illicit drug is the question. I thought it was just a painkiller. So when did it become an illicit drug that people are being arrested for? Anyway, so those are the clips. I'll send the link again. Anybody that wants to hop on. I'll play the Kegite music. We see what happens next. I'll play the Kegite music and then we'll see what happens next. The Kegite.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, oh yeah, they go for me, yeah. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa oh naido, hapa oh naido. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu Waila ti keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And it says right there, Ikokoniru Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. So Choma joins us, is Choma and I. So this is your window of opportunity, Jan Zola. So I'm expecting you to come running. Choma, Wagwan is unusual for you to come into the studio.
I know. That's how I was like, I'm the first person in the studio. And no one should like contend with that, you know. But good evening, one man.
Good evening.
So
Good
I
evening
want
to
you
you.
all to click the thumbs up button and super chat and enjoy the rest of the show.
Brida, so what brought you on? What caught your attention in the readouts and whatnot?
Yeah, it's the topic on the screen with Kemi and Kemi Badenoch and FFK. You know, I was saying this like on Duxie's show about Japada, you know, that a lot of people went through, you know, a lot of trauma in Nigeria. And, you know, and some people here in diaspora, they're in denial, you know. I mean, you cannot gaslight people that have such a bad experience. Even if, you know, you're comfortable in your situation, you know, or in your criminal earnings, you cannot gaslight the rest of us that really suffered in Nigeria and went through a lot of trauma. You know, I was sheltered, right? When I was young.
I was just going to say, you don't sound like somebody that suffered anything. You don't sound like you suffered anything.
I was sheltered. You know, a lot of people don't know. I've been to a lot of places in Nigeria. I was in like Jos, Plateau State. You know, I've been to Katsina. You know, of course, Lagos. You know, I've even, you know, been to the mosque. You know, we had a neighbor that took us to the mosque when she was like babysitting us. And of course, you know, my parents weren't home, so she had to take us to the mosque. So I've been around in Nigeria. I have experience. So I'm not going to close my eyes and, you know, be blindsided that, you know,
you know, the woman is actually playing right-wing politics, Choma. You see, the Conservative Party here, the Tories, they are the equivalent of the Republican in the United States. And then the Labour Party here are the equivalent of the... and the equivalent of the Democrats. So they chime more with immigration topics, dog whistle racism. So they look to people like this to make this sort of comments that they think secretly, but they cannot say for reasons of being called racist. So she will make all these black statements in order then to feed that underbelly of racial something. I think she's just, the guy is right. She's an Uncle Tom or an Auntie Jemima, as he called her.
No, one man, you're absolutely, you know, this is the first time, actually, it's not the first time. I've always disagreed with you multiple times. But, you know, I mean, you are absolutely wrong on this one in every ramification. You're so wrong. Number one, she's gorgeous. So don't ever say she's not pretty. That's the first thing I noticed, is that she's natural and gorgeous. She didn't have any lace front. Didn't have any fake lashes.
She's not pretty. She's an average-looking woman. At best, average.
You're just a hater, but she looks better than you. Is that not true?
Yeah,
true.
Most people do. So I'm not the standard. She doesn't look as good as you.
No, but she's gorgeous. Okay, period. And that's that. And you know, she's very educated. You know, she has a good head on her shoulders. She knows what's up. She knows what's happening. And I like that she's very honest. You know, that is a good thing. And she really, you know, spoke out for a lot of Nigerians that are really struggling back home. We need to expose what is happening in our country. I felt like I was the only young person, you know, at some point that was exposing what's happening with this, using this platform. And I'm not trying to do too much, but, you know, I'm very proud that she's using a very big platform to let the world know that we are struggling. Even you, woman, you are struggling, because if you go to Nigeria, you have, God forbid, high blood pressure because you won't feel comfortable, you know? your mind will not be at rest, and you won't even feel like you're at home. You're just gonna be so uncomfortable. So I'm happy that she's really telling the world what's really happening in our country. And if the rest of you guys want to go ahead and act like, oh, Nigeria is so perfect, then go ahead. But we're gonna have more people like her that will come out and
But
really
how does throwing Nigeria under the bus? How does that? She's vying to be the leader of the Conservative Party. So how does throwing Nigeria under the bus? How does that propel her towards her ambition?
She's not throwing Nigeria under the bus because she's speaking of her experience. She was traumatized, and I'm sure it's even deeper than that, and she don't want to say
She comes
it.
from an upper middle class background. Actually, she doesn't know anything about trauma.
And a lot of upper class people in Nigeria have been kidnapped. A lot of politicians have been kidnapped secretly and have paid ransom, but they don't want to come out and expose these things because of they're afraid
She's in her 40s. She left Nigeria as a teenager. She had no experience of
And
anything
that's
of
what I'm
that.
saying. Even now, politicians are being kidnapped in their home secretly by other politicians. And these are something they're not even, saying out there. But this is what's happened. A lot of high class people are being kidnapped for ransom. And they're paying the price of being a Nigerian. Nigeria happened to her, and it's so unfortunate. But I'm glad that, she's, using, her platform to, let the world know what we're struggling with living in that country, and I'm sure it will help her with her trauma because I mean at this age, if she's really speaking like this about Nigeria, you can tell she was really traumatized as a young girl. For her to say she ran, the word ran away from, I mean, that's a strong word. It's almost like, she was in a war zone. She went through a lot, and I pity, I pity her for going through that as a child. But it's so unfortunate. A lot of people are going through a lot. Even little children, hawking on the street, 2-3-year-olds. Nigeria doesn't have any safety net for all these innocent human beings. And we shouldn't condemn her. We should thank her, applaud her for speaking her truth.
Baba, this is your
She's a
space. You hold the
beautiful woman.
She's not
Say
a
again,
beautiful
woman.
woman. I said this is your space now.
Yeah,
I'm
she's a
surprised you are
beautiful
letting
woman.
letting Chioma say all of these things without pulling her up.
No, I'm enjoying what she's saying because she's hiding under the fact that as if where we are here is heaven on earth, where
Yeah.
we have almost 400 mass shooting this year alone. Most of them happen in schools. Schools now have guides in America where children are protected because of mass shooting. Classmates bringing guns to classes and shooting their mates,
Well,
shooting
at
their
least they're
teachers.
being protected now. Nigeria
Three,
doesn't have any.
385 mass shooting this year. And the classical mass shooting, according to statistics, will take four deaths and several injured people at least. So if we are talking about 400 mass shooting, we're talking about 4 times 4 minimum in several states of America. Let's go to Badenoch. The father is a GP and the mother a professor in one of the medicine classes. She grew up sheltered. I've been watching her space for some time. I think 1 month ago, she came out and bad-mouthing the immigrants. That she called them, I think, bottom wipers or something like that, and disdaining their menial jobs they do.
Do you know why she called them that? Because that's the entry job for most immigrants. They end up in all these nursing homes, taking care of these elderly people.
But
I think
will she do that work?
Yeah, boy, she's not in the bracket now. But
So why denigrate people who come over to do that kind of job?
Yeah, but that's right-wing language now. She's a right-wing politician.
Look, if you must destroy to get to the top, when you get to the top, you will meet your destruction waiting for you. You don't throw your people under the bus and spew out lies.
She grew up in academic sheltered area. All these are, I don't know where this is coming from, because she left Nigeria over 24 years ago or 25 years ago. I don't know whether she has visited. They just 3 children, I think 2 girls and a boy. She was ni Adegoke. She's full Olufunto, Olukemi Olufunto Adegoke. The mother is a professor of medicine.
We are going to even do we are going to do an accent check for her. I wonder how British she sounds. But carry on. I want to see what she said. I've never.
He's in a hurry to lead the Tory, but you know what happened is, wouldn't she need the black votes?
No, she doesn't need the black vote. Or
the husband is Irish and a banker with Deutsche Bank at the moment. But I think the husband was the one who introduced her into politics. The husband is an Irish, and the mother of the husband was an immigrant too. So the husband is 4th generation Irish, I think, and she's 4th generation British. She was born in the era before Thatcher, where you have the same equal right of birth like the US. You were given automatic passports once you are born here, and she's taking that as a privilege that's like something nobody will ever achieve. I mean, she should campaign on issues, things that matters in Great Britain right now.
You know, Baba, people that are born here, but they had their formative years in let's say Nigeria, for instance. I don't really. They're sort of light, British light. They're not. You know, she's more Nigerian than she is British. If she was formed in Nigeria, she's more Nigerian than she is British.
She speaks Yoruba fluently. Her parents are just not elitist. They are native also. You understand? So when when I heard her say that bottom wipers, it's like, hello. I mean, let's thank God for little things. Without the bottom wipers, I mean, our environment will be dirty. Our infirm will be in trouble. They will not have a home to take them to. I mean, I owe FFK one bottle of beer.
Baba.
Yeah, carry on, woman.
Baba, you know those you know those bottom wipers. They are the parents of the surgeons and the doctors that are treating you in the hospitals now.
Exactly.
Because when they usually those entry point migrants, they go through hell and back again to make sure that their children are at as high up society as possible. But let's see what this woman sounds like actually. Here she is in another clip making an equally right-wing commentary. Is there any volume on that?
I can't hear you. What?
No, I think they may not have volume. All right, carry on. I want to see what she sounds like, so I'll go and look for her where she speaks.
So beautiful, you know. And
she's not beautiful.
My turn, right? One man. You know, it's still my turn, right?
Sorry, carry on.
So I was gonna say,
no, you have the floor. You have the floor.
Okay, so I was gonna suggest that we bring her to the show as a guest, so she can educate some people, about what's going on in Nigeria, and also it can also help her campaign, And I'm very proud of her, that she is, bold enough to really speak out her mind and not worry about what people like FFK has to say about that. FFK, I think he's even jealous of her that she's on that level above him. So yeah, it's all jealousy. But yeah, you should.
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say FFK is establishment British. It's a upper class British. FFK. It's above this woman, even in England.
I know, but guess what? If she becomes prime minister, who is he? Nothing. Next. So anyways, if you can invite her as a distinguished guest, I would really appreciate it because she represents Nigerians, the real Nigerians, very well, the ones, the truth sayers, you know. So yeah, I think you should look into that. I can help you, you know. And she's beautiful. That's all I have to say today.
Wouldn't that be a coup if we're able to get Kemi Badenoch on the platform? You know, now you said it, I will certainly reach out to her. I'll say, you know, she'll probably leave me on red, but you know, but you know, because a lot of people, you know, I reach out to a lot of people. You know, they either leave you on red, but or they'll say hello back and then they won't respond again. You know, a lot. It's a real hustle trying to get these people, a real hustle.
It's a lot, but at least they read it.
But
you know?
I may
Can
be
you
bringing
imagine
you.
if she's prime minister? That would be a big deal. I mean, she'll change Nigeria even.
Let's see if we can get her.
The average cost now of housing each asylum seeker for a year is apparently £41,000. They are queuing up in Calais. Now, you say that you don't think we need to leave the ECHR to deport people. Is that true?
We should be deporting people more than we are now, even as we are in the ECHR. So what worries me is that we'll say, we'll leave the ECHR, let's say we left it today, and I'm not against leaving the ECHR, but the problem still continues. And I don't know about you, Patrick, but I'm tired of politicians saying, we're going to do this thing, and then the thing doesn't happen. And that's what worries me, that even if we left the ECHR, I don't think it would solve the real problem, which is that people who are manning the borders, people in the Home Office, don't want to do this work. You see the messages they put on the message boards, the staff networks.
Yes, you can still hear the underbellies of the vestiges of the Nigerian accent there. So she's not as British as she, you know.
Yeah, that means she was speaking from real experience, you know. She's been there, done that in Nigeria, and unfortunately Nigeria happened to her, and that's why she had to speak out about it. She was being genuinely honest. And like I said, you know, I'm waiting for the day she will come on the platform and really speak, you know, Yoruba to all of us, you know, and, you know, say the truth as it is, you know. But just imagine if she's the prime minister. That is so powerful. I'm rooting for her, you know. Honestly.
You know, there are a lot of Nigerians now in the British Parliament, you know. I know there's at least there are about 3 Southeasterners that I know, especially from the north. You know, so it's really quite you know, Nigerians are really leveling up in this country. I have to say that.
That's amazing. I'm very proud of her, and you know, I pray that, you know, she wins the election and all that. You know, I wish her the best, and we really have to try to get her to come to the show. She'll be a wonderful guest, and she's so beautiful.
All right, I may have a guest for us actually. Maybe next weekend we'll see how that goes. It's a prince from the north, but we'll see what he has to say. If he agrees.
Is it a real prince?
A real prince. If I'm able to make the announcement, you'll be impressed.
Oh, really?
Yes. I may tell you offline who it is.
Is he single?
It's senior.
My friend.
It's a big boy. It's a real big boy.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go back to the comment section.
I'm surprised that Jan Zola didn't come running. I was expecting him to have come running, but you know, there it is. You missed your window, Jan Zola. But thank you, Choma. Did you want to comment on anything else or?
Oh no, I just want to say good evening, Baba. God bless you.
Bless you too. Enjoy the rest of the week.
Thank you, sir.
All right. That's the elegant Choma. So that's the elegant Choma, of course. So let's do 5-minute monologues. So not that there are that many of us here, but let's do 5 minutes monologues so all voices get to speak. Our first thing was War Peace, so we kick it off with War Peace. War Peace. Can I do
1 month.
Okay.
I greet you.
Our body.
Body there's a cloth.
Wait till they chop. I can
hear to your voice.
No, not the chop at the work. I just They clean on a Monday morning now. I just want to get ready to come off hours, go work. I just go get something. Yeah. You know, easier.
So, what man? Why you allow what piece to even speak? 2 years, I'm still waiting for my background. I never receive it.
You will get it. Do you know? The one I've sent background to America twice, hold control by border control. They didn't allow it to enter America. It's in they pay me twice. My friend had taken that into
wait
America.
Waiting be that safe. Waiting they do.
Like background. Now for body, now they clear everything, joint everything goes.
How do you expect it?
No, I think my friend will take and go. Twice we don't take and go. They get like 3 packs, so probably that they cost them because they get for themselves. They get 2 for me. Customer get 1 for Remark
well, how you they free send them from Japan?
No, my friend. No, I was sending from Japan. My friend will go to Nigeria. They bring out to America direct. Anytime I get my friend come from America, because they get for themselves. So I just tell them, okay, maybe they get for me. I want to give somebody. At one point, this guy that was in Texas I actually brought, but they stopped him at which airport? Is it LAX? I don't know. Actually, don't get a Remark number. Yeah. Actually, don't get a Remark number to contact Remark as in land. Then maybe the next thing will send out to them. But they collect them from plus his own, plus my own. They seize all of them.
Is it a herb or is it a bark? What is it? Is it a?
It's a herb. It's a herb. Just like it's a herb.
And it's dry. Is it dry?
Yeah, it's dried. Yeah, it's dried. You know.
So why would they not let it in there?
I don't know. But the one I brought to Japan, probably why they allowed the one in Japan. Anytime I'm leaving Nigeria, I already mix it with gin, so it's like a drink. So I just put that I just lock it up in my luggage. So when it gets to Japan, they always allow me to take it in because it has liquid in it and all that. But I don't know about just like that. Sometimes when people complain in Japan that they don't allow it, sometimes they allow it. I don't know. Just the government regulation. I don't really know. You know, but I will get it to you, Sha, until I get somebody to carry out single bottle for me. Then I believe it will enter for you.
Where do you get it from? Is it indigenous to Benin or what is it?
Yeah, from the land of Ekpoma, from Eastern land, not even Benin. Very good.
Now only the idea.
They get different type, but this one they really take that from this background. So that place they come from. They have different type of herbs, but this very special one they take. Me and my friends and so many people they take from the land of Ekpoma. It's very good, very effective, very very good, and very strong.
And it will cleanse your body of all the toxins.
It cleans your body. It will do most of my friends like it will help your like if you have joint pains and all that. So many things they do, and of course very effective too for that side. This is the other room.
By the way,
okay. Now I know why BT.
One man is for
African Viagra.
Purposes only. It's for research purposes only. You know, I'm researching. That's why.
Me, I have 2. I have one for the house, for my house here. Then one they carry travel. Even when they go Nigeria, they kind of follow body. If anywhere they go, down they follow me go. Then I get one for house for madam.
Now, why are you carrying coal to Newcastle? If you are traveling back home, you don't need to carry it. You land within 24 hours. You get new one.
If I'm traveling back home, because I place orders when they bring back. So before that one come, I must get one for arrival. You know, Baba, for arrival. Flight from Japan to Nigeria 2 days.
Pity, if you really want it, I have somebody that can get it for you, not more piece. I think Kennedy Faith, she'll be able to get it. She's an Edo woman, a proper one, not like raw piece.
Yeah, they have different type. Not like they have different type. Just my own, I know. I don't know about, but they have different type. You know,
like I said, it's for research, strictly for research purposes.
Yeah, but it's very good. It's very good. Oh, this thing dangerous.
By the
Small,
way,
small.
by the way, if you have blood pressure issues, be careful with herbal medicine. Very important.
Yeah. If you have blood pressure, you have to be careful. Yeah.
Don't go and die on top with you getting inside hotel. Please, so
you know, I monitor the news cycle a lot so that I know what to bring to the. You know, that thing seems to be happening a lot these days. Anytime there's always somebody dying on some girl in some hotel, and then they go and arrest the girl. What are you arresting her
no,
for?
you know those kind of people, they even go beyond that. They start mixing. They will take one thing from one piece, get one thing from you, get one herbal med. They will not mix 3 or 4 things together. So
mostly people of my age.
Yes, that's what's going on. Yeah,
they want their
69.
money. They want their money's worth from the girl. You know,
7 rounds.
Several rounds. Okay, don't worry, I go kill you today, but now they go die.
The youngest these days, the youngest of these days, they don't fear their body. They take anything. Sometimes some miss of certain things, and they're not going to sleep for 3 days. Why? Do as you reach, make you rest.
What?
They have to get there.
What do you think people like Didi were doing? If you read those stories where they will have this sex escapades, and at the end of 3-4 days, they need IV. It's that intense now. So if you're going to go that long for 2-3 days, just firing all blank, then you need IV. That means you're really, your heart is really working over time. And if you're over 70, 65 years old, that's you're on blood pressure medication. That's not going to.
You shouldn't even be touching such things. I mean, to what purpose? What kind of heights? I can't understand. Honestly, it's just
if you are dealing with a 19-year-old, 20-year-old girl now, you must show that you're a man now.
Your granddaughter. God.
There are worse ways to die, though. One of the ways to die is that's not the worst, you know.
Yeah, that's true. But Baba, like you say, you see, me and my wife, I married my wife, she was 19. Now she just turned 30 after 10 children. If not my background, how would I produce 5 kids in 10 years? How?
Yeah, but you are 52, so you are still young. In Nigeria, you'll be in youth wing of political party.
You know, there is no cut-off age for youth in Nigeria.
What man, that thing pisses me off in Nigeria. You should people like show whatever they say that youth. I will show whatever
he's a middle-aged man. He's a middle-aged man. When Asarido Kubo is telling us it's a youth.
At 63 says a youth.
Youth leader.
Only Nigeria.
Only Nigeria. Tony Kabaka, youth leader.
Nigeria is a funny place to be. Very fun, very funny. My mama, speaking of which, Tinubu drive 5 minutes at 0.7. What's the logic about that?
Because there were new ministries created now, like the Ministry of Animal Husbandry. So that and some of them are junior ministers, not Minister of State.
But I was thinking that they want to scrap some ministry because it's like a deadlock for the country. Now they are bringing new one, and they are bringing Bianca Ojukwu in.
What piece? They did scrap one and merge another.
Sports, youth ministry, tourism.
Ministry of Niger Delta, yes.
So they scrapped
that Delta. I think they just changed the name because the guy that's still there is still there on the different something mama is something region something. So I was wondering, like it's like a change of name. So I don't really get it anyway. But I hope Tinubu he knows what he's doing for the best anyway, because that country is really bleeding. Don't you see that the country is not even interesting? Don't you see our view, man? So we won't have the panelists these days. Nobody's interested to come up to talk. We struggle to see people to talk about Nigeria because the government is not really acting right. It's just how can you be doing this? It's like it's playing politics for 2027.
I think a lot of it is to do with the news cycle as well. I think people are already in an entrenched position. The governance is going on as governance goes. I think everybody's just waiting for the next election. So the people that are not going to, they are not going to change. Nobody's changing their mind. You know, the anti-Tinubu are already known. The pro-Tinubus are already known. And the conversation has been exhausted. You know, so yeah.
True that. But nothing exciting, nothing new, nothing to expect in the news. Sometimes I struggle like for days. I really applaud you, like show up every day to still have news. For me, sometimes I struggle for days to even have a caption, a headline that will really interest people. Because nothing really new there. That Naira is this. Nothing new in Nigeria. Nothing exciting happening. You know. So I don't know what the government is all about. But I hope they can steer the country to the right direction. But speaking of Bianca, she's still a very pretty woman. That woman. Oh, wow.
Do you support her appointment?
That is a political appointment. Now, what she's going to do there? That's a political appointment now. These are one of the people they removed from Buhari regime that was leaking secrets according to their allegedly, and now she's back again. So the people that were feeding out the kind of information allegedly, and it was I think some people that were used to be at the ESN people exposed that thing allegedly that. Because one time during Buhari regime, she was I think a minister or ambassador. I think she was an ambassador, and they said somehow she and Nuna Bikano had some skip doing that time. So I don't know. So after they moved them from power,
I wonder if she has a boyfriend. It was such a waste if she doesn't have a boyfriend.
No, you know that one has so many. I don't know where, but when they removed them from power. And there's some that they can. That's when anybody couldn't run out of information, and you went berserk and started going to tribal this thing. When they were in power, you know, the kind of was in that direction of criticizing Nigeria. But when they removed the Bianca from, when they were able to sanitize and block the loopholes, the information was coming out from. Now the kind of was not having any information to give anymore. Rather, she just went straight into Rafa or nothing. You know. But Bianca appointment is just political. Ladies for the ministry to excite the ministry, you know. And that's how I see it. She's not gonna do anything. They would have just make her ambassador instead of make her a minister. What's she gonna do? She's not gonna do anything different. She's not doing anything new. And what else? What's new? What's new in the news again? What's the news cycle? What else? That's it for me. One man, and nothing new. That's how we are like.
What about the Northerners rebel rousing? What about this news that Shetima is deserving of his own jet? In
my friend group, when this I heard Shetima couldn't fly because there was a crack on the plane windshield or something like that. My friend just said, "Oh, this is a move. They are testing the water to lay it on our mind that they're going to buy a new jet for the VP." And we were just joking on the group. I was just joking.
But they should now. They should now. In fact, they should have a fleet of new.
In this hard time that people are hungry, the country is bleeding. But just bought for the president.
People are not hungry.
You just bought for the president. You just bought for the president $180 million or something like that. Now you are buying for the VP. I don't know how APC government is thinking, but at least for the optics, man, there are things you wouldn't do for now. Just stop all this bleeding and do something different. Like have the will of the people first. That's for me. Just to cast up the people, then you can do what you're gonna do next.
You can do the. I don't think. I don't think buying a jet for the vice president. I don't think that adds or removes from hunger. You know, if they don't buy it, the people are still hungry.
It's true, but it removed from our account. Where's Tinubu going? I believe Tinubu do more of the traveling than Shetima, because Tinubu is always out of the country. He's always out to one place or the other. So where's Shetima going? Where is he going? It's so they cannot fly at the same time now. Tinubu cannot be out of the country that Shetima will be out of the country. It's not possible. So Shetima is out of
they were just last week now. Just last week.
Where did they go to?
Shetima was in Sweden, Tinubu was in France getting his injections.
Only Nigeria. Normally, if Tinubu is in the country, Shetima can use the the presidential jet now and go to where he's going to and come back. But I don't say the reason of buying jets for Shetima. But what we are going to say is not going to stop them not buying anyway. We can always talk, and they will still buy the jet for Shetima. But that will going to be a waste. I don't know. I don't really know.
I'm in support of it too. Nigeria is Nigeria is a very wealthy country and a very important one as that. And we should live up to our billing. Well, the statistics tells me that.
What's our income per capita?
Yeah, Baba, leave one man, leave one man. I didn't be saying what you want to say.
Obviously, the drivers they go. Come on,
one man, that country don't need to excess spending right now. We don't need it. We need to save and cut the loopholes, cover those holes, those leakages we have, so that this government can breathe and let people breathe. All this excess spending will not make people trust the government. You cannot be spending this much and people are hungry. You don't need to be told what Kaduso is doing. What Kaduso and what are they doing? I thought they want to change Badenoch. I told somebody, I will bet 1 billion. I don't have it, but I will bet it if I have it. They will not change Badenoch. Badenoch is not going anywhere. It's going to be that, is it chief of staff to the president? Badenoch is from the inner caucus of the Lagos big boys. Who's going to remove him? Even they tried, when they sit Tinubu and talk to Tinubu, he will still live in there, except, and you don't even know how Badenoch and Tinubu are. Badenoch and Tinubu they are way back, way back in Chicago. People don't even know. Badenoch and Tinubu are like one old-time friend, not politics friend though. So who's going to change Badenoch? But Badenoch needs to be changed if that country wants to move forward in a little bit. But that problem.
Nigeria has really fallen down the table, actually, in the richest country in the world. Guess where we are?
46 to 98.
135.
145.
I got close now. I got close.
This is 2024 figures.
Yeah, we should stop this leakage and get our ass together. We should have a plan that we are sticking to. That one, Kadoso was saying that Nigeria will recover in 15 years. Of course, every economy will recover in 15 to 20 years.
What is? I'm sorry. So Cote d'Ivoire is ahead of Nigeria, even Ghana. Yeah,
Cote d'Ivoire is ahead of Nigeria,
and Ghana too.
And Kenya even. Imagine.
It's the income per capita. We're still very, very, very low. That's why I quarrel with that rebasement in 1912. 2005. When did we do the rebasing? I quarrel with it because if it did match up with our income per capita, how can you say you are richer than South Africa, whose income per capita is almost 4 times what you had then? Ridiculous. And we all ran with it. We are the richest, we are the richest, we are the richest.
Baba, the problem I think Nigeria is having is that we are assuming what we are not. Somebody they just project something to us, we just run with it. They'll project it to you. You have not even have a plan for it. You just run with it that you own it or you are there. World Bank or any organization will just project, Nigeria is one of the biggest economy in next 3 years. You just run with it in next 3 months that your economy is one of the biggest in the world. But you don't have the facility to sustain it. That's the problem we are having. To live there now, it could become a problem because you have put yourself there. You start, I don't know, do you know geopolitics we are playing? I would like to call it bribery. Start bribing our way to be in the position we are not. It's not good though. We should.
But this is a per capita table though. Not
that's the real wealth. When you have money to spend.
Not sovereign wealth. The United States is number 9 in the world, so I'm not sure you should be.
One man, the income per capita is the real thing for a nation. If you are very low in that, you are very poor. Even in spirit, you are poor. Because it's nothing. we are just 1,000 plus. $1,000 plus our income per capita.
No, we're
So we don't.
$6,000. No, we're $6,000. I think. Where are we?
No. Check it.
There it is now.
6 what?
634.
Income per capita.
Yes.
These are
2024 figures.
Well, I will not disbelieve you.
No, it's not me. It's even this website, but I don't know how they.
Then what's South Africa then? Can you check South Africa?
I can. Let's see. South Africa is 16,424.
Okay.
Imagine it's big, 16,000. Or just 6,000.
And we are rubbing shoulders with them.
It's a slap us from that. Should we wake up for that slumber? What are these really doing? We need an economist in that world, in that central bank, not a accountant or whatever he studied. We need an economist. What's he doing? I know that the guys that the Naira is actually finding his value. Yes.
Finding the value. What is it now?
I don't know. I don't know.
Is right, one man is 1,700 right now to $1, right? 1720. 1720.
Yeah.
Yes, but that's FAC allocation, isn't it? You know, they released.
No, the CBS said that you should stop saying that. That's not true. That is not necessarily. That's what they said. That is not due to that. So, but we can see this in that time period. So, but yeah.
Even Cardoso that he highlighted the correlation, BT, that anytime they give these people as FAC, the dollar spikes up.
And what is he doing about it as the CBN governor?
I'll tell you.
Do you know something? Today, BT, I listened to Bayo Adenuga and Tunde Rahman, both Channel and Arise TV, as if they were listening to us yesterday. They are out on a charm offensive now, because I'm surprised seeing them in Arise with Ruben Abati. And they are talking exactly what we were saying yesterday. The president have to have enforcers for his policies and what he wants to do. And those people that are disturbing the government, like these governors, for instance, they talk. I don't look at talk about it. He said,
sorry, Baba, that enforcer should be Bala Usman, Hadiza, and Femi Badenoch. So Bala Usman will get the data, and then Badenoch should enforce it. But Badenoch is not an enforcer. You know,
Olukoyede also should get out of EFCC, and they put a high-ranking police lawyer there.
You know,
a high-ranking police officer.
We now see when you put somebody that is incompetent, somebody that is not supposed to be there, you put it there because you say the person was around the building. Yes, he is clueless. How can you put a lawyer that was working with EFCC now? Say because he worked with the EFCC, he have the how they say
even because he's a pastor.
A pastor, a set skills.
Do you know what?
Yeah, do you know what you call intelligence? You have to bring people that are being intelligent, not really education. The intelligence is local. You'll be on the field, you know when you say criminal, you can read the mind of a criminal. Go and say almost all intelligence officers, they go to criminal courses. That means at one time be a criminal. You have to go into the mind of a criminal to know what he thinks. And you have to bring somebody to just sit there. You cannot arrest Yaya Bello, the biggest joke of all time.
If he's a policeman, you know what the policeman will do? They will watch when the Ododo will leave that place. The governor's house. Because it is the governor that has immunity. That governor's lodge doesn't have immunity. Jump over the fence and grab the idiot out.
Sorry,
there'll be a shootout now.
I have a question. If the authorities invade a place to arrest somebody and the governor comes to that place, isn't it invading a crime? Like, are you not invading? Like, isn't that a crime in itself? Like, they're already there. and you drive through a crime.
Yeah, so subverting the course of
BT.
justice.
So you are
it's a court arrest warrant given to a financial body, investigative body, a license to arrest this character. The immunity, I'm not a lawyer. I am not going to pretend to be one.
But
I'm really using my common sense here. It is the governor as a person.
That's my point.
Is immune.
So I'm saying that if you, let's say the governor was there before they arrived, it's one thing. But they were already there, right? He shows up, drives in, puts the car in his car. How does jumping into the governor's car cover? How does his own immunity cover you?
I think for the purposes of that sort of space, I think he acts somewhat like an embassy. You know, with an embassy, not only the ambassador, but the embassy itself is considered immune. And then the ambassador's vehicle is also has sovereignty.
No. It is different. You are doing two things now. The scenarios are different.
So one man. So if I kill somebody now and the government comes to, I can just jump. So because it's embassy on wheels now. Come on now.
I could understand what one might say to the extent. I remember when my friend's father was CP there, the former one-time governor in Ogun State, Okundaye, former police commander, the commander in police college in Keja, CP Okundaye. I remember when we were in his house and some police came then. You know where we were going, and my university days in the 90s, doing rough things in his house in Benin, and the neighbor didn't know, we just came from school, noise on that, but they called police. When the DPO came to that house, they couldn't enter because that was the CP house. When the man mistakenly entered, you know, they stripped that man of his uniform, the DPO. So I could understand the one man, but the image does not cover the person they are looking for. Okay, I will say okay, they cannot enter the government house because this government house immunity. But a young person does not stay in the government house every day. Sometimes they do drive out with convoys.
That's my point. I'm saying that it wasn't like they were going to the government house to arrest this individual. It was his private residence. The governor drove into that residence in the middle of an arrest.
The House of Assembly is supposed to strip that guy of his immunity for that move. You are obstructing the country.
Exactly. My point. You are obstructing just how they call it, you lawyers. That's what.
Yeah, you cannot be bigger than the country. For doing that alone, you're supposed to strip him of the House of the role of the Senate and the House of Rep. They would have punished him for that act. Yes, you have your immunity, but you don't use that to jeopardize an ongoing investigation. You don't do that. If the guy was a guest in the governor house, that's a different case. But not the guy.
I think the Constitution prevents that. But let's bring Kandu into the conversation now.
Okay.
Kandu, we were just generally gisting, not that many of us are, so we were just gisting about the Nigerian situation. We actually started off with Kemi Badenoch, some we are some aspiring British would-be Tory leader who has been bad-mouthing Nigeria, and Fani Kayode is fighting her. And then we dovetailed into whatever it is we're talking about now. But Kandu, if you're ready for us.
Yes, good evening, everyone.
Our local millionaire, our in-house millionaire.
Good evening, everyone. As someone who has had diplomatic immunity in America, I can tell you that the immunity, number one, you have to be assigned the immunity, number one. But that diplomatic immunity does not cover anyone else. I don't believe that is the case. Number one, you cannot have diplomatic immunity in Nigeria in a governor's house that covers anybody that comes to that house. That's number one. At the end of the day, it just shows that we're just not serious people. You know, if I'm the ambassador, Nigerian ambassador in Washington, D.C., and you committed a crime, I will have them put you out of the embassy. A governor shielding someone who's the court has given an order of arrest. That just shows that governor, him or herself, you're a criminal. There is no other way to describe it. You yourself, you're a criminal by shielding someone who is under investigation for a financial criminal act like that they've gone to court. The court has at least believes that there's a case to be answered to. So whether it is this case, whether it's other cases, at the end of the day, I mean, we're just not serious people. I keep asking the question, when is the army going to come? I'm not saying the army are the best people in the world, but you cannot continue like this. You really cannot continue like this. And one man, I heard you reading something, I don't know if it was yesterday or day before, about the government giving some school, I don't know if it's a loan or a grant. Was that 7 million naira? Or did I mishear you? I don't know. You were reading part of the readout you were doing.
Yeah, it was 7 point something million naira. It wasn't a loan or a grant. It was students' fees. They're doing this what these students to help students with their fees. So it was student fees for 29 students.
So they gave that to a school, 7 million.
Yes, 7 point something. Yes.
You probably have given more than that to people in Nigeria this year alone. So when I heard that, I said, well, maybe I misheard, maybe I just didn't hear correctly. That 7 million is what we're talking about.
No, that's to cover tuition and then stipends towards their upkeep. So
the
stipend goes straight to their pockets. That's for tuition alone.
So that's for tuition. Yeah. So it's to pay tuition fees for
29 students.
Yes.
Okay, Uncle Riri. Whatever year it was that this news came out that Nigeria was the #1 economy in Africa, I told everyone that I knew, even some of my associates, they said I'm a Nigerian hater. And I told them, it doesn't make sense. What do you manufacture? What do you sell that will make your economy a much better economy than South Africa? Somebody sent me.
They said I'm not good now.
Hey, okay.
But Saudi Arabia is a bigger economy twice over than South Africa now. They don't manufacture anything. It's an extraction. It's an extraction economy.
You're not paying attention to what he's saying. Like, even I was on the sorry, just for 1 second, I can do. I was on the conference. I was on the call recently. I think I've talked to Kay about it before when we were discussing, but I'll bring it up later on. Where even those foreigners that come to Nigeria to establish manufacturing, like in Ogun State, their market is not to the local market; it's geared for export. They don't give a damn about your own market. What they are producing is tailored to exporting away from your country. So what is really benefiting you? It's just cheap labor
and taxes.
And one man to add to that, you see, for like the last 25 years, when I hear on the news in America, Nigeria, a whole rich nation, I've always told people, you see, there's a saying that if other people, do not volunteer yourself to be deceived. Somebody sent me some sort of a joke that they said that Samuel Ekpa put out something about somebody helping them to get money for Biafra. You see, there are some things that people say, or even the government says, just like when they said Nigeria was the #1 economy. I don't need anybody to tell me that that doesn't make sense. There are just some things that are just senseless. And you don't need to,
why doesn't it make sense?
Okay, it doesn't make sense because what is your, just like you were talking, even this GDP, actually one of the reasons that I called was this GDP of 6,000 something. I don't know whoever put that together. That, I mean, are you telling me that professors at University of Lagos are making $6,000 a year in income?
No. That's an average now. They'll look at Dangote or
No, you're not counting that. No, you don't count those because how many of those you cannot count those. That's not how you judge a society. That is not the way you judge it. You look at, even I said professor, I'm going way out there. I'm giving that the way benefit of the doubt. When you talk about people, you have to be talking about teachers, maybe people that work in the bank, regular staff, not the bank manager. That's why I had to, when I heard that number, I know Baba said something about it. He said he's not going to debate it because I guess he wants to look at the numbers and see how it makes sense. But if a professor, I think one of the times that I've heard it discussed on this platform was about 400,000 or something to that effect. How much is 400,000? Even if it's 2 million, how much is 2 million? How do you now tell me that the GDP of Nigeria on the average is 6,000 something? I mean, who are the people? Do these people have paper and pencil? The people that are putting Income this per numbers capita, together? rather, can do. Yeah, I'm sorry. Income per capita. How does it make sense?
They average it down. They don't look at the lowest denominator. It's a medium between the lowest denominator and the highest denominator.
No,
What you look at, Norman, is the disposable income. The disposable income is absent.
Of the average.
It's absent in our economy.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm even going way there. I'm using call it professor. You should be using people like market women, teachers, maybe high school teacher, people that work in banks, things like that. That's where your average is. So even this 6,000, don't let them fool you. It's a lie. The numbers don't lie. It's a lie. And for someone like me, I don't care who says anything. I don't care if the World Bank says Nigeria is going to be whatever in 15 years. Nigeria will be that if you do certain things. If you don't have these criminals like Yaya Bello stealing 80 billion naira.
Can you tell us those things, please? We'd like to know. What are those things that we need to do?
Well, I mean, the very first week that this particular government came in, what I said was, I came on this panel and I said, instead of employing 50,000 soldiers and feeding them agbado and whatever else, if you want to, whether through private government and private sector, get those 20, I mean, whether it's 1 million, whether it's 2 million people, find places all over Nigeria, the food baskets of Nigeria.
Oh, okay. I think Kandumi have been interrupted by but
Man, before we can make progress first, we have to go back to the starting line. What I meant by the starting line, we need to count ourselves. Let us know how many we are in each state, in each local government. Without doing that, it's like groping in the dark. Things will not work.
You know that has a lot of ramifications.
We'll never
get I know it's it's not going to work, BT, because I know the people up north will always count invisible elehas.
You want to keep Nigeria together, you can't do that, unfortunately.
I know. But yet we have to say it because it's the right thing to do. But I know the system will not allow it.
Sorry, it's the same reason why there are no go areas. One man, remember your favorite woman in the women's ministry. You know, she got fired because of that poking her nose in the cultural thing of child marriage.
That's exactly what out of. Yes,
in Nigeria, we have no go areas. Like once you put your mouth inside, it's just leave it alone. It's a rabbit hole. It's just so when it comes to census and population count, just leave it alone.
And how can you run things, Babati? That's how we created Isadia. That's how we created the Edu and things like that. When you go to the marketplace and start distributing 15,000 cash, where is that done? Only in our country.
Babati, how do you make projections, even for the road that you need to build? How many cars are going to pass through that road?
That's the question.
How do you do that without knowing the numbers?
I agree with you guys. What I'm saying is, you can actually get the figures, but you cannot make the real figures public, but you can use it at the back end. That's the only way you can keep Nigeria together. I'm being honest now. I
know what you're saying, and I believe that's the case. But it will not stop us from putting it out there. Maybe God will breathe into them one day and say, "Look, it is the only way to go."
Yeah, you see, even this World Bank projections. Yeah, if you have people that are going to do the right things, if you don't have people stealing at this type of levels, yes, you have a shot. But with this type of people, you see, the last few days I've asked myself, really, what is the point of all this for this country? We talk about census, you say some LLA will not allow you. We talk about this, you say this is the way it's done. We talk about Cross River State or wherever we case from. People talk about should be the governor should know his place. He should be giving him 6 billion. Are you kidding me? People that should be tied to a drum at the barbish and taken care of. I mean, we need to get rid of a few thousands of people real fast. Honestly, these are the enemies of the state. Enemies of the state. And like I've heard some people say, the average Nigerian person on the street, for organizer, market woman, teacher, they have not contributed, at least not to the financial demise that we are in. It's been the politician and their cronies.
Do they pay their taxes? Do they pay their taxes, these people?
Maybe you see, this is my policy. You cannot be telling me to come and do something that you're not doing. If that's the case, let's just pour petrol on the whole thing and burn it down. I will not tell you to be doing something that I don't do. I lead by example. If I'm not willing to tell, I will not ask anyone to do something that I'm not doing. Even in Nigeria, I'm not paying all the taxes that I should. But I pay as much as we pay as much as we pay way up there.
Just to get by and process your documents, right?
And you don't consider yourself part of the problem?
No. Well, I consider the areas that I have power to say, no, this is not the way we're going to do this. I do. In every way that I can, I do. Even people that I work with in Nigeria, I tell them, I don't want to hear about, whoever. Take the money and go pay the bill. That way, nobody can come and, tell you this and that if you have your paperwork. So I'm not a saint. I'm not asking anybody else to be a saint. But if we're going to move this thing forward, again, the issue is not, the World Bank said this. Yeah, everybody can make projections. If you're willing to do the work, do the agriculture, feed. You see, if the cost of food comes down because you have increased the supply, at least that's something from somewhere. We're at 1,000 whatever on petrol. right now. People will say, well, how much is it in Cameroon? How much is it in this place, that place, and the other? But you got to start from somewhere. Get the food. If people, you see, even if people don't have money to do this, if there is enough supply of food and people can at least do 011 or something. Nigerians are very, very, they're very kind people, all in all. They won't make too much wave, but they need to be able to eat. And at least, you see, if there is hope, there is no problem drinking Gary for 1 month every day, provided you at least believe there's a light at the end of the tunnel. I was having this conversation with someone about 18,000 rice a few years ago. The same rice now is 83,000. And how do you ensure that you're not going to get it to 150?
This rice narrative is a red herring. It's a misassessment of our. Nobody buys a bag of rice. In all of your life, have you ever bought a bag of rice in Nigeria? Nobody buys a bag of rice.
I just bought 6 bags of rice at the beginning of this month. 6. And the narrative is not about rice. I have people, I said it here the last time I was here. I have people that bought crayfish, bag of crayfish 4 months ago for 55,000. The same people, when they went to go and buy the same bag of crayfish 2 months ago, no, about 7 weeks ago, it was 90,000. They went last week to replenish their supply. It was 110. So whether it is rice, beans, crayfish, fish, so this, we all say rice, 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 rice. It's not the rice. I have a guy in Ogbomoso who does a lubo and all whatnot. He's telling me that the price of beans is more expensive than the bag of rice. What does it take to grow beans? I was even telling him, I said, look, you people are going to piss me off to the point that I'm going to come to that Nigeria and come and do this farming thing. Because in my place in California, in our little patch, the amount of tomatoes that we harvest, plant tomato May 9, at the towards whenever towards the lifespan of that of the harvest, we get those sack of tomato bags, that 50 kg or whatever. We get more than 6 bags. Just from we don't do anything extraordinary. Have the water there, have it running. So I was just having this conversation with my brother-in-law. Say, well, you're not considering the insecurity, this, that. When I was in Nigeria in March, there was food everywhere. Expensive.
There still is food everywhere, but it's just outside of the affordability of people at the moment. So,
yeah, but that is why I believe that. Like I said, this is not a today narrative for me. The very first week that these guys, I don't know what they were doing during Buhari time that they came in. My point was whether it's good. I don't expect the government to be really, really running a farm, but put the money into it. That money you're going to use to buy that 600 and something. You're going to use to buy jets. I don't know. Maybe you want to go and fight Niger now, or what you need jets for right this minute. If you put that into public-private enterprise and get people who are serious about this thing, there are people on the ground that are doing it. It's just not enough for the 200. Who knows how many million people?
But the money is being put in now. We have a.
One man, hold on, because the key sectors like Kando was alluding to, agriculture, healthcare, education. With the reshuffling, you can see even there, like we kind of screwed up in 2 out of 3 here. We're not doing a good job. If it's top priority, if food security, livestock, whatever was top priority, it should have been done day one. if you're going to have livestock ministry, you should have had that day one or month two. Where is the actual policy on that? If you really need this sector to grow, to thrive, we should have been focused on agriculture day one. So I liked him when he was begging the governors, when he was in with Bagu, opening the tractors, whatever, farming. But he should have done more. He should have called all the governors and say, hey, we need to do this. Give us land. Let's work with you. Let's make this happen. I will get the loans for you. I will get the guarantees for you. We'll get the people working. But they didn't do that. And 1 year or 1.5 years into his administration, we're still talking about, oh, agriculture, we're going to do A, B, C, or D. Or we have livestock ministry now. Healthcare, have you heard anything? They fired that guy, rightfully so. Education, rightfully so. Housing, rightfully so. They fired those 3 people. So how do you have a country where you don't prioritize agriculture to feed the people, healthcare to keep them healthy, education to educate them, and housing to put them in a shelter? These are top priorities for any society, and you're not doing anything meaningful so far. And you're one year into your government. Where is the investment? And you know what happens in the next 1 year now? We started talking about the next election. That's Nigeria. You actually govern for only 2.5 years. We all know that. So you already spent one year out of 2. By next year ending, you're already discussing 27. So where's the achievement? Oh, the Lagos Calabar Road and whatever. Oh, clap for yourself. Are you done? You want some cookies? Yes, no, come on, man. He's not doing anything, man. Let's be honest. If you cannot address education, healthcare, housing, and agriculture, they should be top priority. And it's not doing anything meaningful. So far, I've not been impressed. And he's 5 out of 5 of them. You wait 1 year to get rid of your Minister of Education that is not doing shit. Man, can go ahead, man.
If you listen to Bayo Ononuga, you will understand exactly why the whole thing is not moving ahead. He said it's just about 156 minutes or so, channel television. He said he was the one who went to the president and alerted him that the ASU salary thing, which they were agitating about, that they don't want to be part of the new structure, that they want to belong elsewhere. And the president gave a directive to say, okay, wherever they want to go, let them go there. I don't have a problem. To tell the president they've not carried out that policy, that the president was very angry. Very, very angry. He has to call the minister. Even the one for the custom, for the tariff relief, he said they only sent a letter to the controller of custom. And the controller was asking them that, where are the backup approval and directives from this place, from that place, that will make the whole memo a complete thing? So they have to return it. So they are not even organized. Because I was coming from Bayo Ononuga, I couldn't believe it. What's the chief of staff doing? That's the work of the secretary to the government and the chief of staff. So if they are not telling the president anything, the president, cannot go to the street himself. And if they're incompetent, he should just do away with them. Because I was surprised that his policies are, the policies are not meeting the fiscal aspect of it. So the tire the rubber is not hitting the road for them. And this time that he's staying around, I think he should just stay longer so that he can really appraise things himself and ask the right question. Wike says, or who said he goes out in the night? He shouldn't be going out only in the night. He should send Madame out too. Send she out.
That was Ojikalu.
Don't they give him feedback? His children, his wife, they have access to him outside of protocol. So who is shielding him? Because go listen to that interview by Ononuga. So we are not being served at all, because there must be the fierce urgency of
of this time in the attitude of the government. And the president is the man on whose desk the buck stops. So that's my take on that woman.
And by the way, just to add, just for a few minutes in regards to Kemi and the UK, I wanted to ask.
That was what you came in for, wasn't it, Kevin?
Do you guys actually believe do you think that she believes it, or it's for political reasons? Like she's throwing red meat to the conservative in the UK just to get enough support for what to move up the ladder. Do you actually believe? Do you think in your own assessment, do you guys really think she believes the BS she's saying about migrants and stuff like that?
I think it's political talk. But how many people have that kind of understanding that she's just playing politics?
Because at some point it just started to sound ridiculous. Because I've been hearing about it for a minute now, and she was in Nigeria early part of this year. Actually, she was in Nigeria she was with that former Minister of Trade and Investment, the light-skinned lady. They had this open stuff.
Anita Doris.
They were together, and she was addressing the need for Nigeria to increase exports and stuff like that. So, but I've heard her outside of that echo chamber when she's talking about something different. She sounds very intelligent. She's still very intelligent, but when she's back in the UK, for some reason, it's like she has to then.
She's an engineer and also a lawyer.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, like, if she's just doing it just to throw the red at the right wing, or
I think so. I think she just want to imitate Margaret Thatcher. Well, Margaret Thatcher was not throwing her people under the bus. Margaret Thatcher was ruthless, and it paid off eventually. And till today, people still talk about her.
Yeah. I'm like, there's a way you address this issue. Like, Obama deported more people than Trump did. Obama actually deported more people Obama deported more people than anybody else in the history of America as a president.
Correct.
But nobody ever, the way it talks about it, you will never know. Look it up. Obama was
it was when he left we started seeing the statistics.
Exactly, but it wasn't like disrespect. It wasn't that way. He was able to communicate, his thoughts, what he thought about it.
He's fondly referred to as the deporter in chief.
Exactly. But people think, Trump, Mr. Build the Wall, is the one that wants to deport everybody. When in actual fact, it was actually Obama doing the deportation.
You know what they say, right? Empty barrels. You know what they say. They tend to speak so loud, like there's something in there. I have a different question. I've heard so much about.
Sorry, just in answer to BT, you're exactly right. She was just throwing red meat to the carnival, but I can do, yes.
Yeah, my question is, I've heard so much about this Ojukwu woman, that she's pretty. I know she's accomplished, but I hear so much about. Is it that people have never seen beautiful woman before? And does anyone know about how old the woman is?
She'll be in her 50s.
Okay, I'm confused. Really, it sounds like people have never seen a beautiful woman before or something. That's how it's sounding to me. And except for your wife, except for the woman who is your wife, mother of your children,
and your mother too,
and your mother and people like that,
and all our mothers beautiful.
Yeah, but talking about she's so pretty, it's like I'm confused. Where have these people? I mean, have these people never seen a beautiful woman before? I'm and a 50-something-year-old at that. If it's your wife now, that's a different story, and the mother of your children. You get a bill. Anyway,
woman, have you seen Ellen? Have you seen Ellen Prest, Miss Nigeria of I think before Bianca, or I think Ellen Prest was before Bianca. I'm sure. No, it was after Bianca. Ellen Prest. Check her out. So the Kemi Badenoch thing, I think she's just making politics and using her own people as a trade. But like I said, I mean, that's a very, very dangerous and wrong channel. Do
you know what I didn't understand is when some Nigerians now believe that, because she's Nigerian, quote unquote, when she gets here, she will help us. She's just Nigerian. She's not Nigerian by heart. No. I'm going to help you. Don't fall for that Obama scam again in the UK, you guys. Because she's going to give a damn about you. Because I believe she wants to become prime minister. That is the end game for. That's what
But Rishi Sunak did not derogate the Indian heritage. In fact, he did this ritual before he entered 10 Downing Street. He did some ritual with light and everything.
Is it really a black thing to do that, though, to sacrifice your own people for your own?
Imagine Kemi Badenoch throwing Ifa Okpele down before she entered as a prime minister in the 10 Downing Street. She would not do that. Do
you know what's funny? If she does that, the white people will not complain. It will be the black people complaining. They won't be the one complaining. It will be your fellow Nigerians. Oh my God, blood of the Zachariah. What's she doing? They will be the one complaining, not the white people.
I was surprised to see Rishi Sunak did that, honestly, and I was impressed. As his religion is religion.
All right, let's bring a Kene in. I'm not quite sure. And by the way, that's the woman right there. It's a matter of visuals, not anything. I don't know, unique, I don't know anything else.
Finally impressed. If we don't, I can continue to name about 6 beauty
one man.
Are you not intimidated?
One man. Let me. I don't know if I've said this here before. I used to date a woman who was considered Russia's #1 ballerina. Way beautiful than this one where they show. Way beautiful than this one.
That's
when I went, hold on. When I went with her to one of this Russian thing, come and see people lining up to kiss this woman's hand. Woman will be say, when I go in place or he come my place, he go ask me, she make it crawl from the front door to come and meet me where I sit down. So all this foolishness is foolishness. Those people that people see, hey, there's somebody who is tired of that somewhere. So I just can't know the shakarami.
You know, one man, by the way, I thought you were into dark skin. I know you had this crush for the Abiola girl on the right, the former. I know you're into dark skin. I didn't know you were also into light skin. One man.
I'm into neither. I'm only into my own wife for like a. But
hey, go one man. Is your wife close to you? Why are you now checking out?
Now that I can do has brought in the.
BT, do you like ugliness?
That's not the point.
It's the point now.
One man is the one that
who likes ugliness.
No. One man has this option with this Abiola daughter that used to be on.
I do like her. She's quite sharp.
He's obsessed with Tundu. She's not pretty to me. I don't know what he sees in her, but that's one man.
I think it's her brain that when she was on that platform, I thought she was the cleverest, even cleverer than Abati.
So do you like this new replacement Ayo or whatever her name is?
No, I find her silly.
No, she kind of I think she follows the leader of
Rufai.
Rufai,
Yes.
He has some kind of influence on her, the way she reads.
I think she has the potential to be clever, but like you said, she seems to follow his lead, you know. And I'm not quite sure why Ruben Abate doesn't reel them in. Maybe he's under instructions.
No. Do you know what's going on? Like you can see sometimes he loses school. What happens is the boss is Rufai can easily go over his head. You can tell now. His boss, he can easily go to the boss and they're okay with him. So come on. So even if you try to caution him, I've seen him try to caution Rufai, and Rufai does disobey him and lie to you. But who's he going to complain to? If the boss says this guy is making us money, the views are all because of him, what can he really do? So he would throw jabs. Come on. He would throw jabs. You will hear him say real journalism. It throws pot shot at Rufai once in a while. You hear, but he cannot really get rid of him. He doesn't have that power. So that's the problem.
Do you think it's been too long in that space? It should not have moved up. It should be on channel. Somebody like him should be on channels, television, not on.
Are they paying well on channels?
Look, even one man, maybe you've not observed, surprisingly, they are still under 1 million followership, where TVC people don't even talk about. It's inching towards 1.3 million. And channel is going above 2 million. So they are not making progress. They are still under 1 million. Arise.
You know, funny enough, they for some reason people like them online, but in Nigeria nobody really regards Arise that much. I think it's just that kind of
because they are an obedient sort of and the audiences are online because the obedience they are more online.
But people in Nigeria, I don't think they rate Arise. I think to them the Mokwe are still number one, you know, in terms of actual journalism. They still
followership is over 2 million channel.
Yeah, they still see those.
And TVC, we don't even talk about, it's 1.3.
No, TVC to me is their disappointment for their morning. How can you have the View or whatever View when they're in the morning where you have all this news story, headline news shows, and you're discussing all this gossip? Somebody stole somebody's husband in the morning. That's what you're discussing when, or that, and you're supposed to be a news channel. It's just their lineup is just little.
Yeah, but that's the usual format. Now, even where you are, the breakfast hours is usually gets towards what's that that one? Yeah, that one that Rupi Goldberg does and all that sort of
No. No. I don't watch. No. I'm saying that even there, you know how when you have the morning show on Arise or whatever they have on channels TV. They don't have any of that on TVC in the morning. They don't have any news like
you mean news review sort of
like review stories in the early morning hours. They don't have that kind of where you can say okay they're competing with ABC or Arise TV. They're competing with them to give them run over, and they should have one because you have access to the government. Yeah, pretty much is TV channel, so you should leverage the same way they do in America. If you have a Republican as in charge, Fox News will have access to all news stories and stuff. If you have a Democrat, you have MSNBC ratings will go up. So leverage that access that you have to Tinubu right now to increase your viewership and get access to stories that nobody else has. That's the way you play the game. But I don't know what they're doing there. But
I'm surprised they have more followership than even Arise with all the.
I think that might be a historical carryover though, because I think they've been going longer than Arise.
Yeah, they've been there for a while. And to say I'm not really a fan of Otojo or whatever.
Oh no, he's an annoying guy.
He's very.
He's very condescending. He doesn't let other people speak.
Who is that?
He tried. Otojo.
Just. It brings people that like how do you even bring this one on? Who are these people? Like nobody can challenge him. They can't see just whatever he wants. So what are we watching?
It could give Prince. It could be a traditional ruler tomorrow. Because the father is an Oba.
Yeah, so I'm not a fan of that news channel.
It's Kogi. It's not even proper Yoruba. Then Kogi people are not really.
I like it.
No, his own party come from the Galat type parts.
I like Sheung. Sheung is very.
The best journalist in Nigeria, from my view, is and I don't even like her, but it's that Mao Ogun. I think I don't think anybody even comes close.
She's cool. She knows her onions. She's been at it for a very long time, despite her age. She was there as a spinster. She married there. She's a mother now there, and inching maybe towards a grandmother.
I disagree. The best, if you've been objective, don't mind one man. The best is Yori on TVC. That is the best you have.
But it doesn't do politics much now.
It's
more like a magazine program. Yeah, Uncle Yori, it's like a magazine.
Yeah, but Shehu is okay too. They're fair, but all these Arise clowns just get tired of them.
But Rotus on Arise is quite good though. As a subject matter specialist,
they kind of sidelined him now. See that they pushed him out a little bit. You see that.
It's not throwing the party line, Avi.
Exactly. So if he's not playing, So they kind of sideline him a little bit. If he's not saying what they want him to say, you will see Rufai. By the way, how is Rufai even on TV? To be honest, really, how is he on TV?
I don't know, because it's not aesthetically pleasing. It's not subject matter expert in anything.
No. I mean, like somebody like you will have Rufai Ruben respond to something. I will say something. Okay, Rufai, what do you think? I just went on Google right now. We are suffering. What? That's what? Who is this guy?
You know what annoys me about him, BT? Because I only ever really watched the audio per bit, and she will ask him a question, and then she will want him to stop because she has to move the conversation. But he will go on and on and on and on. We know this, woe is me, woe betide, we're about to die, and then
he will ask you 5 questions and spend over 3 minutes asking the question, then wants you to answer in 5 minutes, like in 3 seconds. Like, dude, just answer one question. Are you asking a question, or are you debating, or are you asking? What are you really doing? Can I ask questions to guests? It's very disrespectful to guests. Doesn't know how to effectively communicate his position, to be honest with you. I know he speaks grammar, whatever he thinks he's speaking, but does not make any sense.
There was a time he used to quote all these European philosophers. We used to annoy me. He would say, according to Russell Bacall, according to Jürgen Habermas, who the hell Jürgen Habermas, the Marquis of something was said in 1802. Look at this silly little. They're trying to find him a wife. Nobody will take. He has no takers. At my love 50 now.
Really?
No, but it's something.
I don't know. Is it?
Oh. But that one is personal. I don't. I don't enjoy that though. But I'm just saying that it's the way he presents himself. I know he has a huge follow, and he has a fan base.
It's 44.
He has to grow up. You need to stop, pandering to the obedient space. It's getting annoying. It's getting to play out the arena.
But if he does that, he has nothing else to. That is a one-trick pony, isn't he? That is his only raison d'être. That is his one shtick.
No,
he doesn't pander to the obedient, then he loses relevance.
Me or YouTuber. If I was YouTuber like you, I'll be petty. Remember, this guy was always against that Lagos Calabar road now. He's blah, 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 blah. The same guy. You see? They're doing a good job, but they need to finish it though. I'm like, wait, what?
Is that Rufai?
Yes.
He has changed his tone.
I'm like, nobody's calling him out. Like, wait a minute. Remember the procurement? We must see procurement, whatever. Now you're like, we are for it. And
he was asking for a soil sample.
Nonsense now. Wait a minute. This guy, man, we have you on tape now. What are you doing?
I find that funny anyway, when you're always saying they should come and tell us, they should bring their papers here. Let us see it.
Like, who are you?
What?
They
should leave Aso Rock, or the minister will leave his office and come to you with papers to tell you the fuel the presidential jet consumes, how much it costs for the president to travel. I find it.
Do you remember that interview?
So journalists to get this kind of power.
Do you remember that interview with David Umahi? That was funny. He was trying to compare numbers with David Umahi. This idiot.
Empirical evidence. I want.
No. He brought out the calculator on live programs to want to start debating numbers with an engineer. When that one overwhelmed him, the guy gave up. Tell me how wide? 0.2, 0.5.
Yeah, I saw that you are not a mathematician. You don't even know anything. You are arguing with the accomplished human.
That one was mocking him that you don't understand these things, so why don't you just be quiet? And he was still trying to use his shine to hold muscles to it. Hey, when you don't know something, muscles can't get you through what you don't know. You can't hold muscles to. Oh God.
It's so funny. But let's look beyond the beauty of Bianca, actually. She's a linguist too. She speaks Spanish, French, English, and of course Igbo. And she went to college even in Spain. So she will be very useful in that portfolio she's been handed to our country, and maybe also talk to our people in Houston, Chicago, and all the rest when she comes visiting.
She's a lawyer.
Yeah, she is. That's her first degree. I mean, her first profession. She went to Lagos School of Law, Lagos Law School. I mean, she said, well, she's accomplished in her own right. So let's look beyond the beauty. So I think she will perform. As far as I'm concerned, they brought her in for a purpose, and I think she will deliver.
She's 57.
Yeah, she's no more a kid. Even Zeke's widow, whom he married when she was just, I think, barely 20 years or 21. She's still alive and a professor now. And Zeke has gone a long time ago.
She's British trained, Oxford College, Penforth.
Now, money man picking now.
St. Andrews College, Cambridge. University of Buckingham, UNN, and on and on.
She's very. She has good CV.
Yeah, crowned most beautiful girl in Nigeria. Miss Martini, she got that one. Miss World represented Hong Kong. Miss Universe in Mexico. My God, she's lived a life.
Yeah. Ojukwu will not marry nonsense now. Ojukwu will not marry nonsense. And she will be also protected because she's having a lot of lawsuits from the husband's people and also Ojukwu other children and things like that.
That part of our constitution, where it's a very gray area where tradition, customs, regards to somebody's dead and the widow of a man in this sense, where there is something on paper, right? But even the law tends to look into the direction of what the cultural norms is, like in terms of sharing properties and like Ogun, like we call it in Yoruba, where the culture still wants to, like, even the guy that died, Wigwe, that died recently, the idea that somebody wants give me a quarter of what my son owns. But what does the law say in regards to property rights when somebody is there? I'm not sure. Do you know what is it? Does it belong to the spouse?
If you die intestate without leaving a will, it's a big problem. But if you're a Muslim, it is very easy because they will go through the Quranic guideline. I forgot what they call it.
I'm saying that does that override what the law says in regards to that?
But Ojukwu did not die intestate, though.
No, he will. Ukemba will not die intestate now. Sharp man.
Well, I'm saying that just general question. Like, let's say somebody just didn't leave a will or whatever, and you saying Muslim rights or they share it. But what does the law say in regards to how the property should be shared? Or does that override the religious law? Does it override?
I think the law differs to customary law, doesn't it?
Does it?
Yes.
When you die as a Christian, interstate like that, there's always wahala because, but like if the thing is plenty, they will almost kill themselves. There are always the tendency of your favorite child to come up with fake will, and it happens in the case of Okotiebo. It happens in the case of this guy who used to own Sony Records.
whose father dealt with Damask, Okunowo, and a host of other. Even the Abiola one is still there till tomorrow. So it's a difficult thing.
The Abiola one has gone public now. They are now fighting it out on social media.
Yeah, it's terrible. And these cases could go on for 20 years, 25 years. They'll bog themselves in court. Oh, it's a learning thing for everybody who has some little coins. Just learn and protect yourself. But for the Muslim, they do it, they call it Uri Ujuri. That's how Yoruba interpreted it. Uri Ujuri. If you have 4 wives, they divide everything equally in 4 places. If you have 10 children, that's your wahala. If you have 1, that's your own wahala. Everything divided equally amongst the wives.
Oh man, this is a very good topic. I know the women perhaps want to be the one to discuss this. You might have the women discuss it, because you remember I didn't even know that Nigeria actually has tight support in our laws. There's tight support.
Yeah, but no enforcement. They tell them they go.
That's
no
my
enforcement.
No. That's my point. Like, but at least for the people that went to court that even pursued that case in the first place, most women or people, they don't even know they have rights to the children under the law. So it's the idea of the father owns the child, the cultural part of that's so. That's what I'm asking you. Like, there is the cultural part of certainly like child disputes and wills and properties, but there's also the customary, so which one overrides the other one? Like, is it that even if I go to court and I win a case, they can say forget the court judgment, this is what our culture dictates, and that's it? So I'm trying to understand that really, Roman. So because I've seen that in the 80s.
The problem will be the enforcement, isn't it? Where you and I are, they'll just attach it to your income, but I don't think the income is that identifiable within the Nigerian space now.
Even splitting properties, even divorce. In Nigeria, you know, in the law, even the law, you can actually get some property from your husband if he divorces in Nigeria. Did you know that?
Such things don't work.
But who dares?
Because the judge Papa is complicit. He will not share, so it's not going to back it. He will just be adjourning the case.
Why I like you. It might be new. After he the coye, get him money.
Alorin, come on, Benny. Alorin, come on. Alorin, come on.
Well,
so it's sad anyway when the man has gone and you have all this kind of problem. Look, the Okotiebo one was even so funny after the 66. I think the coup is just a one-line will, and I've forgotten exactly how the sentence read. So the Alero, who is the favorite child, and the senior one, said that line referred to her or something like that. And for that huge wealth, she cornered it, and they were in court even up till about 10 years ago. They were still in court after the incident.
Do you know what I've noticed is that's what, because I used to think that it was the mom that always wants to have a male child, and I figured out later in life, no, the dad wants the male child more to protect his wife if he dies from the families and the community. Because if you notice, if you have a polygamous home, if you are the wife that only has women or girls, there's nothing for you. So you need that male child to stand for you when it's time to fight for properties or to do. So you need the male child. So they really want to have a male child just for their wife's protection from the.
But you only need one person, Babati, because I remember in Igbo culture, it was this woman. She was an executive director of Guinness, very pretty woman in those days. I've forgotten her name. She was the one who gave birth to Gowon's child when Gowon was head of state, and Gowon refused to accept that child. You know, when their own father, because she was from a very big, and rich Igbo family. They refused to give her. First, she started dragging the matter that even as an Ada, she cannot build a house in her father's compound. She built the house. That's where the trouble started. She built house
but Baba, as far as I'm aware, and correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that females don't have inheritance right in Igbo culture.
No, they have now. Through that woman I'm talking about, she dragged it, and it's on her statutes. They have right now. Female children in Igbo land have rights, except the owner of the property explicitly refused to acknowledge them in his will and say, don't give them anything in capital letters.
Well, no, but
that's the only way.
Also, the way your family or friends or community will treat your kids, especially the women, the girls, depends on how the father treats them when he's alive, and if he's made it very especially clear that this is what it is. So if you don't lay down the law before you die, and you just they will say go to your husband's house or go to your husband's house.
Imagine my cousin too will be coming because I die intestate to come and drag.
No. Don't mean to put my stuff up personal. I've had to stand up as an 11-year-old against family members when it comes to properties. I've had to do that even as a child.
What's their business? What is their business?
I've had to, and I was 11. Okay, but I'm telling you that if my mom didn't have any male child, that was it. So even if you're young, just having a male presence as any boy that you have matters a lot in some cultures.
BT, it is we that caused it. When you have one thing one way, logbe paper, logbe fun egbon mi, or go and give it to my cousin, lomufalaji. This, that, when you invited them into your house, so they will have a say when you die. Some people do that mistake, but when you keep them at bay from day one, you protect your household against them. Let your household, these people know, apart from what they are getting while you are alive, they will dare not come and challenge.
And you know what's funny? Like years later, like 30, 40 years later, one of them, now he was married, like, and it was now, he didn't want the family to come into his it was shooting his wife away from the family. And like, oh, so you are trying to get somebody's shit, but when it comes to yours, you don't want anybody to, so you hold on to your own, but you fight over other people's property and resources. That's the dark world. Okay, I'm talking too much now. My love. Let me just.
I think it's ethnic grouping. By ethnic grouping, they have their own. In Ashantis, the Ashantis, for instance, your children don't inherit you. Instead, your nephew and your nieces, they are the ones that will inherit you. Your own children also will inherit their uncle.
What's the logic of what underpins that? What's the logic?
I think I can't ask. Actually, I can't remember the explanation for that. But when they break it down for you, you understand that. Well, fair enough. Well, I can't remember now the explanation, the reasons they gave for that. But it's ridiculous. You have your husband, you have your children, and you'll be doing everything for his nephew and nieces. Everything goes to them. And suppose your children are the cosmopolitan type. So where do they go? They are not even used to anybody.
Oh man, I'm interested in it because does the law on paper cover those that only did customary whatever marriage or whatever? We know the one that they go to customary.
Now customary marriage.
So does the Oyinbo law cover them in case they didn't marry the white wedding or whatever? Does it? Because I'm trying to understand, because this thing is like it happens a lot, but nobody ever tried.
I don't think it does. This is where we need Ogbeni, but it's probably already in bed. But I don't think it does, because the law will apply to the sort of marriage that you can. It's like
don't forget we have
the law doesn't.
What's the cultural court or what do you call it? Where we have this
customary court.
Customary court. We have customary court now. People go there. They thrive. But then it all depends. If you are married out of wedlock in Yoruba land,
You understand? And you don't have more than one wife, and you are a Christian. You understand? I think chances are the family will take everything from that woman. Or except she's exceptionally strong and very wise. Because I've seen a woman in that situation. The man, a very rich tax officer with Lagos State government, and he just died. What was the sickness even at loot? And the wife was crying. When the church people came, they know the story already because he was in loot for some time, and that thing is being. Do you know before that man died, they helped her prepare a will and forced the man, they held his hand in the word in loot to sign. Shaky hands. So that was what the woman was holding. So when he died, and these are Ijebus anyway, when they came and they first locked the cupboard in the man's bedroom and locked the man's door, real carpenter to nail it to. And say after burial they will come. They don't know, they've played them out. Woman take that paper to a lawyer, and it's a man's friends actually that helped her. If not, she would have lost everything. Because unfortunately, the excuse of the family was that before he married that woman, he had one child before. So they came under the excuse that they are fighting for that child, and that's only one child. So, but they were fair enough, and they gave the girl something. I think only one building, and the woman and her own 3 children took everything. The rest, she was just lucky, an exceptional case. If not, the family that came, the man's body is still just fresh in the mortuary, and they are locking up, nailing bedroom and nailing cupboard and things like that. She would have lost.
So I'm saying, like, when that happens, can the woman then go approach the court or get the police involved? Because she has the legal standing for that, right? Under the law. So you dispatch.
If you've seen these people, Babati.
I know. I know. I know more now, but more. I trust me. I know. I'm just saying that any laws on because I just want to know. I've always wondered that, what the law, because some of them even go as far as trying to eliminate the kids of the okay. Let me say too much. But that, you know what I'm saying? I
understand. It's a very dangerous thing. So it's a good thing. Even woman, you can do it as a topic one day so that people can get educated. Because we take a lot of things for granted. Even if you do it in your young age, you can renew it every 2 years. It doesn't really matter. So that at least where you drop is the one they will meet. Because it's a touchy issue that a lot of children have suffered tremendously and watched what their father worked for, and their mother aided the father to achieve, just frittered away to non-entities. So if you, in all good conscience, every man, including every woman that has achieved something, particularly real estate, make sure you protect your children and your wife.
Very, very,
yeah.
very. And
Can I chime in real quickly? Because interestingly enough, I just had this conversation with my dad today. Because just going over all this estate and what have you, because my dad actually has a couple of kids outside of our family. So we had this conversation about his will and what have you. And interestingly enough, there are 5 of us from my mom and 1 child from some other woman and another child from another woman. And it was really interesting because my dad basically stated that the vast majority of his assets will go to the 5 from my mom. And like I told him, we know of these 2. I think there's one somewhere, another one somewhere. And I am so grateful for the siblings, for my mother's children, because these are conversations that we've had. Everybody's going to do a DNA test. And as long as you are, it has been confirmed that you're from my dad, however many there are, everything will be split down the middle to everyone. There's a part of me that kind of thinks that part of this is poverty mentality. But I've seen other families where the children are doing very well. And they still go to court and fight over all this banduku, like I call them. So it's not just a poverty mentality. I don't know if it's a Jezebel spirit. But like I said, I thank God for my mother's children, because they are not of that mindset at all. They're like, whoever is there.
Tony, if you are listening, it's Ashanti people in Ghana. Carry on, Kandu. Sorry about it.
Yeah, so I don't really know what it is with people and things. They make things to be more important than people. And to me, it is people first, then things. So, I mean, like a lot of people have mentioned about this. People should be very careful, like my grandfather, for example. Out of all of his children, my mom was the one that he gave most things to, which was really baffling, because my mom is the first child and the first daughter. But because of the relationship that they developed, when my mom was really into her career and this and that and businesses and all whatnot, and a number of those children, by the time he passed away, were in college. And I could not understand that why would you give someone who is doing so well so much and give people who don't have a job? I mean, he had businesses, and everybody knows if you're in school, you're not allowed to work, because his premise was that if you allow them to start making money will be, the driving force for them. So he never allowed any of his children to work in the businesses that he had. But I mean, obviously my mom was first child, doing well, and she had more resources to bring to the table to him in his later years. I mean, my uncles that were in college, what were they? I mean, what could they do? So I never really understood then, nor do I understand up till today, why anyone would distribute their assets like that. And in my eyes, it was, there was the human relations between, that they had. I mean, to the point that my mother, is like going from Surulere, going to Mushi, and you worked in Marina, but you first go from Surulere to Mushi to go and greet her dad before heading to work at Marina. So it's interesting. To me personally, I believe that, I mean, obviously people should do whatever works for them. My children, they know everybody's, there are only 2 of them. You get half. That's it. There's
can I say so? Can I call me whenever you're ready? I don't think we are calling numbers today. I think we're just talking Pansate wires. They're all here. I've always thought that inheritances should be shared out whilst the guy is alive, or whoever is sharing out inheritances. I don't believe that you should wait for somebody to die for them to inherit. You can say, if you're wealthy enough, you can just give it to them outright, whilst they're still young enough to enjoy it. But if you want to hold on to it, you just sit them down, everybody in the meeting, you say, X, Y, Z, this is yours, this is yours, this is yours. Everybody knows where they slot in. You are all sat there when he shares them out. The documents are signed and like I don't believe somebody should die.
It is good, one man. It's good to say it or it's practical, but from that point you held that meeting, there will be no peace. Because there is no way you can share properties. Look, let me give you my own example, for instance, how dangerous this thing is. I visited my father one day when he was still alive. This was in the late 80s. And Ofi Yosimilon, I think, he buys properties. And he said, they just brought this thing for me. He called me his pet name, you Omara for me. Mufi Yosi, and his friends were around. So pride of a father. Mora, I bought it. You understand? And he let everybody know, that Lagbajabai, he bought this thing for me. Was prideful. When he died, you understand? I even don't have intention. My mother insisted, because he had not just only my mom. My mother insisted that before they do anything, I should take my house back. I started dragging. I said, I don't want. My mother insisted. It won't even fight between me and my mother. I must take it first. That no way, nobody's going to touch it. And when we refuse, and I have to promise her, look, please, I'll buy you. Go and look for one. I will pay. Just I don't want any wahala. She collected the money. And today, the number 2 people, that's where that house went to, among several others. But it has nothing to do with me. That's how dangerous it is. Imagine if I drag anything where they are waiting for me, do I know? If I can takuru wanu ado, can I take my children into the ado?
Baba, the one I don't understand is, in some families, they will leave everything to the first son or something like that. What eye will other people be using to look at you?
No.
In some culture, it's culture.
Yeah, in some culture.
No, Kado, they leave it to the first son that he should be the one to then share.
Yeah, but they don't share.
I'm talking about. I know of some Nigerians that they've left everything for them, and they're just like, I am not giving anybody anything.
But I'm saying the intent of those parents is for the first child to do
to distribute.
Yeah, that's correct.
For the intention, you see, the intention of the fathers is like when you have younger ones, that okay, I'll give you my first child so that you can train the younger ones. But I can give you examples where, as a club I belong to, at least one property, the guy they left everything to went into snuffing.
Yeah.
And started selling things.
Yeah.
So the other children, they came to report. We had to have held a meeting, and the latest one, which is a prime property, he just gave somebody money who, from sniffing, we had to contribute money and practically jagba lower.
Yeah, Baba.
Yes, sir.
Let me say hello to everybody and say that culture tradition is not anathema to progress, the way that we see most progressive people do things, which is to write things down, to do things by the law, right? If you want to give it to your first son, put it in a will, right? We have to introduce these things. That's why a lot of us were outside of that country, and we've seen the way things are done. And the inheritance should be through a legal process. In the United States, I'm sure it's the same thing in the UK. It's called probate.
how to divide things for a deceased person, the assets. So we all know somebody sniffing, all the real life stuff that happens in the family when there's sadness and all that. But what we should be doing is to proffer solutions. Who knows who's listening? A legislator, a judge, lawyers. They know already, but they have to know that that's what we want. Writing things down, you could write the tradition down, make a will. But if you don't have a will, then there should be laws that should divvy those things out, make things invalid, no matter what, right? Now, when somebody's sniffing, it doesn't mean they're not loved. If somebody's sniffing cocaine or smoking Indian hemp, let's say it's my son, God forbid, I'll still, if I want to give it to him, my stuff, I want to give it to him. It's not love is not dependent on attitude or what society deems not to be good, right? So what I would say is that these things, which we don't have to reinvent the wheel. No pun intended there, but we should make a will. Encourage people to make a will when they're alive, to say, this is who you are appointing as your executor to divide your asset, your estate, and put it down in writing. And have the courts have probate courts, the process.
But in the probate, Bansat, they still display the will for 30 days and ask anybody who have objection to it to come forward and register their objection. This is where the problem comes in.
Yeah, but it's the same all over the world. It takes months, sometimes years to complete. It's not.
So those who don't have anything will start petitioning legally.
Right. Here it takes a long time. It depends, especially if you prepare it well, then it won't take that long, right? It will be done according to your will. But if you're irresponsible and you don't make your will, here, especially the state, will take most of that stuff in taxes. But we just can't go on doing the wrong thing, especially when they hide it under this tradition. The tradition has nothing to do with putting things in writing. We should put things in writing. Nobody owns that. Something as simple as this. So these processes have to be updated. That's what the Yibos do. They were not born with all this organization. There's a role for legislators, there's a role for courts, there's a role for the Constitution. So all these things our people may not know, but those of us who know about it should not be here complaining or elsewhere complaining. When we do that, then we have to then back it up with solutions. That's what I'm saying. They're very simple things. We have bigger problems. I was here sitting down saying, okay, let me go to one-man show. We got this high inflation. We got all these problems in the country. Let me see what they're talking about, right? And of course, unless I'm here, everybody gets along wasting time talking about things that should just be imposed. So some of these things should be imposed because they're the recalcitrance of our people. They don't go to school. They want to drive nice cars, fly jets, use a computer, go on social media. Well, that's what education brings for you. If you're gonna say Boko Haram or you don't wanna go to school, you don't want to deal with other people's tradition, then drop your phone, walk, or get on I don't know. We don't even have horses in Nigeria. Right? What the hell are you gonna do? How are you gonna get around? How are you gonna communicate? So once the decision is made that science is good, progress is good. Now this extends to especially people in the north. Once you make the decision that those things are good, then we have to get on it, fix it. Like what you're saying, what we're talking about here is what legislation to fix it. Then public education, tell people, look, make your will. If you don't make your will, the state's gonna get some of that. It should be taxed. The ones that are not, you don't make it very clear and follow the law on how to divvy up your estate, the state gets a cut. So that would then make people responsible. Now, here in the United States, let's say if you have a former spouse It's invalidated if, let's say, somebody doesn't change their will. You have a divorce and you move on with another family. They're not going to give all those things to that spouse. So the government has a role to play. We, the educated ones, the elite, we have to be forcing some of these guys to do the right thing, whether they like it or not. It's a lot of, I'll conclude with this. A lot of people think that, oh, okay, if you're backwards, you want to do things the way cavemen did it, then you're more authentic and African than somebody who's in the 21st century. Well, that's bullshit. You have to do the right thing, and some of these people have to be forced to do that. All right, thank you on that.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Pansat. Can I sense this clip in? He says he wants to speak to it. So, did somebody want to come in? I want to.
Yeah. Okay, maybe go first.
No, go first, because this will change the conversation.
Yeah.
So
okay. I want to correct something. Quickly. That's what. Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I can see Baoga can do it here. Evening, sir. Pansat.
Good evening, my guy.
Pansat, I thought you would not come to majority platform as a minority. What are you doing here?
Funny guy.
Pansat is a minority.
You want to laugh all the time. Let's just laugh all day.
I will be established that he's an Equatorial man. Is he an Equatorial man now?
Oh, Pansat? Pansat is from Cameroon. It's not even Nigeria, man.
I've always had that suspicion.
I'm from everywhere, to be honest with you. What I look for, I look for fairness, I want progress. I really don't care.
I don't think so.
I'm serious. I'm tough on you minorities because a lot of people don't know.
Who is the minority? You are the minority, man.
You guys are the problem in that country. I gotta be honest with you. But anyway, how you doing, Ewa, my boy? I never see you on this platform.
I'm here now. You know, it's my Oga platform now.
Who be your Oga?
One man.
Okay, I'm one man's Oga, and one man is the Oga. So I'm your Oga, right?
All right, but the Oga pata of everybody is Ekene, and he wants this clip. So Ekene, let me play it and then you come in. Okay.
You are not here to come and tell us what you already knew in the area of resources. So if you are telling us the reason why you have failed in fixing our road infrastructure is because of resources, don't let me take you up there. Because you concentrated your energy as a minister on less priority issues. Don't discuss resources. I say it again. With all the road that we have across the country are failed. If you are addressing these roads, existing roads, with the resources that you have, sir, Honorable Minister, we will not be where we are. Don't discuss resources. I say it again. You came here last year, you got 300 billion budget approval, supplementary approval. Don't raise my emotion. I am worried that you are not concerned about fixing Nigerian roads. We are not here for business of whether you want to do the job or you don't want to do the job. Stop telling us we are awarding road. We don't want you to be awarding road that you are not ready to do. How can you be telling us that there is no resources? In less than 1 minute, from everything that everybody has said, it's a clue. You have no plan for us as a nation. I was wondering what was used as benchmark for your appraisal.
All right, so you want to slaughter
here? Before this video, please. So the reason I'm coming, so I heard somebody said in Islam when a man died, they share the property to the wife. Actually, that's not correct. So in Islam, there is a formula for sharing properties. The wife is just a single individual in property sharing in Islam. So the son are considered, the wife are considered, the mother, the father, if they are alive. The children, both the female and male, they are considered. So I just wanted to put that out there. So it really depends on who is alive. So the people that are basically entitled to the properties are mainly the mother, the father, the wives, the children actually. So those are shared according to using a formula. So it really depends on how many children who is alive. I just wanted to clear that out.
Woman.
Alpha.
And
You want to attack Umahi, Abi, so just go for it. The action minister.
You know, I was speaking yesterday when I brought Umahi issue up. People wanted to attack me and say that I don't know what I'm saying. That he's doing. Some people were even saying that he's an underground worker, that he doesn't make noise. I told them, see, I know that Umahi did well in infrastructure in his state, even though most of those infrastructures are not useful today in Ebonyi, but at least he built infrastructure. So I don't know what he's doing today as a minister of work. Honestly speaking, I don't really. The only places I used to see him or saw him on television is when he's commissioning some road. Even the one he there was another video that if I had that video I would have sent to you that people are slamming him. He was using for campaign in 2027, telling that this road that will be completed after 2027. So this is just for campaign, not just to do road for people to use it presently. You want to tell people that for this road to be completed, that they need to do what they did last by voting Bola Tinubu in 2027. The video is out there. So I don't know why when Umahi turned out to be this naive. Honestly speaking, I didn't know. All our roads today are not motorable, especially our federal roads. You see what these are the NAS lambasting him. He was using fund as an excuse. They're telling him no. If you are busy commissioning road, all our existing roads, if you have been doing them, we wouldn't be where we are today. So this is not obedient talking. These are our existing roads. And forget all this, the elephant project they are doing. You want to commission this today and tomorrow you commission another one, something you know you will not finish. You go and continue to commission road without touching our existing road. So people are telling him, okay, all this your television just to make yourself appear good on television, but on ground, nothing is going on. You should stop it. It's not a must that you will commission a new project. Look into our existing roads. They are all bad today. Very bad. Honestly speaking, it's just that I don't know why when you see somebody that maybe you think is on the side of the president, that person, people like Umahi, they shouldn't be criticized. I'm telling you, I'm disappointed that David Umahi. Fashola, at least during the time of Fashola, we know he's a good minister of work under Buhari. You see a lot of things he was doing. We are seeing his project, Lagos Calabar, Second Niger Bridge, a lot of it. Even Amoeshi, under Amoeshi. But today, when he's worst too, I'm putting it out there for you people to know. He's worst. I don't know whether that resources is using as an excuse. I don't know whether it's true or false, but at least what the NAS are telling him is to stop this complaint. Stop telling us. They're now telling him, we budgeted this money for you last year. We budgeted this amount for you the other time. This money, you should be using it to fix our existing roads. Our roads are very bad. Very, very bad. I just wonder how our road is getting bad this time around. Honestly speaking. Very, very bad. And you know that the cost of airline has increased. But not everybody can now afford the airline. So we need a good road now. It's very, very It's very, very unfortunate the situation we find ourselves in this country. How the economy is failing, everything is failing, and nothing is being done about it. Everywhere just feels so calm, as if we don't have any government. If the man is not doing anything, let him be fired also. It's not above the people that was fired, and replace him with somebody that can do something better. So when I saw the video, I just wanted to use it to put the narrative that I was saying yesterday, and people were trying to attack me to say I don't know what I'm saying. So I thank God the video came out from the NAS. So I don't need to speak much. I just have to put it out there for you people to confirm. Let it not be that I just come here every day to criticize the government. We are here. We know what is happening. Now we they use the road. No be on just to they listen to all these their shenanigans on television. All these their propaganda on television. Then one way that is here on ground are telling you this is not going on. No, this is just a mere talk. You will not believe us. But we that is using that road, and very soon we will still use it, most of them this December period, are telling you that our roads are getting worse every day by day.
Okay, now I want to ask you a couple of questions, if you can answer them for me.
Yeah.
Ever since I've been coming on this platform, I hear you complain about virtually every policy, especially of this particular administration and the one before. But I know you noticed by now that complaining doesn't do any good. Not even to change the mind of people here. There are people here who are recalcitrant, they're obstinate, no matter what you say. It's not like they don't know what you're saying. They know what they're saying. They're doing it on purpose. So my question to you is this. If somebody could convince you right now that nothing is going to change because people just want to change and do the right thing, the kind of wickedness we have in Nigeria is deliberate. They're doing it on purpose. We know who Buhari is. We know now who Tinubu is. So when somebody like me tell you that what you should do is to do something about the situation, to change it, not to complain. Because you complain ad nauseum, nobody cares. It's now observable. Before you were saying it where you're predicting what's going to happen in the future. So that one is okay because most people are not wise or smart enough to know what's going to happen next month, next 6 months, next 1 year in Nigeria. So you ended up being right, but now they know it, but they still continue. You know the election is gonna be rigged in 2027. You know that whatever took place in 2023 is going to be double or triple what it was. I'm saying that you should go find the nearest range, talk to your friends, learn how to use the AK, right? Learn how to take your country back. Do you see what I'm saying? Take your country back, because complaining, you see, like, why am I a bad guy on this platform or other platform? I'm saying what needs to be done. You cannot convince anybody here. I bet you, I think it was yesterday, there was somebody who came here. It was a new girl. I never seen her before.
She's not new, for like, but
Yeah.
why don't you do your
I'm doing.
what is your AK and what are you doing?
I'm doing, but I'm doing one man. I'm doing. Sometime they're just talking to people, rioting, right? They say that the pen is mightier than the sword. If I do, just be only me doing. But I'm doing. I intend to convince people, such as somebody like Ekene here, right? It's an asset, but he has to understand one thing, which is what I'm making clear to him now. I'm on his side. I'm saying to him, there was the girl Falake yesterday was naming. He said something that was quite profound, indelible in my head, in my memory right now. Which she says, look, why sit here? There are people, he named them off. There are people where they're stuck in their way. No matter what you do, they're predictable. I don't know if you heard when she said that. I believe it was the dialogue between the two of you and her. And then you say name names. That's what the question you said. She didn't take the bait, but she pretty much made a very fair point, which is that a lot of people here, I believe she was generous. She gave you Semba, for example, right? And he says, those kind of people, why sit there and listen to what they have to say? She says there's a few people where once in a while, they get epiphany and they can be unpredictable. So that's like 1%. 99% of people here believe in the strength of the government to crush anybody. So they're not going to move on until they know there is something formidable to challenge that government, right? So that's what I'm saying to somebody like Ekene. I've said it many times. I like Ekene. He brings retail politics, retail economics down here for us who are in diaspora, so we could see he's honest, he's trustworthy. But complaining is not going to do you any good. If I was home, I would have done a lot of things, and I'm coming obviously. When I get there, one man that has no respect for me, that's okay. He's just talking, right? The point is that
home is only a $700 flight away now. So why are you not?
It is, but it takes a whole lot more than that.
My brother Ekene, I know you're wise enough not to become anybody's useful idiot.
No, but listen to this. In the United States, right here, we believe in. I know Babati is not here, but he'll tell you, we believe in arming ourselves, carrying weapons, right? It's not to make trouble. It's to defend ourselves and our family and our property and our rights. Let me
Pastor,
So-
please, sir, please, Mr. Pastor, please
Yeah.
just give me 1 minute to talk to Ekene before his connection drops. Please.
Okay,
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
sir. Mr. Ogawaman, thank you very much for letting me in. Mr. Ekene, are you still not there? You're going to listen back. Stop playing all these useless games that you usually play here. You should know where your trouble lies. Fashion that perform very good. Amachi the same thing, and then Umahi also they are performing. Only that it's not touching your part of the country. The Northerners have captured you before. You'll be fighting each other here. They perform well. Go and look at Abuja. Go and look at Plateau State. Go and look at all the Sokoto State. Now all those places are shiny. Kanuko, they get other grand cities. You know. Then you are coming here to say that they perform. They don't perform. Umahi is performing, but it's performing the North. You guys should be ashamed. They are coming to take your best to go and develop their side of the North. And then we are fighting each other here. You know, Yoruba, Bini, Igbo, now they fight each other. Hausa, they chop guru. They spit for their face. Thank you very much.
Tony,
all right.
I don't think that the North is left outside.
Sorry, let me say my thank you and bail out as well. Hand over to Thomas. I usually don't like to be more than 4 hours here, so and people are coming up the 4 hour mark. So the only super chat was Ayo, so we can't have that happening too often. We did agree a minimum of 5. So thank you Ayo for that. All right. I'll wait another 5-10 minutes, and we may have to leave together, Pansat, but let me wait.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Maybe let me round up so I could leave with one man and then you go.
No,
ahead.
let Ekene answer me. Please, my brother, Pastor, please, I beg you.
No problem.
Biko, no.
Go ahead.
Come on. Bia, Ekene, Bia, you have to speak very fast. Not be others. Tell me.
Tony, there is no need of shouting now. The only thing is that we are putting out narrative what is happening. So even the Northerners today are even complaining. They have not have electricity for almost getting to 3 weeks now. No electricity in almost all the part of the North. And the North are busy criticizing
how
the
many
president.
years have you not been having light in the South? How many years? How many decades?
I don't know, but the narrative that was put out there by the electricity people was that where the grids collapse and where they have the problem, the insecurity cannot allow them to go and fix it.
Yes.
You understand? So
yes,
that's the narrative they give to. And today they are almost all the North are in darkness. And this narrative is not only in the North, both the road and everything, because the last one he commissioned, I think it was Sokoto, and he was giving them 2027 to complete it or to do it. That is David Umahi. So, if you are talking about the South and North, I think the South, when it comes to poverty, is more in the North. The way I see them complain today.
Yeah, but that is their way of life. Hold on. That's their way of life. They have no reason to complain. So they don't. Look, hold on. Why you folk cry? Why you folk cry?
Hold on, please. We're gonna be gone. One man wants to leave. He's been there
I know, Pastor. Let me just land. Why would we are crying?
Tony.
Yeah.
Hang on. We're gonna be gone in a couple of minutes. I promise.
Okay.
You talk all day. Hold on. But I did. My main thing was with Kenneth. So let me just go back to that. That's more important as we're leaving right now. I want to say, Kenneth, it's not like I'm picking on you. Know how much I respect your opinion, like I said earlier. But President, he travel, he come back. He come rename the Minister of Nigeria Delta Development, Niger Delta Development to Regional Development. Right after all the problems we get for that country. You wind up the Minister of Sports Development, transfer him to National Sports Commission. You come merge the Federal Ministry of Tourism and the Federal Ministry of Arts and Culture, right? You come reassign 10 ministers to new ministerial portfolios. You come discharge 5 ministers. You nominate 7 new ministers. So that's from 5 to 7, right? Making a bigger government. You come appoint Shehu Diko as chairman of the Sports Commission. Appoint Sunda Kindari as special advisor to president and all that kind of stuff. So that's it. Nothing to address. You know how much complaint you have. Now, when I say get ready, not just you, but everybody you know, it's on you to take back the country. It's not in being. Somebody says you don't want to be anybody's fool, which is another thing with can do. I don't know where he stands. He's wishy-washy, obviously. Most of the time, he's in order. But when somebody talks, then he follows it up. Just be patient for 1 minute. I want you to have a change of attitude. Who do you think is going to help you there on this platform? When you come and you make all those complaints, right? I like the point that you give us retail, how much things are costing, how bad the policies are. But when you come here to talk and complain, what is your expectation? There's nobody here that is that soft where you could just bend their wheel. It doesn't exist. A lot of people know what's happening. They're wicked. All of us are wicked. Most Africans are wicked. Now, wickedness is colloquially you talk about witches and that. The wickedness is it's a different thing. Every human being is wicked. So now you have to bear that in mind. You cannot come here complaining all the time without somebody giving you advice like I'm doing. Go to the next range, learn how to use your ammunition to protect yourself and your family. Talk to your friends on how to take back the government. If you vote, you have to protect your vote. It's on you. I'm not concerned. My concern. Let me just end with this. I believe it's the same with most people in diaspora, right? You come up here, you have your weekends. I've seen you having a fun time. You're a big boy. You are no degu, like we say in our place. Are you looking for sympathy, or are you looking for a solution? When I say go there, get ready to, as a soldier, say, man, take the country back. It's not going to be done by complaining to anybody or be a nice guy. Here that we enjoy, people did it here. People in the United States are armed because the government can do silly things when you're not. It's just the way it is. No, government is a necessary evil.
The issue is that, Pastor, let me say the issue is that if anybody here says that there is no problem and a big problem in Nigeria, then that is even themselves. No, even the oil sector today. Look at a country that consumes about 60 million barrels. Is it a month? Today it's consuming only 4.5 million. And the thing is already affecting the oil marketers. They are already complaining. So every sector in Nigeria today is being affected. We are not talking about the hospitals, the reason why I brought the Mahi issue to even include the road, the infrastructure that we are, even to at least, if they're not doing anything, they should be doing some infrastructure to tell you that nothing is happening. So when I listen to Bayonanoga, one man should have played Bayonanoga this interview that he had with Che Working Baloye this Sunday. The guy just went on television and was speaking nonsense. Nothing. When you see him tweet, you think he has a solution to Nigerian problem. But when Chewu was interviewing him today, he couldn't say any meaningful thing to say that this is what this government is doing. So
That's what I'm saying to you now. I hear you about you. Let me ask you one simple question. I think one man could go anytime you want now, but let me just say to you.
All right. Thank you.
One single Yoruba person that's been writing in that country. One. You cannot name one.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So if you're concerned about road, why do you give a damn about a road? Whether Omar he constructs a road or not, with the kind of problems you talk about here, what do you care about a road for? Because let me tell you something, there's no difference. Woman, just 1 second.
Okay.
There's no difference between you and I. You see the way I'm talking now, say the Yorubas are totally iniquitous in that country right now, completely. So now when you say, oh, Tinubu is not doing very well, you named somebody else. That's a Yoruba guy. I forgot the name. He just made the nation.
Pansat, we hear English.
Asad, why are you interested?
Don't do that.
Why are you interested in where they are from? Actually, why are you saying that?
Why am I what?
That's exactly why you say Yoruba?
Pansat is an ethnic bigot now. Did you not know that? Why?
No.
Everybody knows.
Yeah, he should have known where the trouble is coming from. That the Northerners are not complaining.
That Pansat is an ethnic bigot.
So the Northerners are your master. Pastor, listen to me. So the ministers are performing well. The government is working well in the northern part.
Hold on, Tony, you're right. You half right. You're half wrong. Right? We have two things going on simultaneously. Right? So that this is where when you see a paradox, right? That's where you know somebody who's not prepared. Right now we have two problems. Number one is the Northerners. That's clear to everybody, right? Everybody knows that. Yorubas know that. Igbos know that. Even Northerners know that. But we don't have to handle that if we could take care of our Yoruba problem, right? Like the other day I said, you have Sunday before they go into the UN or whatever. Here are the Igbos who are ready to divide the country. That's who they should go to and say, okay, look, I'm ready. They don't have to consult the North once the Yoruba say, okay, we're going to divide this thing, right? If they're serious. Because 2 out of 3 takes it. But that's not an issue. But the point is that there's not a single. Now, what they're doing, like on this platform, when you have people like Dele Faratumi, right? If you say the truth in Yoruba land, they cast you out. They say an Igbo guy. Or that you're stupid. This is one of their gems. You have a lot of gems in the Yoruba land, but what they're doing, and it's been acceptable, is that anybody who tells the truth, anybody who is strong for the country, they cast them out. It's no longer good. Right?
We know our gems. You
will
not come and tell us or choose our gems for us. Okay?
Mr. Pansat, whether it is Farotimi or any other Rotimi by any other name,
right?
I don't know these people you talk about. Me as a person, I'm a Yoruba person. I don't know. I don't
and
care
you are
who
not
casts you out.
iniquitous, are you?
No,
Exactly.
not by any
Stop
stretch.
using that language.
Not by any stretch.
Do you know Dele Faratumi?
I've heard of him, but who is he? Who made him the who made him the spokesperson of the Yoruba people?
Or still righteousness Yoruba man.
Let me answer you now, because this is sometimes it's sad, right? When you have somebody you respect, right? Somebody.
All right. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Okay, bye.
See you tomorrow.
Can do. Let me tell you something. I've heard you, and a lot of times
sir.
You make a lot of sense. And most of those times, my head.
You are sorry. You are gone. You are gone. It's better. It's better. Let me give me the opportunity to answer one. Something here, please. There's a narrative just going on. Something that is trending in Nigeria, various Nigeria platforms right now is that they keep blaming the Yoruba. But let's not forget that right from the time immemorial, the Igbos and the Northerners have been partnering each other. They have been the best, allied, or they have been
allied.
Yeah, allied. Thank you. Then look, Amadou Bello. Let us go to the history. Let us not distort the history. Let us see the history as they are.
Before you go
No,
into
hold on,
your history, why do you
hold on, before I lost my thought.
Why do you care who is blaming the Yoruba people? Who are the people that have time for this foolishness?
Yeah, but let's about when they are blaming the Yoruba people.
Why
Who are the
do
positive
you
fighting for the
care?
poor masses? Hold on, sir.
No, let me
Who are the positive
tell
fighting
you what
for the poor masses today?
Let me tell you what the
I don't know the
problem
Yoruba
is.
people. Hold on, let me land, sir.
The
I have a point
problem
to
is
make.
the people
I have
like
a point to
you.
make,
The
please.
problem,
Please, I have a point to make. General Thomas is in the house. I can see. Yeah.
Good morning, good afternoon from Australia. Good day to all of you all. Second section, we have rules. We are not shouting or top each other. No swearing, no calling people name. If you do that, I throw you in the bin. Let's have a good conversation. 2, 3 voices, 4 voices cascading on each other is not going to be allowed. So we can have a smooth section. Please, I beg you. And if I say, please hold on, please do. Thank you. Who has not spoken at all? This is a new section. So I want anybody that has not spoken before to kick it up, please. Who has not spoken at all? At all. Baba, share this also. Can do who has spoken, who has not spoken at all. So we'll kick it up the new voices.
I should talk then, Thomas.
Okay,
I think it's only Prince Daddy that's not spoken. We've always had a conversation. But
Yes, sir. Enjoy your week. Yes, sir. Prince Daddy, you know the topics. Yeah, just kick it up with us. And this section is free flow. There is no, you can interject, you can comment, but your interjection should not more than 1.5 minutes. Thank you. Yeah, Prince Daddy, let's hear from you. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Thomas. Hey, is BT there? BT, are you still there?
BT, yeah, no, it's not here. He's here, he's on the screen in body, but not in spirit.
I'm here. What's up? What's up, man? What's going on? I'm here. What's going on?
Oh, okay, yeah. I posted a link in the chat.
Are you here? Your auntie, your Indian auntie, or what?
Huh?
Are you here to discuss
you said your Indian auntie?
Oh no! It's something else. It's about healthcare. I read it like a couple of weeks ago or so, and I thought you should look at it. The reason why there's a low birth rate in America, especially in the rural areas, and it's one thing I find disappointing about the article is that even though a lot of people are on Medicaid, when the average cost of delivering a baby is about $5,600, why is Medicare or Medicaid paying $1,600 for it? I mean, how does that work?
Oh, like for the deductibles, right? For birth.
No. They pay. I think they pay a flat fee for anyone on Medicare or Medicaid that delivers a baby. They pay the hospital $1,600, and the average cost, now according to the article, is about $5,600. And so many maternity hospital or units in the hospitals in the rural areas are closing. They're closing down, and they try to link the article that the pro-life people, and the closing down of this maternity units in the hospital. There's a link between the two. That those people that are supporting pro-life, the states, they're not making funding available for these hospitals for women to give birth.
Oh, like but is there any proof that people in government are doing that? Is there any proof?
Well, the proof is in the pudding. When okay, so the hospitals, the maternity hospital, especially in the rural areas, are closing down. Why? Because they're not financially buoyant. They cannot sustain. You know, a lot of people in the rural areas depend on Medicare or Medicaid. They cannot sustain. They cannot financially sustain those units, those maternity units in the hospital. So they're closing them down. And and actually, according to the government, the way they do the accounting and the financing, they're actually incentivizing this hospital to close down the maternity units.
PD,
You have to
can
read.
I
You have
ask
to read
you
the
a question?
article.
PD,
Right.
can I ask you a question about what you're saying? I just want to be clear about something, if I may.
Wait, can you put the link? Because I'm reading one from NPR now and from Iowa. So just give me a few minutes. Kind of just, if you don't mind, Prince, just put the link. I can.
Yeah, I already put the link. I'll post it again. Okay, go ahead, can do.
PD, okay. So is this narrative that what Medicaid pays for delivery is $1,600 per child?
For delivery for the mother, yeah.
I will seriously doubt that. I don't have any proof, so I'll go and research it. But 1,600 just sounds like that's not it, like at all. But I will have to go and research the numbers before I can really speak on it. But just those numbers just don't add up in my math. But I'll look into it.
Yeah, look into it. I mean, according to the article, it's not like it's there's no reason to doubt that number. You know, Medicaid, they don't pay. That's doctors or hospitals, they have to accept Medicaid. And if you're a private practice, but you would know this, the doctors, they try to limit the number of Medicaid patients or Medicare patients they can access because they don't pay well. We all know that they don't pay well. So if you have a practice that 90% of your patients are on Medicaid, you're going to go bankrupt. There's no way to survive. So you have to minimize that number, even though you can't discriminate against those patients. But you have to make sure your portfolio of those numbers is balanced.
Right.
To
But
survive the business.
PD, the reason why my brain tells me that doesn't make any sense is I know people on Medicaid that that diabetics, and the amount of money that is paid for their medications alone in a month is over $4,000 a month. So I will have to go and research that. But I mean, I'm not talking about stories. I know people that have actually walked through the process, and the amount that they will have been paying for those medications, if Medicaid had not picked them up, is over $4,000 a month.
Well, but see, that's the thing. See, this whole thing is a game, and it's a sham. See, normally, if they're paying $4,000 a month, then you can easily quadruple the cost of that drug on the open market if they were to pay out of pocket. So paying $4,000, you can as well. I imagine that the actual cost would be like $16,000.
No. Okay, I think I misspoke. What I meant was before they were actually approved for Medicaid and they were given the medications, I went with them to CVS, and the actual cost that they would have had to pay out of pocket was like $4,200. That's what I meant.
Yeah. Okay. And with Medicaid, how much do they pay?
Absolutely nothing. Zero.
Well, yeah, they pay zero out of pocket, but guess what? That $4,000 that they pay out of pocket, the government is not going to be paying that.
No. They never paid it. I guess the point was they did not have Medicaid when the medications were issued out to them. So I went with them to CVS to even see. I had no idea what type of money we're talking about. But when they started scanning the barcode from the list of medication, it came to 4,002 or 4,006. But luckily for them, they were approved for Medicaid, so they paid nothing, and they've been on that for about 7 years now that I think about. So, and this is the problem with the healthcare costs in America. That is why we are where we are. Even
the big pharmaceutical companies, The big pharmaceutical company, for example, they can
The
they can
pharmaceutical company.
negotiate and have the government pay for a certain drug.
But you know that the Congress has for many years, especially the Republican Congress people, they've refused, even just for the military, to be able to negotiate the price of drugs because they believe in, the capital market, which everybody believes in. But the issue is, even I forgot what the name of those pens are, ibuprofen or something like that. The actual drugs in it, the actual drug in the pen is less than $5. I think it's actually less than $2. But they charge Medicaid, I think it's like $300.
Exactly.
So that's why we are where we are.
Well, yeah, because they have a patent on it, and sometimes when the patent expires, they don't allow, they extend it, or they monopolize the market. They don't allow for generic to come. Yeah.
I'm trying to understand, why are they blaming pro-lifers? What has that to do with this?
Well, they're blaming pro-lifers because if the pro-lifers that are supporting, that are anti-abortion, right? They're saying that the governors should be able to provide funding for those hospitals so they don't close down.
No, but but if you look at what the hospitals are saying, because I had to look at what the CEO position, I had to go look at county hospital and private. What they're saying is, even though to provide the service itself for childbirth, okay, if I say I'm even breaking even, it's fair. They are 70% on their budget. So unless you want them to cover that 70% plus their profit margin, which is unsustainable for a county hospital. Remember, these are county hospitals, not state now, right? If you do Medicaid, they're going to match it. They're going to have states match the fund. But the cost of even delivering the child is not sustainable for the hospital. That's the problem. So the cost of running the place for that, like you see
that's the point. They're paying them $1,600, and according to the article, it's cost about $5,600 to on average for delivery. But
right,
Medicaid is only paying $1,600.
So, so who covers the cost? The 4,000 stuff. Do they have insurance? They don't have any private insurance. They rely on the public.
No insurance, nothing. They only to fill in the gap. Sometimes they apply for certain grants, to the government, and it's not guaranteed. They can apply for grants to sustain their finances based on number of maybe Medicare patients they see, but that's not consistent. That's not a consistent cash flow. They can't really depend on that. You see, that's the problem.
Right, and they've had about 41% drop in birth rates since 1991. Low Medicare reimbursement and expansion of public services, but they've not really invested in public health. So if you look, there's a move to private, and like you rightly said, we have some numbers that we have to see government provided services, because most private practices don't, unless you're like private or unless your primary care we use government. We don't, because like you said, they don't pay well. But so you're saying for every birth, government should be covering about $5,000 each.
If they did that, that'd be fine. But they're not doing it.
But they can't. That's not sustainable.
For the average,
for a county.
But BT, for many years, it's like 10, 20 years ago, it cost it was about 10 grand. On the private insurance to give birth.
Right.
I know it's much more now, but about 20 years ago, I can tell you it was about 10 grand on average, and it's gone up. But imagine today, the government is only paying $1,600. How can this little hospital survive? They can't survive.
Yeah, and Prince did, and that was kind of like my numbers. I understand what you're saying in terms of the counties. But in terms of the cost per birth, I guess that's where
Yeah,
I'm
talking about more of the operating costs.
Right.
Hospitals close down departments all the time. They close out cat labs. They'll close out. There are two places in the hospital that will always remain open: your emergency room services and surgical place. Those two, like medical med surg place, we always stay. Other departments in the hospitals close down or reopen based on affordability needs. So what?
But BT, but it shouldn't. This is where the government welfare, quote unquote, should come in. Giving birth or safety delivery of birth of babies, shouldn't that be paramount on the list of government?
No. They can actually reduce the cost, because I was reading the CEO's pushing. They can actually go down to 3,000 or 4,000, but that puts the hospital in the jail for liability lawsuits. So there's part of their coverage for child testing that they do, all those kind of costs that they have to run. They can lower it, but they won't just to protect themselves. They are also in debt at the same time. Unless the government is willing to invest in the county hospitals, you have to expand that. So,
Babati, with your indulgence, I wanted us to go international before, but you're already there. Nigerian problem, no, they finish. We'll come back to Nigerian problem. What is the atmosphere in the US on the coming election now? What is going on? Can you guys just update us?
No, we will get. Yeah, we want to get there. Like, I'm just trying to understand why they are blaming the pro-life part of the argument is what I'm not really getting. The article will be biased. Pro-life, I don't. Birth rates have fallen so far. It's operating costs that they need to address. Now, you can get federal funding down to those councils, but that takes your state governors to work on that. But they will not benefit from it. But they also have to, for you to get the federal funding to those counties, those states also have to match the funds. So if federal government gives that county 100 million, for that county to get that money, the state also has to match that fund as part of Medicaid payment. So it's like that's what they need to work on to get that part fixed. But but also why the access to what happened to Obamacare, access to all cheap, that one is not part of the solution to Prince. But I'm not getting the blaming pro-lifers. That one I still don't understand what I got to do with this whole story. But I'll read more. I have friends that work in rural clinics and stuff, but they don't never bring this up to me. But
we know the population of the rural counties across the country is dwindling or is going down, right? A lot of people
they are moving. So that's why all these illegal immigrants, they are moving them into these small towns to keep them alive because they need people. So that's why if you notice, even like Illinois, all those areas, they not when they say the government.
But that's the reverse. That's just recent. That's going on right now. That's just a reverse migration, so to speak.
Yeah, recent.
But the funding at this point in time is not there yet. Especially in that place. That place in Ohio, they said they put a bunch of Asian immigrants there. They don't have enough resources. They overwhelm the resources of that little place, that little town, and they don't have that much resources to cater for everyone. So they need more funding. Eventually, they would need more funding.
Yeah, but this idea that is this deliberate attempt by pro-lifers to starve the hospital funding because of their political. That's what I'm not buying that. Sorry, I'm just not buying that. It's more like a systemic problem that needs to be fixed. That's not so.
Well, again, they're saying if you're going to be pushing for a certain kind of policy, okay, that means if you say you're pro-life, that means you want more people to give birth. Pro-life, more birth. Okay, if that's been the case, then you should be able to provide funding or adequate funding for the clinics or the hospitals. That's what it's saying. And it's saying the states, especially the states that are pro-life.
Oh, like they're paying like lip service and not actually doing work. Oh, okay, I see your point now. But that fund, because the example you gave, the articles from Alabama, That's where the county is at. Does Alabama have enough funds to? So why can't they then sit? Oh, okay, that I see the
Yes,
point.
yes, we do. We have enough funding.
In Alabama?
Yes, sir.
No, I'm saying that they don't. They should have approached the Biden administration to work out something. But that political friction between the two might be the problem. If Trump wins, for instance, now they might get the funding, Prince. So vote for Trump in Alabama to get the funds for your local clinics. That would be the way. But to the politics of Kamala, you see how she's falling apart in the last few months. I wish Diwali was here too. So
Babati, let's start from here. They always blame Nigerian strategy sometimes. You will see Oshiba Joe going to primary school, eating biscuits with the primary school children. You will see them going to market, frying corn with the corn seller. What do you think? You see Trump selling in the McDonald's. What does that mean? I don't know. You guys, America, what does that? What is the significance of going there? Because they said Kamala Harris was once a worker in McDonald's. What is going on? You guys, America, we don't understand your politics anymore.
Prince. Okay, you asked me. Yeah, I mean, it's politics. The question you should ask is, has it been effective so far? The question is yes, it's been very effective with the working class. We know he's a rich man, so he's just having fun in McDonald's. Obviously, we know he's never worked in McDonald's. He was raised with a silver spoon in his mouth. We know that. The problem is Trump does not shy away from his background. He owns it. He came from a rich family. He does not shy away from it. The problem with Kamala is she pretends she's not an upper middle class. She wasn't raised in that. She wants to be one of the poor, that she struggled for things, which is not true. That's the issue she's having. Trump does not shy away from his background. She does. So when Trump, the rich billionaire, is at Mickey D, is working, we know he's just doing it for politics. We know why he's doing it. It's not that he doesn't say, "Oh, I'm one of you." It is not trying to convey that message like he's one of us necessarily. Okay, look at me to talking, but you get my point. She tries too hard,
But Babati, in America, you as popular they are, you can't hide your background. Some people know Kamala Harris from primary school till now, so you can't hide your background. People know who you are. People know your family. People know maybe you are brought up silver spoon, or you are brought up with pancere or wood spoon. Yeah, go on.
And I have friends that are Democrats that say they can't vote for her because she never went through an actual primary. She didn't go to a primary. She didn't go to a primary election, right? There was no primary for Kamala Harris. And they felt like, as true Democrats, they can't vote for an individual that they, as party members, didn't really support in an election within the party. So that's some people are not going to vote for her.
But do they have any chance? Do they have anything else? Because they can't do any convention anymore, so they just have to adopt somebody.
No.
They kick Sleeping Joe out.
What they're saying is that was deliberate. They delayed that on purpose for her. They knew they were not going to run Joe Biden a year plus out, but they can't have her run against Tim Walsh. Or they have some like 4 or 5 strong candidates that if she had gone against them, they would have cleaned the floor against her in the primaries. They didn't want that, so they delayed Joe's exit towards the end. Where we
Babachi, if you believe that, I have a breed to sell you somewhere.
I do believe that.
That is not Babati. Let me tell you. You see, we've had this conversation on here a few times.
No.
Hold on. Before Joe Biden, way before even the election year started, I said it's unfortunate that Trump and Biden are the two that we have to choose from. I said this many months ago. many months ago. And I have asked this question so many times that what doesn't this Biden man, doesn't he have children? Doesn't he have friends? Because if he was my father, I would have said, Daddy, please go and sit down. There's no point, there's no justification that I can come up with on this planet or any other planet for Joe Biden to have been running. So if you believe in this conspiracy theory that they were holding on to the last minute, good for all of you. I voted last Monday. I voted for Kamala Harris. Number one, I can never vote for Trump because I've known the guy since 19. I've known about him since 1985. He's a congenital liar. He will lie when the truth will do. The vast majority of the people that Republicans and military guys, um, State Department guys that came to work with him, a vast majority, somebody said 90%, I don't know what the number is, but I've seen way more of them.
Well,
Say
can do.
that,
We can
hold on,
tell.
hold on. They
Your only
say
source
this.
of news is
No,
CNN.
no,
We can tell already.
no, I don't listen. What's your name? Prince Daddy. I don't listen to news. I don't watch TV. Okay, I have common sense. I
Um,
know this guy. I know this guy very well. If people, Republicans that work with him, generals that were in his administration, I don't even care whatever those people say
I'm
because
not.
I have my own sense.
We are moving the. We're discussing Kamala. Do you
No,
know
I'm
that?
not. I'm not discussing Kamala Harris. I'm saying
No,
out of the two people that are,
hold on
look,
now.
all
Hold
of
on.
you go and vote for Trump if
No,
you
no,
want.
no,
Let
no.
him
Hold on.
become the president of the world, not just
No,
America.
no. I'm not even doing that now. What I'm saying is, even their report, even Obama and Michelle didn't want Kamala. She wasn't their
I
first
what?
choice.
Who the heck is Obama and Michelle? I don't care what those people want. Who the heck are they?
I'm
They
telling
don't.
you that.
They don't run my brain. My
No,
brain runs itself.
I'm saying that she's so of a she's a
Babati, it doesn't matter. These are the two people that we have. If you want to, you and everybody else that wants to vote for Trump, they should. If Trump's win, it doesn't affect my life.
he
If
went.
what's her name wins, it doesn't affect my life. My life goes on no matter what. All of you that wants this foolish drama, wake up every day. You never know what foolishness this buffoonery of a thing this guy will be doing. I mean, you could. I mean, the guy speaks. I mean, a grown man, a grandfather. Like I said, if he was
Okay.
my father,
Can do it.
I
Shall
would
Prince and
disown
Justice.
him.
So
I would disown
I mean,
him.
so
A,
I
a,
think you
a, a
fall. Hold on,
sensible.
can do.
Hold on. Just let me land with this real quickly. A sensible human being, somebody that is born of a woman, stood from what I heard. Say people are eating people's cats and dogs in the States. And you want me to listen to anything that person has to say? There's nothing else they have to say. I'm not needless to say,
Okay.
I know this man. I will never. I would rather not vote than vote for this guy.
See,
This is
okay,
not
can
about
do. I
today.
think you one of those people that think is the new Hitler. I know that.
No, it's not a
But
new
but
Hitler.
but but but
It's
but this
just
is
it's
where
just a
hold on. This
fool.
is where your whole argument fall on its face. The man has been the president for he ruled for 4 years. He was the president for 4 years, and we had a great economy. Every statistical category in this country was improved, from the interest rate to the stock market to name it. Every sector in this country did great. Black unemployment was the lowest in like 50 years. So was Hispanic and Asian numbers when it comes to employment. The stock market did great. A lot of people made money. I think Kolate can testify to that. So your argument about Trump is really it's a non-argument because we have his record. We have his record, so it's undeniable and it is incontrovertible when it comes to his record. So, but I can understand that it doesn't matter how great a person could be. You can hate that person. That is fine. You just have a personal hatred for Trump, and that's okay. It's not a big deal.
Prince
But you
Daddy,
try to
Prince Daddy,
pretend,
Prince Daddy. Prince
you
Daddy,
try to
when
pretend
Obama
that
came
the
in,
man is not a success. To try to pretend that the man has
you
not
can't.
done
If
great
that's a
things,
success, if that man is a success, I want to be poor for the rest of my life. People like that are not successful. Is a scammer.
well,
That's
no,
what
well,
he is.
success in
I don't. You see, when I
don't
talk
think
about
too
people that have
personal. Hold
money,
on.
when I talk about people that have
Success
money,
in terms of
I
what he
don't
did
count
for the
people that.
country,
I don't.
not
I don't
personal.
care what he had done for the country. He's not
Well,
a
you
good
should care.
human being. When Obama came in, look, I've said this before. When Obama came in, we were losing about 1 million jobs. It's not because Obama did some incredible miracle. Yeah, he assembled some good people that had good financial sense. It went from being 10 point something unemployment to about 4%. So don't come and give anybody this narrative of Trump, this miracle. That's why the same guy that is so successful has had to file bankruptcy. Is it 3 or 4 times? That's how
No,
successful he is.
say again.
That's
There's
why
no way you can do. Obviously, you don't know the guy personally, and there's no way you're going to
that's
tell him
why
that
this guy
your news source. There's no way you're
this
going to tell me your news source is not from CNN. Because I mean, and you're a smart man and you're a business person. So for you to say, even Elon Musk, if he wants, he can file bankruptcy,
that's
and he
not the
doesn't.
point.
No, that's the point. But
Do
you're
you
trying to
know?
listen. Hold on. The man has listen. In real estate and the kind of line of business the man that he does, you can have a unit or part of your portfolio have a problem or a venture fails. It doesn't make you. You want to list the billionaires or successful people that have filed bankruptcy or they went the entire enterprise went belly up. You want to start naming them? So
No,
it's a lazy argument to say, "Oh, we filed bankruptcy." He never filed bankruptcy.
no. I didn't say there's anything
It did
wrong.
not. Hold on.
I didn't
I did
say
Trump did not
there's
file
any.
bankruptcy on his personal
I did not
money.
say.
On the
I did not
venture, he
say.
did.
I did not say that there's anything wrong. This is America. I didn't say there's anything wrong. You said but when you and people like you
Oh,
talk
yes, he
about
did.
how
That's
successful
that's the
he
part
is,
of the argument.
this is the thing. When somebody, you see, again, I judge people by character. I don't care how much money you can make me. If your character is worthless, I don't want your
Okay,
money.
so okay,
Keep your money.
you rather
Keep your
support
money.
people that hold on. You rather support people that wanna cut off the penises of little boys and excavate the vagina of little girls. You want to support
No,
transgenderism and
I
LGBTQ.
wouldn't
Hold
support
on,
those. I wouldn't support those
those are the
people.
people that have the moral high ground that you want to support, like Kamala
No,
Harris.
I don't. Again, I don't. You see, I said, you see, these are two. I don't know much about Camilla, but I know
Okay,
very
but
well.
you voted for
Like,
her. See,
no,
really?
yeah,
You
because
don't
I
know
will
much about her,
never.
but you
No, no,
voted
no,
for
no.
her.
Can do. Hold on, please. Yeah. Please, Daddy, please hold on. Can do. Come on now. You don't know much about somebody. You vote for him. Come on
Imagine that.
No,
now.
but
Imagine that.
Imagine that.
my
Because no,
general, my
hold
general.
on. Can do. It's
Mm.
because you hate Trump. This is the
No, but
same thing we face in
listen,
Nigeria. People don't
no,
like
no.
Tinubu. They vote
No,
for Peter Obi.
I will never vote for a Tinubu. If you give me $1 billion, not naira, $1 billion, I wouldn't vote for Tinubu. Money doesn't carry that much weight to people like me. It's good to have.
You are different. You are
It's
different.
good
Yeah.
to have, but it is not the end of the world. What I'm saying is this: is either I don't vote, which will not make any sense to me. But I have known Trump before Trump ever even thought about becoming president. I've known about this guy for many years. People, I have listened to at least 30 something people that have worked for this guy. And he refused to pay them because they said they didn't do a good job. He has been sued by 3,600 and something people
Can
that
do.
have
These
worked
are
for
all
him.
really petty stuff. These are super petty stuff.
No,
Man,
they're
if you
not.
ever
No,
hold
these
on,
are
if you
important.
ever work in construction, hold on. If you
It
ever
tells
work in
me the
construction,
character of the
there are some
person.
people that do shitty jobs. Don't kid
Yeah,
yourself. There's some.
yeah.
Hold on. Let me land. There are some people that do shitty jobs. Okay, and some people, they don't live up to the contract. So why is it, and a man that does billions of dollars in contract, multiple in hundreds a year in contract, Why wouldn't he have a problem? Why wouldn't he have a problem? Problem.
There are people in this America that are into real estate like him that don't get those type of interactions with people that work with them. Like I said,
No, you don't know that. That's your own assumption. That is not
listen,
true.
I have known about this guy way, way, way before he ever
Yeah.
become a politician. So
Same
I
tenure.
knew his character.
And everything you know about him is it's all false. I mean, it's not the complete story. You only know a part of the story, not the entire story.
Again, this is not about politics. I'm talking about a man and his character. Like I said, if he was my father, I would disown him as a father. This has nothing to do with politics. It's just the way he is. A man that you can't even trust his words. If Trump says it's good evening, you better go and look outside and make sure it's evening.
Nah,
I don't deal with people like that.
That's all funny talks, man. You
No,
have a complete misconception about Trump. You don't know much about him.
No, I do.
Hold on, because you don't say no, because everything you've said so far, I myself, I heard them all.
No,
and you are providing incomplete stories. You don't know that. You don't provide. So you're not providing the entire story to the public. You're telling me you filed bankruptcy, it doesn't pay his workers. These are all incomplete stories. It's not true. I mean,
Please, Daddy. Kendu is another obedient in America.
No, I don't.
Exactly.
You see,
I'm just
General.
joking here.
I hear you, but General, you see, me, I don't care what anybody says. I don't care if Awolowo says I should vote for somebody. I don't care who tells me to do something. God gave me a brain, and I know how to use it.
And you have
I
the
don't
right
care.
to decide
I
what you
don't
want.
care. I don't care who Obama and Michelle and the entire Democratic Party people vote for. I don't care. It makes no difference to me. What makes sense to me is who am I dealing with to the best of my ability. Even the man or the woman who you marry, you can only know them to an extent.
Okay,
But
if that being the case, why do you claim to have entire knowledge about Trump? It's based
because
on what your last statement.
Because I
No,
have
you
followed.
don't know the man.
Listen, Prince Daddy, listen to me. The first interaction, the first thing I ever found out about Trump was in 1985 when I was in Nigeria. The first building that he built, they went and counted. It's a building. The building is 33 stories high. He kept claiming to it. That's why they went to go and count. He kept claiming it's 38. Insignificant things. This guy just lies. He can't even help himself. He was born with it. So I don't blame him.
So hold on a second. So 33 stories. It claimed was 38, but it was 33. What's your point? What's the point behind that?
Because there's no point to lie about it. That's the point.
No, that's a ridiculous thing to say. Can do.
What do you mean?
You have the building is a physical building, and in America, it's not like Nigeria that skyscrapers or tall buildings just collapse.
You see,
you can't build a 33-story building and claim because number one. You're gonna have the design of the building. You're gonna have you're gonna have the approval from and building in New York, just like you probably know, it's probably one of the hardest places to do construction or to build.
This is horrible.
That building code is extremely.
Counting of story building in New York is different than in Washington D.C. or in Miami, Abby.
No. But New York probably has the strictest building code in America. If I'm not mistaken.
Counting 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Not counting, not code.
But that's why your story about it.
1, 2, 3.
That's why the story is lame, though. That's why your story about 33 to 38 is lame because what you're talking about is a visual inspection.
No,
I don't know who's right about that.
Prince Daddy, you see, this is what I'm saying. You see, character is king to me.
No.
If you lack character,
you're trying so hard to.
If you lack character, listen. If you lack character, I don't care if you will make me $1 trillion. I'm not going to take that $1 trillion to my grave. That $1 trillion is not important. It's not that important to me.
See, the problem that people like you have with Trump, to me, is very Lilliputian. It's and comical at the same time. Why do I say this? If you're like, let's flip the Bible. If name even all the so-called great saints and people in the Bible, their character was so flawed. You do want to start with Abraham to David, or who do you want to start with? So this notion that people like you are so caught up and so flabbergasted about Trump's character that we voted for an angel or a saint, it's a joke. It's a complete joke.
Prince Daddy,
In comparison, rather.
Prince Daddy,
Tell me another character.
I have told you, this is not about. This has been my take.
You and I can agree that it's personal with you and Trump, not because you have any valid claim against the guy.
Way before he ever was even interested in running for anything. This got nothing to do with politics. I'm just telling you, this is the way I deal with people. If I can trust you, if I can count on what you say, you're useless to me. Completely useless. I don't deal with people like that. I'm not a saint, but I'm not going to be lying to you for no reason.
Okay, let's do it this way. Here's the thing. You don't care about either one of them, so we shouldn't talk about them then. The reason why I even talk about them is because I have to pick one of them. I don't believe in sitting.
It's the same reason. It's the same reason I voted. I had to pick one of them, and like I told you,
that's my point. But so it's like picking lesser of two evils. It's not like the best. I'll go for Jill Stein, but she's not going to do anything.
Baba T. You see, I said this many months ago. That it's unfortunate that we had Biden and Trump to pick from. It didn't make any sense. And I said, if Biden was my father, I would have advised him, Daddy, go and sit down. Enough is enough. You've done 40-something years in Congress and vice president, maybe 50 years. Enough is enough. There's a time for everything.
No, see, can't do it. See, that's erroneous. See, you got to keep in mind. I know you know who what's his name, the Florida governor, Ron DeSantis. I know you know who he is. I know you know who Nikki Haley, Vivek Ramaswamy, and these other people. Tim Scott. See, so for you to make an argument that is Trump or is not the best candidate, it went through quote unquote more. Qualified candidates like you claim.
You know why? Because
unless you say you don't believe in if you don't believe in meritocracy, then that is fine. But we don't in America here. We like to reward people for their hard work.
Don't tell me that the guys don't qualify. It's super qualified. You see, the reason why he was able to run through those people is because most human beings are foolish. Anywhere in the world, most human beings are foolish. Let me tell you the reason why I say what I'm saying. There was a tape being played on here yesterday. Somebody was talking about somebody went to a resort in some little island somewhere, and they were saying, this is the place that Beyonce stayed. This is the place that whoever stayed. I don't care if Jesus himself stayed there. It has no bearing to my life. I don't care who has ever done something, who has ever stayed in that place. You see, people like me, we're not moved by foolishness. I don't care if somebody, you see, I don't care. All that time Trump was naming DeSantis.
It's always important to use the timeline to judge people.
All that time during the Republican this thing in 2015, it was calling people names, giving people different names, and human beings giving birth to by a woman will be repeating this same foolishness that he says. I will never alter any one of those things that he says, but most people
because she's not a politician. Come on, can do. When did politics become? When did politics become a child's play? When did politics becomes a child's play or kids' gloves? Come on now. Why are you talking like that?
Listen.
When did politics become that?
I don't listen. The good thing
politics is a dirty sport.
But listen, the good thing is the American system works regardless of who is the president. Whether Kamala wins or It doesn't affect my pocketbook. It doesn't affect my life generally. Whether Trump wins or
Well,
it
that is
doesn't
what.
affect
Okay,
me.
see,
So
that is
I
not
don't really
true.
care.
But hold on, that is not
You know,
true.
you don't, you don't,
If
you
that
have
hold on,
no, you don't
hold
know,
on. If that were
you don't
true,
have an
hold
idea.
on. If that
No,
were
you don't have
true,
an idea of my
hold on.
structure. My structure
Hold
is
on.
not
See,
affected.
exactly. So, see, this is okay. Maybe that's why you're not in a leadership capacity to that degree. Now, we know right now the average inflation in America in reality is about 21 to 25%. To you, it doesn't matter. Just like you say, even Kamala or even Biden states Trump wins, it doesn't affect you. But the common people, the common people, their policies does affect them. It does very much so. Okay, and so, and even the rich people are complaining. People that are willing to invest their money or in different industries, they care about policies. Kevin O'Leary, I know you probably know him. Is a billionaire, right? He invests a lot, and he cares about policy. He cares, and just like Elon Musk, also is talking about policy that doesn't handicap, the
Prince Daddy,
development and the progress of their
Prince
businesses.
Daddy,
So
Prince Daddy. You
it
see
doesn't
the
affect you,
difference
but
between.
don't make
You
it sound
see,
like it doesn't
listen. You
affect the
see
rest of us.
the difference between those people and myself is, I am beyond content. I don't need another $1,000 for my life to be better. I don't need $1 billion for my life to be. I am beyond content. The one that God has given me, if I don't make another kobo ever in my life, I'm cool. So that's the difference.
So why
There's
you dis-
nothing wrong in
oh,
striving. There's
okay,
nothing wrong in doing better or
okay.
doing more. But
Can
for some people, it's not all about
do.
money. How much more money does Kevin O'Hare or whatever his name need? Yeah, it is a sports. Making money is a sport for him. I
No,
get it.
can do. Wait now. Okay, so obviously you think most people are stupid and you're a monk.
No, most human beings are.
Wait now, wait. So they're stupid and you're a monk. So why are you discussing it? So you should
No,
not even
because it came up as a topic, Nina. I didn't bring it up.
you'd be like, man, I am above this. I'm above. I mean, at this point, you're just above everything. You're like God, like at this point.
No, it's not. Say that again. You said at this point, what? Sorry, BT.
I say at this point, you're like God, like in like a monk mode. Like you don't material things don't mean anything to you anymore. But people that shape policy that affect people's lives, you have to care about it. So I don't understand the idea that you don't care about who wins. You should care about who wins.
No, what I'm saying is whoever wins,
Yeah,
me
exactly.
personally, yeah, I'm sure because I have a structure that works for me. I'm not a billionaire or anything, and I have no interest in becoming one, even if it was possible. But again, this is again the issue of Trump or Kamala, like I said. You see, my thing is for Trump, it's not about my position with Trump was way before he was ever a politician, way before. And like I said, even if he wasn't a politician, like someone like Tinubu, for example, wallahi talai, if that man was my father, I would disown him. Someone like Trump, if he was my father, I would disown him. I just have certain things that I go that rules me. Yeah, because you have this, you have that. Congratulations to you. Just make sure when you die, they pack all those things in your casket and you take it
Nah,
to wherever you're going to.
you don't want dwelling on this esoteric issues. What we're talking about here is what affect the common people, not Trump. Okay, you're making a big mistake. We're talking about common people. What policies, the kind of policies that they implement or pass, how it affects the common people. And I know you said it doesn't matter who becomes the president, but trust me,
because he has an ecosystem that insulates him from that. But for the
exactly.
if
But,
he
but but the common people are complaining
that
about
is his
inflation.
way.
Yeah,
Okay, the cost of
but
rent it's a reality. The cost of food is a reality. Transportation.
wait,
Okay, when Trump when Trump was the
Prince,
president, we pay $1.25 for a gallon of gas. Today we're paying about $5-6 for a gallon of gas.
Prince
What do
Daddy,
you expect? You don't think
Prince
that
Daddy,
affects the pocket of common people?
do you know that Michelle Obama becoming the president is not going to affect the price of gas? Do you understand that? Like I
Not
told
not
you,
not
like,
true. Not true.
hold
Not
on.
not true. What you just said.
When Obama came in, Obama is not an economic genius. When he came in, we were losing about 1 million jobs a month. Obama is not an economic genius. He just put together a group of people who understood the economy, and based on some of the things they did with the banks, that's what brought
Uh,
unemployment from about
can
10.
do. I don't know if
Hold
you
on.
were living in March then. What did Obama do? I'm not sure if you actually follow what happened. He didn't do jack nothing. Nothing was done. Are you kidding me? I was here too. Okay,
Did you hear what I said?
hold on, hold on. Printing money, billions of dollars into the trillions, and giving it to Wall Street and banks. To you, that's a real solution you should be proud of. Stop,
No,
stop that.
Prince Daddy, I said Obama was not an economic genius. I
And
said
it was evident.
all he did was assemble a bunch of people that knew about the economy, and they did what they did with the banking sector. I wasn't saying it's the right thing or the wrong thing. My point is, just because Obama was there and they did whatever they did. We went from unemployment of 10 point something percent to 4 point something by the time he left. Just because, yeah, there was a lot of fracking that was increased to a new level when Trump was there. But this is the issue. If you understand how the oil market works, you will be able to ascertain what the price of crude oil will be a year from now, regardless of who is the president of any country is. It's not determined by who the president is. It's determined by other factors. And those who know those factors, they know. I'm not saying that Trump does not have an economic policy, that some of them are not good. I'm just telling you, if I had to vote, if he's the only person that is on the ballot, then I wouldn't vote for him because I don't care how well you. I don't care if he's going to make everybody in the United States a billionaire. I don't care. I'm not interested. Keep the money.
Well, for those, so let me. One of the reasons why some people are going to vote Trump, not because they.
Babati, sorry. Do you know why I like Trump? There is nothing else. I don't live in America. I have a sister in America, but I don't live there. I don't belong to you guys. But everything he said he's going to do, he did it. I'm going to build the wall. He started it. Even though they abandoned it, that is who I like. Be the man of your word. Yeah, continue, BT.
Kando, some of the reasons why at the early part of the year, I was talking to Diwali, said like he's going to lose a lot of black people, and he didn't. I said why? Because if you look at the way the Democrats handled the illegal immigration invasion of the country, I'm going to use the word invasion, where people were getting funding, they were getting vouchers, they were getting houses. It even got so bad now they're even getting money to get houses for families of illegal migrants. That really got black people angry. Those poor inner city people got really upset. Second of all, what happened recently with the flooding that they had, and how some people were applying for money and they were rejected. Okay, and those that got the funds were told it was loans given to them. And in the same week, Ukraine got an additional, I think it was Israel got an additional $100 billion. That got people upset. These are things that people are going to face.
Okay. Yeah. You see.
BT, I think Kendu is really disconnected from
No.
the common people.
But
You're
no,
completely
I'm not.
disconnected.
But you
Yes,
see.
you
But
are.
you see.
The way
But
you
listen.
sound,
But
I mean,
listen to me. Listen to me.
I'm giving you it's not like some kind of propaganda or this is real life experience. What is really happening?
But you see, we can sit here till 20 years from now and have this conversation. With the amount of money that America has, if there's a willingness, we went through what Hillary Clinton back in the 90s when she wanted to do whatever healthcare thing, it was knocked down by the Republicans. This Obama care, to whatever extent.
No.
Hold on. No, I have.
Why?
No, but hold on. I have the reasons why I'm going where I'm going.
No. But why did they knock it down? Don't just say it.
That's why I preference it by saying we can stay here for the next 20 years. We can go into the whys and. No, but hold on. The point I'm trying. Let me land my point first. We can come back to the why. This Obamacare thing, we know how it was fought for. There are areas of it that should not be. But if the people in Congress they don't have the willingness to put together an healthcare system that works kind of like Canada's healthcare system, for example. The reality is this, regardless of who the president of the United States is, Congress will continue to give Israel money for whatever bombs they need, whatever thing, because you see, unfortunately, that's why I say most human beings are foolish. You see, a lot of people think of Israel. It's a lot of people in America, a lot of Christians in America, they think of Israel as a Christian nation, which is not. So the people
that's what you think. That's a wrong assumption. Nobody thinks that. No Christian thinks that. That's you.
Whatever. The issue is Congress will continue to provide whatever Israel needs. Okay. I've had this narrative before. It doesn't really matter to me who understands this. You see, there's a precedence to this thing. In 1939, when Hitler, hold on, when Hitler,
we know why they give them money. We know that.
Okay, so what's the problem?
What I'm telling you is that, remember, like we said, the sheeples, the uninformed, that know that is the optics of what they see the government doing. And if you know that that's the way they reason, you don't then feed that low IQ narrative.
So what should be done? Don't give Israel the money?
No. What I'm saying is that you cannot have a situation where people apply for flood grants and they are all rejected. And those
I agree.
In the same week, you're also approving that. At least delayed.
I agree. I'm not. You and I don't have a disagreement. That's why I said, if America was really, really serious, there's more than enough money.
You don't agree because that's why you voted for Kamala. If you did agree, then you would not have voted for her because that's part of the policy.
How in the world am I going to vote for somebody that I would disown if it was my father? Are you not hearing me? You think this is a joke? Because he has a couple of dollars, I will not disown him.
Then in the right conscience, you should have abstained.
No, I wasn't going to. Oh no, I was going to go and vote. But this is the point I'm making is, you see, this Ukraine thing, whether people understand it or not, people in Europe have not forgotten 1939 when they allowed Hitler to take Poland. They thought he would stop there. He never stopped. You see, people, whether it's, even if America doesn't give Ukraine any weapon, the Europeans understand. A mad dog like Putin has to be put down. You have to find a bullet, put it to his head. If he takes Ukraine, he's going to take Moldova. He's going to take Georgia. Where does he stop? That's what you people, well, not you guys. That's what some people don't understand. But it doesn't stop.
Kind of. So I'm giving you reason why people are voting. Not that I disagree with them, why they are not. What I'm saying is, as a politician, that should be in tune with what people are thinking or what they are feeling. Shouldn't you pay attention? Hold on. And then you then have the nerve and the audacity now to then tell them, how dare you not vote the way? Even Michelle Obama today, I know you don't care about what she has to say. She said she's a little bit frustrated about the reason why people are not going to vote for Kamala. Like, pretty much, how dare you not vote for who we want you to vote for?
Okay.
Wait now. Hold on.
I thought you were done. Sorry.
Wait. Even if they hate Trump, the way you contend to them with Kamala, they will go vote for him. Even if they hate Trump, the way even if they don't like him, if you keep talking down to them like that, they will go vote for the other guy.
Okay, I hear you. I hear you from a political sense, but you see, one thing I don't do is I wouldn't. You see, whether people vote for Trump or they vote for Kamala, what's her name? Michelle Obama's life will be wonderful. Obama's life will be wonderful. So go and you see, cut your face or cut your face to spite your nose. Let them go do whatever they want. If it ends up, if they vote for Trump and Trump becomes the president and it turns all of them into billionaires, congratulations to them.
No, see, you surely have a unique way of analyzing analyzing this thing.
Michelle Obama is going to be nice and fine.
That's not what
nice and fine. I know that is not what you're saying. I know that.
No. Kind of come on. Don't this idea that if we bring up anything political, as long as you are fine and you don't see it the same way, no, don't have that kind of. It's not good in a public setting. Come on now, you cannot always say, well, that's no. There's a reason. Then that means there's no point in even discussing this in the first place. If you're going to be this way for everything.
You can't make your minority extreme minority position. Hold on. You can't make your extreme minority position on things as the norm. See, you always say you like when I use the word disconnected from the common people. Of course, it's not an insult, but it's just the way that you are positioned in your life and the way you think. But most people don't think like you. You call them stupid. I think that's the word you use.
No. I said most human beings are foolish, and it's true because they're followers. They're followers. They follow other people. They follow what somebody else said. That's what anywhere in the world. This is not an insult. It's just factual. That's what people are. They're like ships. They just follow whoever the leader is.
That's democracy, sir.
No. We're not. I'm not talking about. No, I'm not talking. It's not. It is not about people conducting the democratic. Babati, please. I beg you. I'm not talking about this in terms of me. You said that the same week that they did not grant something, and like I said, those things should have been granted. But you said the same week they went and gave Ukraine and Israel money. This is what they're going to do. If those people are so upset, let them go and vote for whoever they want. And if that changes their life, I will be their biggest supporter. But my point is, you said Michelle Obama even said, number one, I don't really care whether it is Jelly Lama that says something is irrelevant.
The reason I brought a name up is I'm telling you what is influencing, is shaping the way people vote either way. What Obama says will affect the way some people will vote either way. That's no, hold on, wait, not you. We know you are. We know not you. We know we probably not except for can do. We get that. But your earlier point of Hillary Clinton, I won't let you get away with that. Hillary Clinton's stuff did not pass because it was what Obama was trying to do. The idea was to collapse private healthcare system into Medicare for all. That was the reason why our stuff did not pass. It was the same thing Obama wanted to try in 2010 that failed, and they had to come up with this compromise. So let's tell the story. Let's be honest with the story. Medicare.
I'm not being dishonest. I don't have any reason to be dishonest.
No, hold on now. I'm saying, let's say why. The reason is because they wanted Medicare for all, and that was what they were pushing with Obama the first time.
Excuse me.
That is the honest. But my point to you is this. This is my point to you. You can see there is this in the Liberal Party, the Democratic Party. They tend not to. It may be just me or somebody can also chime in. they hate men that are, if you're a strong heterosexual man that stand up for yourself and don't follow the leader of the community of women, they don't like you in the Democratic Party. It annoys them. So you see them on TV talk about, you remember this, what's her name? Sonny Hostin talking about, well, black men should follow black women to vote for Kamala. I mean, that community is being run by women anyway. Is a matriarchal. They on TV. Hold on. They will say they get mad at black men for not voting based on the way their women vote because their community is run by women. How dare you not vote the way your mama votes? That's what they are pushing. Is what's getting them mad. So if you notice now, they're now pushing black churches. Even Jim O'Brien from Georgia, he did a news piece with CNN. He said this is the very first time in the last 30 years that black people, not just men, even the women, are breaking away from the church because they've always used the church to control black people politically. They infiltrated the church to control people. He said this is the first time that even him as a pastor, he feels like he's lost control over black people. They can't use them anymore. So I'm saying that people are breaking away from that, and a party that they own you, they own your family, and how dare you not vote for them? It's not even worth voting for.
I hear you. You know, I just thank God. You see, everybody comes from wherever they come from, and they believe their belief system is based on all of their different experiences in life. I can't help those people because I don't run my life by what anybody says. So if those people have been influenced by with the Democratic Party, or some black pastor, or some black politician, I can't help them. What can I do for them? Me, I can only speak for me. I don't care who says what. It doesn't matter if the Pope says something that is stupid, I will say it's stupid. I'm not going to say because it's the Pope. It doesn't matter who the person is. The only thing that matters is what he said. So I don't know what I'm supposed to say to a black pastor said this popular person said this. I don't go by what whoever said. It's the thing that is said, not who says it. I respect everybody, every human being, regardless of your position in life. But I'm not a follower. God gave me a brain. And he gave me the discernment to be able to use it. Like I said earlier, when they were all shouting all over Maryland, I was in Maryland at that time, oh, Nigeria is the first, number one. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And you are going to believe that nonsense? Because the World Bank or whoever says it don't make sense. The numbers don't add up.
So, Kandu, my thing is, if I was a liberal person and I believe in policy, I will vote for Kamala Harris. Why must you push that she's black? It shouldn't matter. It should be based on the policies, and should present the idea to people. That is the way a reasonable person votes. That's the way I vote. What favors me, policy, not your gender, not who you're smacking, not who you're banging. I don't give a damn about that either. But the reality is that they've made it a point with a particular group of people to push that narrative on them.
It is your fault if you whether by mere foolishness, by whatever, if you allow yourself to be deceived, that's your fault.
Right.
You have a responsibility to your own self to not allow people to deceive you.
Right.
So I can't help anybody that is deceived by anybody's narrative. Like I said, even the person that you're married to for 30 years, you may not know.
Can you guys add to this? What about Trump case? Has it been buried? does he affect this election? Supposedly, if he wins.
If he wins the election, you can't. That means you must wait for 4 years. Then to discuss
Say from the beginning, from the onset. I mean, people like Candu, of course, didn't believe it. People like me knew all those indictment that he had were just, or that he has, were just propaganda. Was all witch hunting, and they were not real, and that's why none so far are stuck.
Prince,
None.
do you remember what the woman in New York? Do you know? Did you remember what she said? That black woman. She said, at least that she wants to be like it was a black woman who took him down.
Yeah, Letitia James. Letitia James.
Like a black woman took him. That was what they were gaining for. Like, that is
again. If that's what she said,
they're like people that think along the line of can do. No, it's the people that think in the line of can do.
Anybody that says that, I will know automatically that's a foolish human being. It's just like somebody saying, "Oh, all Hausa people are this, or all Yoruba people are that." You're just a foolish human being. There's no conversations to be had with you, because you see, I don't do this narrative of black people. I don't care if the black person is the first person that invented air. I don't care. As long as it's invented by somebody.
If you get to a point where you start caring about things. I know you're quick to dismiss a lot of things. You don't care about this and that.
I don't care about it is black, it is white people that invented this. What difference does it make? You go and invent something too. Whoever invented, I'm not one of those people that Nigeria is this. Okay, so what?
If it was that easy to invent, then we, the Negroes, black people, would have done it. It's not that easy. I mean, if it was that easy, we Africans would have done it. We would not be waiting for the white man.
I was just speaking to what BT said about that woman.
But to Thomas's question, Trump has currently 91 counts, indictment, 4 indictments and 91 counts for months, almost a year now, and how imaginable that none of those counts stuck to have him put in prison by now. We all saw the shenanigan and the charade from the onset when they took his mugshot just to embarrass the man. Trump is impermeable. It is like a duck in the water. He can't get wet. I mean, look at all the charade they did. They took a mugshot. They tried to embarrass him. The largest what do you call it? Lawsuit in terms of a civil lawsuit of almost $500 million. They asked him to pay on bonds. Unimaginable. They did all these things. And
I don't follow his cases. I'm not interested. It's useless to me. I'm not interested. But let me ask you a question. Did you hear former VP? Was Trump's VP?
Mike Pence.
Mike Pence.
Did you hear Pence talk about Trump and the conversation that they had, that he said he is going to the Capitol on that day, January 6th or whatever it was, that based on the conversation that he said, that he didn't, to be honest, he didn't say flatly he didn't want me to go, but he said, I told him I'm going, and I'm going to go and conduct what needed to be done. You see, Trump is if he was an African president, if he was a president in Africa, he would have, especially a black one, it would have been perfect. He's a narcissist of the first order.
Pence belongs to the establishment Republican. He's a weak-kneed, suck-back guy. There's nothing to Mike Pence, and that's why he tried to run. I mean, if again, to your point earlier, if nobody wanted Trump. Mike Pence, you forget that Mike Pence actually ran also. He ran against Trump. How come he
what does that have to do? What does that have to do with the vice president going to the House for them to count the number of what do they call it on January 6th? What does that have to do with that?
No, I'm just
to
telling you
conduct
the merit of
it
Trump
doesn't matter.
being the person leading the Republican ticket. And in regards to Mike Pence,
And
Mike
it's
Pence
leading
is
them to
Mike
hell.
Pence
Let
has
him
been put on the
continue.
back. Mike Pence is on the back burner. Nobody cares about Mike Pence. Is as useless as anything that you can
I'm not
imagine.
talking about anybody
Well,
caring
you brought
about
him
Mike
up.
Pence.
You
No,
you you brought up Mike Pence.
no, I
You
said
mentioned his name.
on his job on that day. I don't care about Mike Pence. I'm talking about the job he needed to do. You were there when Trump stood in front of the White House, in front of wherever, telling those people that they should. I forgot exactly exactly what he said. I mean, after how many times they've counted these votes, this guy still doesn't accept that he lost the election. This is a
Why?
this is
And
a this is a
just
this is
like I did
this
not
this
accept
is a this is
accept that result neither. And many people
this
listen.
guy
That
this
result was
guy this guy is an enemy of the state, of the first order.
Can I just interject you there? And
Yes, sir. Good
sorry.
morning.
Good morning. Sorry to butt in like that. And when you make your assertion this way, now I would just apply with Nigerian election. You can see Obi and the other people, they still said that they were rigged out. The same thing that Trump and his supporters are also claiming in America, that they were rigged out during the 2020 election or something like that. So basically, you cannot tell anybody to vote for whoever. There are some people, they are undecided, they don't know what to do. That is where they are wired. There must be some people, that's why we have mentors. That's why we have people that believe in, oh, this is my man, this is this. So some people, they have to be guided to take a right decision. But unfortunately, because we live in the world that everything have changed, everybody will guide you to their own personal interest if they believe this is the man. For example, if I'm undecided and I happen to have talk to Baba T or Prince Daddy, of course they will guide me to vote for Trump. That is the issue. But how many people do you really have their own mind of them say, "Oh, this is the person I want to?" It's just minute. If you look at the voting pattern all over the world, sometimes I used to think that America, the greatest democracy, but later I discovered that people are just people all over the world. It's the same thing, whether you are black or white or green or yellow. So at the end of the day, it's just between the two. And I really agree with you. You pick the one you like, or you pick the one that you think is you just think that the other one you don't like him because of his antecedents, what he has done in the past, and you pick Harris. And the other two guys, Baba T and Prince, that are trying to talk you out of it and bringing a lot of things on the table. I know what they are trying to do because there's still a lot of undecided voter in America. Maybe they can sway them to vote for Trump. So, and you're also telling them these are what Trump have done in the past that is not good for the country. At the end of the day, whether we like it or not,
No, it didn't say. I'm sorry, I mean, Can do did not mention any one policy that Trump did that he did not like. It was all ad hominem. It was all personal attack. Just to let you know.
No. He said a lot of things. He said he had known this guy since
No,
1990.
it was talking about personal. This is personal stuff. This is all personal stuff. He never said one policy that Trump implemented that he did not like.
There must be one or two reasons for you not to vote for somebody. It might be personal reason. It can be part of his policies or whatever. But when you look at the president of a country, you are not looking at the policy alone. The character also matters because this is the number one person of that country. And if the character is not good enough, it's a no to a lot of people.
Well, no, that's your own assumption. I think you know that in America, hold on. If Trump had been in jail, do you know he would still be eligible for the ballot? You know that, right?
American system. I know. 100%. No, I know that's the American system. But in some other climate, that is a no. But in the American
now, forget about the climate. We're talking about America here. We're talking about the American system. Forget about the climate.
What I'm trying to say is that you cannot hold that one against Kandu because it's on personal level. Whatever you are going to do as an individual, you can vote for people on their policy, or you can vote against their character. If you think the character is not good enough for you, and people also voted because he's too old, or he's too young, or he does not have experience. So many demographics we have to look at. So sometimes I know what you guys are trying to do. I am not a supporter of either of them. But I know at the end.
Oh no! You be truthful. I think you're somewhat anti-Trump yourself.
Prince Daddy. You know, I said Prince Daddy, I was on this
Okay, sorry,
platform.
go ahead, Remy.
I've been on this platform maybe about 7-9 months ago. I said it is unfortunate, rather not just for America, for the entire world, that the two people we had to choose from were Biden and Trump. I said it about Biden, not because of his character, but I'm telling you this, okay? I don't really know. You see, I'm not saying anybody's a saint, but if you just lie and lie and lie, when the truth will do, when the people, a good number, we're not talking about Democrats or established Republicans, people in the army that came to work with you, non-partisan.
No, that's fake news. But Remy, continue. Sorry, that's fake news.
No. You see, that's the thing. I don't use such. You see, I've never used that foolish word or sets of word. Some moron came on and said something, and the entire world is using it. I don't follow that path. I don't follow foolishness. You call somebody whatever little man, and everybody start. I don't do that. That's not the way my life works. I'm not a follower. I don't do that in any capacity, any area of my life. Nobody's a saint. Me that I'm talking to you, I'm not a saint. Okay? But if I have known you, this is your pattern, this is your pattern. If you and I are going to go into business and we're going to make $1 billion, if I can't trust you, you're useless to me. That billion is not that serious. If it's peanut butter and jelly I can eat, I wouldn't die. If it's gari I can soak, I wouldn't die. So maybe certain things are more important to other people than other people. It doesn't matter who it is. If it's my father, if the path that you told is not the one that can be emulated, I can't follow you.
That's your own personal, I have to say, the way you want to take your stuff. But what I see here is that the bar is already low in America also, and I think it's the rest of the world. Because I remember that Ronald Reagan was a president of America, a Republican. I think he was in 70s. And he did wonderfully well. The same thing with Margaret Thatcher of UK.
Absolutely.
They are elderly people, and they perform very well. And we have seen a lot of people that are above 70 that perform very well. Unfortunately for America, actually, Trump policies might be good, but when you look at the character, sometimes a lot of people, I can't believe it sometimes that the character to me, I don't know where to put it. It's sometimes a little bit childish, okay? But whatever, I'm not an American and I don't have opportunity to vote there. The people there, they have to take one choice. It's either you go to Trump or you go to Kamala Harris. So from the opinion poll I read recently, it's a dead heat. So anyone can be your president, whether you like it or not. So you just have to deal with it.
Yeah, and like I said, they should go. Hey, look, I've already voted. I voted last Monday, so my vote is in already. People who are going to vote. This is not about Republican and Democrats. If it
The beauty
was,
of what I just like is that a lot of people are politically aware, and I can see the early voting. People came out in over 3 million people already voted. That is wonderful.
yeah.
That means that means both of the parties, they really did their homework very well, pushing out people to vote, and people are coming out in large numbers to vote. I think that's wonderful.
Let me add this. When Obama and Clinton were contesting for the Democratic ticket back in 19 whatever that was, I supported Clinton. I don't support you just because you're a black man. Because at that point, Obama was just a senator from Illinois that nobody really knew anything about. Yeah, he spoke in the Democratic National whatever some years prior to that.
I want to ask all of you guys this question. I know that when Trump won, he won against Clinton, which is a woman. Do you think?
Yes.
In all honesty, because I know that this alpha something all over the world, even in America, most men, they don't want a woman leader. Do you really think that America is ready for a woman to be a president of that country? Everybody, including President and Babati, do you think really America would prefer a woman to be their leader? Even you can do. Whether you voted for
I tell you one thing. So if it's going to be a woman, it's not going to be one that's an incompetent woman like Kamala Harris who become the president. So
I'm not talking about incompetency now. Even whether white or black, actually Clinton was competent. He has been a secretary.
I can agree with that. That's what I'm saying.
You opted out for Trump. I don't want you to look at it in the face of whether, because this is because we know you are biased.
Let's not waste time, Remy. When you refer to black men as deplorables, you will lose. So, like Clinton lost because she was not likable, so that's why she lost. But in terms of the job description itself, she had all the qualifications. Former senator, former secretary,
probably the most qualified.
But she was. Go look at her record. She's like this. She's like, so it's the public perception. Remember, from what Kando was talking about earlier, the healthcare thing that she was pushing in the 80s and 90s when her husband was president, that didn't turn out so well. And the way that was handled, even the way she handled this scandal with her husband, blaming the so-called victims of those kind of things. So those kind of things played a role in her losing. Remember, she got the popular vote. She got more vote than Trump, actually, by the way. She won more vote. She just didn't win in key areas.
Actually, that's what I was about to come say. Like, she even won more numbers than Obama and
yeah.
So that's what that idea of America ready for Kenny. Forget that one, man. I'm not the first time. Let me ask that question. Is America ready for female? Americans they don't look at gender.
This is the first time I asked that question. Maybe it's another person. Okay, you are also here. With all the reasons Babati put out there, which is correct and right, this is a new dispensation in which you are going to vote in the next few days.
Mm-hmm.
The question is that if you are talking about this Kamala Harris, she's also competent. She says
she's not competent. She's nowhere near like Clinton, man.
Remy, hold on. That's
can I talk? Can you give me 10 seconds?
She's
please?
not.
After 10 seconds, you come back. 10 seconds, please. Formerly, she was a DA, a prosecutor in California, one of the biggest states, and then a lot of other positions. And presently, she's the vice president of your country. So even if you want to look at it from the hierarchy, I don't know how you do it. This woman has also had a lot of important positions. She's also qualified. So you cannot tell me whether blah 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 blah. She's well read. She's also qualified.
Michael, no. Let me go to Remy. Remy, in politics, perception is equally as powerful with reality. I mean, like it's even more important. The problem is she's not perceived as competent, and she does not help herself with the awkward laughs, the word salad, the way she responds to interviews. Number two, when Hillary Clinton ran for office, she ran on a record. This woman, Kamala, cannot talk for 10 seconds without mentioning Trump. You were a VP for 4 years, but you can't defend your own record. You were part of this administration. Don't tell me what you're going to do. Tell me defend what you've done. Don't tell me you're going to give me money. You are VP for 4 years. What are you doing now?
Babati, where in the world, or where in American history have you heard the policies that the vice president of the country espoused and performed on his or her own, aside from dispensing and helping to support the president's agendas?
Okay, now, Kente, you want to support mediocrity. Okay, I see. But she was tagged before the start. Yes, you are. You like to shift the goalpost.
I will never ever. What policies? Hold on. What policies did Biden have?
Let me respond.
Under what record did Biden have over? Hold on. What individual records and achievement did Biden achieve in 8 years under Obama?
Andrew, you've been difficult. Come on, hold on now. You are the VP. Last time I checked, they say it's a joint ticket, right? So it's you too. It's not just the vice president running. It's you too. So if you serve under a government or with a government, you are part of the government. You should be able to defend the policy of the government. So when they ask you key questions about immigration, illegal immigrants coming into the country, what are you doing about it? Don't tell me what you're going to do first. Tell me what you're doing now, because you're part of the government now as a VP. You do have influence.
I agree. I agree with you.
But she's not defending that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Again, like I told you guys, I don't watch TV. I don't really listen. I don't, unless if I'm. Hold on. I don't watch TV. I don't listen. I don't know Kamala Harris's economic positions. Like I told you, this thing with me and Trump is not about his policies. It's about who he is as a human being. Not for $1 billion untouchable will I vote for Trump. $1 billion.
The man asked me, he asked about Kamala. Let me address Kamala. He said the woman thing that she's competent, but I'm telling Remy, she is not perceived as competent, and she's feeding that narrative with the way she asks a question, with that awkward smile, word salad, the way she addresses question. Number two, in terms of I know she was a senator from California, but she did not win the primaries. We forget this. There was no primaries in the Democratic Party.
How can they have primaries? Look at the months
no. I'm telling you, no. You're asking me about. I'm giving you the reason why some people will not vote for her. I told you before. I have friends that are from the Democrat liberals that will not vote for her because she did not go through the process. They feel like
just as the way a lot of people are also not voting for Trump, and they're also.
But we're not actually no, because you are discussing her as a woman, like some kind of people are not voting for her because she's a woman.
I just want to quickly.
No. Hold on, Remy. This idea that people are not going to vote for her, like that Barry Obama was saying, oh, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris because she's a woman. No. It's our policies. It's the Biden policy is the reason what is keeping her down, not because she's a woman. So this because she's a woman,
and she's just going to be she's just going to be a puppet when she enters because she's not very knowledgeable. She's not in terms of foreign policy. She's not very knowledgeable. So whatever is going on in the world, you'll be somebody in the background telling her what to do and pushing the buttons. So we know she's not going to be the one making decisions. It's a fact. I know this is going to be just like Obama.
White guy. Obama was a puppet.
Everybody knows Trump make his own decision.
Obama was whose puppet? Whose puppet was Obama?
Obama was a puppet. That guy was not. Things he was doing.
Congratulations to you all.
Everything Obama was doing. Bombing Libya, you can't tell me it was anywhere in his interest with bombing Libya to destroy the whole African continent. Then refuse to sell weapons to Nigeria. Are you kidding me? Is that Obama's decision, or is some white guy in one racist white man in White House?
Okay.
The guy was doing racist. He was doing a lot of racist policies against the black world.
Congratulations.
So, Mike, Kamala is going to be like Peter Obi. When he becomes
president, not going to be a puppet, man. All those blacks in the White House,
This is the thing. Like Baba Salah said, I am sorry for you. I know I am sorry for me. I know and shame me. You see, all this whatever. Hey, look, if Trump becomes the president and his policies works for America, hooray! All these people that will say they won't vote for somebody because of the way she responds to a question or the way he responds to a question, these people's lives, these people they're talking about, their own life are well and fine.
And Kamala is
vote
not
for whoever.
The only reason she's in that position is for Biden. It's because Biden is in that shape. That's the only reason she found herself there. She would have run primary against anyone.
No.
She's
But
not.
see, this is
Biden is a vegetable.
She's one of the most least competent politician out there. She doesn't even. If you start asking that question about global, the world, she probably doesn't know anything. She probably doesn't know the history. She probably doesn't know the history of Ukraine. She doesn't know the history of Europe. She doesn't know any of these things. Just like Obama.
Mike, she got 2%. You know, she was in the primaries with Biden. She got 2%. People forget 2%. No back.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody knows she's not competent. She's not qualified.
Okay.
They just want to use that as a puppet because what happened to Biden? That's
all of you vote for the competent Trump. Congratulations to you and the world.
Proven to us how we all know Trump has proven himself. He ruled for 4 years. We saw it.
Tinubu is the competent, before the election. 2 years from now,
he's more competent than you. He's more competent than you.
I don't support any. I don't support Harris. I don't support Trump.
You always lie, man. We know who you support, but when you start losing debate, you start to say, I don't support anybody. I only support can do.
In the first place, I don't lie. There's no reason for me to lie. So let's clear that up. There's no reason for me to lie to you or anybody else.
You only support can do. It's only can do. For me, we know you support Kamala. You support Obi. It's clear. But when we start debating on the issue, we begin to say, no, I don't support anybody. I only support can do.
I said I voted for Kamala last Monday.
Okay, so you supported her then?
No. It's just I had to vote for somebody. There is no way on this or any other planet.
You have to vote for somebody if you don't support the best.
There is no way.
Whenever I don't support anybody, I don't waste my energy going to the pool.
I was in there for like 11 minutes.
It takes a lot to go and line up. I'm not American voting. You go and line up.
No. In my county, there is no lining up. Between me getting into the building, they checking my ID, me filling out the 11 minutes. I looked at the time.
Yeah,
okay.
So, Mike, this question is for you. Sorry, Kandu. Mike, you just mentioned that Trump has proven himself, and from 2016 to 2020. But in 2020, America rejected him. So why?
They didn't reject him.
No. Let me. My final question.
Okay, go ahead.
My final question is this: so everybody, including Prince Daddy and Babati, listen carefully. It clearly shows that America rejected him in 2020. So why are you going to be surprised if they have rejected him once? That means they can also reject him this year.
Let me answer your question. When somebody say they reject someone, you will be more like you. Hold on now, wait. I'm answering your question. Calm down. When they reject someone, it'll be like you lose clearly, like something like margin where there's no even arguments. We see those kind of elections. You can say they reject someone, but that election from the beginning, Trump was leading until they said they are counting mail ballots. The next day they just say slight.
I can't believe somebody can be this. I cannot believe this.
Hold on.
You think this is your Abuja? You think this is your Abuja election?
Now you've been here for 2 hours. Now you've been going. Allow people that just came in to have their own point too. That election, from the beginning, it was so clear. Like Trump was already trying to make a speech that night. Like he was winning. He was kicking Biden's ass. He literally was whooping his ass. Why do you think the invasion of the White House happened? Because it's not so clear to everybody. Like, how the hell did Biden all of a sudden, like, just? It's like
so what is the point you're making? What is the point you're making? What is the point? Tell us the meaning of what you're saying. If you allow me to speak,
you get the point now. All of a sudden, we are asking, like, as people are voting, we are seeing that Trump is consistently winning. So how did he win? They say, we are counting the ballot they mailed in. So the one they mail, all of a sudden, so it's only Biden supporters that are mailing ballots. So that election is just not clear to us that whether they rig or not. We just know that something wasn't clear. So we can't conclude that America rejected him. Because if they rejected him, they would have invaded the White House. You won't see people just bitter that he lost. So you can't say it was rejected. It was not rejected. This time
okay, you see, that's why I said this is not your Abuja voting. The states that it matters the most, that Trump and his people paid for the ballots to be recounted. They recounted them 3
They
times.
did not recount it. That's a lie.
Ah, Jesus.
They did not recount.
You're beyond help.
Babati and Prince Daddy say something. They recounted it more than twice. That is true. Okay, I follow it. Okay, Mike, stop that. And before the election, even the polls.
What did they recount?
Biden will win. The polls, all the polls suggest that Biden
They
will
recounted
win.
all the votes.
And the electoral college vote. Biden have more vote, more wider vote than your Trump. What are you saying here? What are you talking about?
So, bro, they recounted the votes. Where did you get this fact?
They recounted Georgia vote twice.
Georgia, no, we're talking about the whole.
No, the states where there was contention, even the two. These were the states
this was not
Trump
the
himself.
state contention issue.
These were the states where Trump paid to have it recounted. Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, they recounted them. This is not your Abuja rigging. We don't do that over here.
Well, anyway.
My question to you, Mike, again, I'll repeat it. American once voted against Trump in 2020 and they picked Biden ahead of him. That is a big statement. Mind you, it's a big statement. Although the partner, the opponent now is not Biden. So what I'm trying to say is that because they didn't vote for him.
Remy, let me add this question too. What Americans, Remy, you are not an American, so you don't even know what to do.
I
know, I was just joking. What is the black community and white community? Who are they really going for between both of them?
That question, Mike.
Historically,
everybody.
Historically, the blacks were conditioned to always vote Democrats. They always labeled the Republican as a racist party and things like that. And the Democrats always been screwing their community, like just their policies always destroy their community. If you go to every Democrat-run city, the black community is always bad. So now the blacks are now turning. If you go all over the place, see the lot of
hold on now. And state, give us an example. You always ask this question. So I'm asking you that question too. You always ask people, give example of the community and the state, so that other Americans that are here, they can say yes or no.
No, okay. You go to Baltimore, go to any, even if you list the most cities with the most destructive, where the poverty of blacks and drugs and criminality, all those things, is the Democrat-run cities. I just give you, if you go to Baltimore, go to Newark, go to all those, especially in those East Coast area, those blue states, blue.
You are listening, so you can
debate. No one can deny the argument unless they want to start lying here, So you will see that their communities are very shattered, they are very shattered. And what the blacks, they are the one that are conscious among their telling that, like, listen, you guys have been on this Democratic plantation for too long. And this is the first time in history where you will go on any black platform or anyway, they are all heavily campaigning against Democrat. Like, they are not voting Democrat anymore. They're voting for, you see a lot. This is the first time you see a huge portion, part of black population supporting Trump. This is the first time. I've never seen it happen before.
I'm sorry. What I follow is that black professionals, elites, all those are professionals, they are the ones that are trying to propagate that idea that you should vote against Democrats because they thought that.
But has that happened before?
Listen. If Trump wins, it's good for this top professional. And this top professional, how many is the percentage compared to the total generation of the population of the black community in America? So when
if you know the black community in America, you will know that most of them just do whatever they are. And that's what people tell them to
do. Second, most out of every 5 women, 4 are going for Kamala Harris. So it's like men out of every 5 black men, maybe 3 are going for Trump, and 2 is 2 or 1.
The fact of the matter is, Remy, even if
break it down for you. So
okay, go ahead.
People are following your election too. So I'm trying to break it down. Luckily, Prince Daddy is here. Babati is also here. From what I've read, all those core professionals, they want to vote for Trump. And they are trying to tell the black community the advantage they will get. If this guy is a businessman, it's good for business, it's good, But an average black man that is not a professional, whatever, he or she is going for Kamala Harris. Majority of black women, they came out in large number voting for Kamala Harris. It's men against women.
Okay, let me give you a quick response to that. Give you educate you a little bit. Regardless what, hold on. Let me explain something to you. Regardless what, Kamala Harris will probably win more of the black, more than 50% of the black population. She will always, the black population has been always voting 98% Democrats. So all of a sudden, I don't think Trump will just win 50% or win the black votes. I don't think so. But what we're trying to tell you is that a huge portion.
Mike, add this to it. Can we separate the black Americans and the black immigrants?
Exactly.
Or they are the same? Or yes, again.
The
so
black
Americans and the black immigrants, yeah.
Yeah, the black immigrant, the way most of us are is when we come to America, depend which community we find ourselves. Many of us end up in white community, some of us end up in black communities. So the black immigrant, the way we are is if you notice any Nigerian that say he's supporting is a Republican, usually they live around white people. You understand? The one that always say, oh, Democrat, because they live in a black American community and those ones have so people just so that's where the black immigrant is split. But hold on. Let me wait now. Let me just it's important. Let me answer the question anyway. Now, majority of Nigerians today, because we've grown up, we've elevated status-wise in America, we've become more of high-income earners. Most of us now live in a white community because people that make money usually, when we are poor, it's when we live around the blacks. But in the 90s, yeah, most Nigerians in America, they were struggling. But today, most of them have become kind of like high earners. People like BT and I. So we live around white people. So we become automatically, we become more Republican. So the black immigrant, most of them are likely a lot of them are likely going to be full Republicans. So it's going to be split. But with the black Americans, they historically, majority of the population live among themselves, those low income. So they usually vote 98% or even close to 100% Democrat. But this time, they're just saying, no, we're woken up, we can't be brainwashing us with this. Because during the election, Democrats start bringing racist conversation. I started to label the opponent racist. So now they're like, dude, we're not buying these racist statistics again, every election. So they are now going heavily campaigning against Democrat. But most likely, Democrat will still win most of the vote, but it's not going to be the same like before. It's not going to be 98%.
So, Mike, from your analysis, what I deduce is this. If you live in white community, that means they are rich. And if you
no, not necessarily rich.
No. Let me finish. If you live in white community, majority of people that live in majority white community, that means they are maybe average or mid-income earners or probably the wealthy one. If you live in an average black community, that means these are the low-income earners or the poor from your analysis. And if we have to juxtapose that one into election, no matter how you see your America, a lot of people under low income, their population-wise will be more than the wealthy one or the a little bit above income. So what you are trying
of Americans?
No. Calm down first. What you are trying to juxtapose here is this: white community are much more better, and we can say a lot of more maybe comfortable or wealthy or rich people there. An average black community, you can see that they are predominantly low-income earners and poor people. And you are trying to say because Nigerians have elevated themselves, because of that elevation, they don't have their own mind anymore. Because of that, they move to white neighborhood, and because of that, they will vote for Republican. So that is
I say most likely. I didn't say because of that. I didn't say exact. Don't put word in my mouth.
Okay, that is what I'm getting.
Can I come in here?
You can go ahead.
Okay. In the first place, the percentage of blacks in America, whether they are African immigrated blacks or whatever blacks, that makes what they will consider, good money in America is only 6%. So
the percentage of what? Can you repeat that?
Blacks, the percentage of blacks in America that makes over 100,000 or 100,000 or more is only 6%. In the second place, the population of blacks in America, whether black Americans or imported black, is about 41%. So by the numbers, the vast majority of people that voted for what's his name, Biden in the last election is even more than the entire black population. in the first place. So the numbers, I mean, this is just numbers. So evidently, the vast majority of black people are going to vote. They tend to vote Democratic. That's just what it has been. As the Democrats, have they served the black community as well as they should have? I don't believe so. But it's just like when people say black people on welfare, or a lot of black people on welfare. The population of white people that are on welfare are probably more than half the entire black population in America. So the numbers do matter. It does matter. So all your so-called Nigerians that are now making money and blah blah blah, and the other Negroes from wherever they are Negroing from, that think that they got a couple of dollars in their pocket, they're only 6%. So they
Wait,
they don't
what
they
percentage
don't
of
even
Nigerians
count.
would you say are living better in America?
What does that mean? Better than who?
No, I'm saying like they are not poor in poverty level.
Well, I mean, I guess the 100,000 bench is the benchmark that people generally use. I would think, especially Nigerians, I would think probably a good. Well, I think the way you calculate that.
You can't
Hold
come
on.
here and give me an argument that it's only 6% of Nigerian population in America that are
No, I
living good
said
life, and the rest of us are in poverty. You can't come and present an argument.
I said these are not my numbers. These are the IRS numbers.
That
The number
6%
of
of
black
Nigerian
people.
Americans are the
I
only one
said
living good
no.
life.
I said Americans that make
But no,
over.
you mentioned Nigeria though.
No,
And
I said
you mentioned 6%. I don't know if anybody has heard that.
the numbers are important. I said the percentage of Americans that make over of black people in America, whether they are imported black, born black in America, that makes over 100,000 or 100,000 or more is
No,
6%.
let's focus on let's say the Africans.
I don't think they. I mean, as far as I know, I've not been able to find census numbers on Nigerians or Africans. But this is the thing, though. This is what I have noticed in my own personal life and the people around me, is that the children of the Nigerians that came over the last 30, 40 years, those children are making more money. Those
That's
are
what I'm saying.
actually
Our first generation and
those are the if you it's
because
really when you add.
we allow our children must go to school. They must get at least bachelor's minimum.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this. I mean, there are a lot of people that have PhD that don't make $100,000 a year. Just because you have PhD
But there's
doesn't
no
make you.
PhD person living in poverty. We're talking about poverty.
No, I'm not talking about poverty.
You don't need to make $100,000 to be out of the hood.
No, but what we're saying is, you were talking about when, like Nigerians, once they start making money, they move to around black, white people,
But let me correct it. It's not more like they like white people. They want to move to white people.
No, I didn't say they like.
Hold on.
It's just an
The
economic
obvious
thing.
point we are making here is the community of more upper income, right? When you move to that, America is segregated in a sense where they create environment for poor, not say poor, like poverty level, right? Neighborhoods for that, and then they create neighborhoods for like upper class, middle class. I'm talking about where you are earning enough, and then upper class, and then super rich. But I'm talking about those communities where you are earning enough to afford to live. They're usually predominantly going to be white people or Asians or maybe Middle Easterns or those kind of stuff. But then if you're talking about extremely poor neighborhoods where most of us, when we just come from Africa with nothing, we end up in the poor, and that usually predominantly black neighborhood.
And that is true, but at the end of, again, is upward mobility. It's not because anybody is keeping anybody in any particular neighborhood. The more money you make, it's just like if you live in Mushi. If your money come, you might decide to move to Lekki. It's the same thing. There's nothing crazy about it.
Yeah,
It's
so that's
just,
what I'm saying. So
upward
most
mobility.
of us decide to move because we start earning more. So that's the point. But I'm not. That's why I say that to clarify that it's not because we just like Oyibo. And the neighborhood also belongs to Oyibo. The neighborhood is just neighborhood. It's not in America where they will say a neighborhood is a black neighborhood, a neighborhood is a white neighborhood. No, a neighborhood is a neighborhood. So it's what you're earning that decide where you exactly. So, but we call a neighborhood black neighborhood because it be dominantly black, or we call neighborhood white neighborhood because it be dominantly white. And even the neighborhood we call black neighborhood, the property they are not owned by black. The buildings, the apartment complex, they are not owned by blacks.
Again, I don't call a neighborhood black neighborhood. Nor do I call Mexican people whatever most African people call them. I call them Mexicans, or I don't call them. I don't use. I just don't understand the point.
Hispanics, Mexicans.
Yeah, they are Mexicans.
All Hispanics.
I mean, how can I be calling people whatever derogatory name that people call? I don't do. You see, I don't understand people.
Hispanic?
There's a name that people generally refers to them, and I just don't use it.
You mean Nigerians?
Nigerians generally, there's a name that they call Spanish people. It's a derogatory name. Just like I don't call black people. I call them black people. They're not anything.
Well, nobody said that yet. Has anybody?
No,
I don't think anybody has ever used that kind of.
No, I'm just saying. You were talking about black neighborhood. I mean, it's just a neighborhood, But let's move on. Let's move away from that. The reality is,
you're trying to accuse me of using name that I didn't use.
If I wanted to accuse you of something, Mr. Mike, I will accuse you. There's nothing you can do to me. I don't have to use
I'm
style
not saying
to
that.
do
You're
anything.
trying to say we call them names on this. We don't want to call anybody name on this platform.
No, nobody said. I didn't say. I said Nigerian people. I didn't say people on this panel or anything on this program. I said, there's a name that people call people, and I just don't understand it. I don't understand the point. It's just like I will never call Igbo, people of Eastern extraction, this. You deal with people as an individual. I mean, I know there's a need sometimes to address a general group of people. I understand that, but at the end of the day, the point is, the vast majority of people that are going to vote Democrats are going to be white people, not black people, just by the population. That's just how it is.
Well, you got a point. Actually, the black vote is not really a vote that determines elections, to be honest. Even despite when black vote, even 90%, 98% Democrat, sometimes Democrats still lose. They were
Mike,
voting.
can I please sorry, Mike. You made a comment earlier on. I totally disagree with you. You said as a person, the policy of the government in the US doesn't affect you. I kind of disagree with you. Indirectly or directly, it affects everybody. Do you agree with me?
Well, in as a whole, it doesn't affect me because I have everything that I have in certain places that it doesn't. I don't want to put all my business out there like that, but because of the way the system is structured, the places where I put my stuff, I pay very little legally. So whether it is Trump that comes in, it's not going to change that structure. And for anyone that is, it's not about trying not to pay taxes. I pay as much of it as I can. But look into living trust. It's a very good vehicle, especially in this country. You can do AB trust. You can do A trust. It's as legal as you will ever find. It allows you to put away stuff and let them continue to grow and grow and grow and grow forever. Is really one of the most important rich vehicles for those who live in America. They live in trust. So kini konta no matter what.
Well, the fact of the matter is, inflation affects everyone. When prices of
Oh
things
yeah,
jump,
it does. It does. It does. Again, this is not trying to be too personal. Again, different people are entitled to do different things. I was talking. Yes, I think it was P Daddy that was mentioning something earlier, and he was talking about all these people. They make so much money. Um, there's again, me, I'm not against money. Money likes me more than I like it. But I spend over 50% of my income helping other people. That's just what I do. It's not because I'm
You
looking
spend
for Jesus to come and save me. So hold on. The point I'm trying to make is me making an additional money doesn't make me eat better steak. It doesn't make me live in a better house. It's not important to me. It's good to do, don't get me wrong, but it's not like I need it in order to be able to do something. Even the little that I make, a lot of it goes to helping other people in Nigeria. So I
so.
don't need
But
it.
why you making conversation about you now, like yourself? I mean,
Jesus,
that's your standard. That's
I said there was a point that was made about people making more money. And I was trying to explain the reason why making that extra money. General Thomas just said something about something that I said earlier. And I was trying to clarify the reason that making that look, if he doesn't make another billion, nothing is going to happen to him. But because of the things he has in place, just like Dangote, that money will continue to come, whether you like it or not. It's not about
what's
me.
the point? What's the point you're making here?
The
So
point is, it doesn't, General Thomas posed the question. And the point I'm trying to make is me making more money under Trump or making more money under Harris is not important to me. I'm sure it's
I
important
think
to a
what
lot
he
of
asked
people.
is, can the policy affect everybody? Now, policy doesn't
Eh,
necessarily mean money.
no, he said
For
me.
example,
He said no, he
if
said me.
they create a policy that will start World War III and they start shooting nuclear bomb, it affect everybody. So when they say something affect everybody, he didn't specifically ask that their monetary policy affect everybody. He didn't mention money. He just said policy in general.
No, you were not here when we were having this conversation, and it was geared towards money. And that's why I said what Prince Daddy said. Prince Daddy brought the
Yeah,
name
I'm
of some
responding based
people.
on his question, Thomas' question just now.
Again, his question is based on what we spoke about before. He brought
Like
it
this.
back from something else that we had spoken about before you came. And that was the point of the reason why I had to elaborate. I'm not saying that policies don't affect me. It does. It does, but it is not to the point that I'll be like, oh, I have to vote for this person because they will do more of this for me. What are you gonna do with it? You're gonna wear three pieces of suits right on top of each other because you have more money?
Well, no, see, can do you always stretch this argument. Well, earlier you did say that, it doesn't matter who becomes the president; it doesn't affect you. So in
Yes.
essence, you're saying the policy doesn't affect you. That's what you were saying, but it's not about three-piece of suit or three-piece suit or whatever. It's about the policy that affects the common people, and you may not fall into that category, which is fine. Okay, not everybody falls into that category, but nonetheless, policies do matter. Policies do matter. Okay, and that there's nothing you can say about Trump. We've had Trump as a president before for 4 solid years, and we had good economy. Okay, you may not like the man personally, but nonetheless, he was a performing president. Okay, and he had good records, and his records are undisputable. We have it; it's a public record, so there's nothing you can say
So
about it.
why can't they reward him with the second term presidency? If truly what you painted out here now is that he performed wonders, he's one of the greatest,
But he's a criminal. He's a criminal. He's a criminal.
Why can't they re-elect him president, please?
Well, see, so there came COVID, right? There came COVID. Before COVID came, it was actually it was going to be a blowout, a landslide. There's no doubt about it. So okay, there came COVID, right? So the media and the Democrat, they used COVID as a crutch in order to rig the election, in order to steal the election. But nonetheless, they did, and Biden became the only president in America that won by such a large margin when it came to the popular vote, which is a joke. Everybody knows that. So come today, the same Biden that won by what 8 million votes You can't even get on the ballot. They threw him out because this time around everything. You got to keep in mind the shenanigan that happened. Do you know in 2020 or 2019 that Biden did not campaign? Did you know that? The guy was kept in his basement. He didn't campaign.
The same narrative when Clinton lost against Trump. A lot of Democrats are saying the Russia is the one that swung the election in favor of Trump. Now your guy lost. You're also saying the same thing. Oh my God!
We're not saying. I don't know what you're talking about, Ramiro. We're not saying the same thing. I guess you didn't hear me.
For me, it's the same thing. The guy
it's not the same thing. And by the way, if you pay attention, the Russia thing was a hoax. You know,
yeah, you come again. That one is at the house, but now.
No, Remy, it's even the media, everybody's saying it. It was all concocted. It was never a true story. It was never a true story. It was all concocted. It's out there in the public.
Be honest in your analysis, because now you give a lot of reason and excuses for your guy. But when it turns around, you have plenty of accusation. But when the guy lost, you said, no, the Rigo's out, blah blah blah. It's the same narration. Whatever you are doing here is the same thing. Your opponent will do the same thing. I understand you. Unfortunately, it's the ordinary man that will bear the brunt of whatever comes out from it. That's just it.
Well, see, and that's why we want the right candidate to win. That's why we want Trump to win, because Trump's victory is good for the common person. It's unfortunate that can't see that because of his hatred for Trump. But nonetheless, Trump is good for the common person. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, Prince Daddy, like I said before, it could be good for the U.S. economy, but there is more. You see, character overrides everything to me.
No, it doesn't.
What character are you talking about? I didn't say to you. I said to me.
Well, because you know the word I describe you. That means talking. Even selfish. If you say to me, you are not the American as a whole. There's more than you. Okay.
What do you want me to do? You want me to leave my belief and take other people's beliefs?
But you're not doing it based on belief. It's not a conviction. It's just a mere dislike for another person.
Hold on. Can you explain Trump's character? What is that about Trump's character?
Jesus, they're not paying me to do this. So you guys go ahead. I will listen. I'm not being paid.
Mike, he doesn't have any. He just hates the man. He hates Trump. That's it.
I hear, bro. We must pay you to that.
We have to pay him like he's paying us.
No. It's like I have said this many times. I have known about this. Look, I'm not a saint.
Okay, let me help you. Save your breath. Okay, one of the reasons that Ken gave was that Trump built a building in New York, and he claimed was 38-story building, whereas it was 33-story building.
So Prince Daddy, you see, part of one of the reasons they're charging him to whatever court. You see, in America, if you let's say your property is worth $1 million, and you go and find somebody to come and appraise it, and you do some shenanigans, and you now get an appraisal of $3 million, something that is worth $1 million, and then you now use that appraisal to go and get loan to go and do some other stuff.
Can't do it. Sorry, you're too advanced. Don't talk like a novice. Please do not talk like a novice. Please stop it.
I'm not speaking like one, sir. I'm not speaking like one.
Is that the character Kandu is talking about?
Oh, hold on. See, let's line on what Kandu is saying. Are you telling me that my property is only worth $1 million, and I want to go borrow money from the bank, $3 million? So where's the bank's fiduciary duty to do their own appraisal to determine?
No.
It's not the lender. It's not the lender that determines it.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's the lender.
No,
they have to.
You're just trying to find something from everywhere. It's not sticking. It's not sticking.
So that's
Sorry,
the
not
character
sticking.
he's telling us about. The
No.
Yeah, that's the character. That's the character.
I didn't say that's a character. I said one of the things they were charging him for, not character.
You just said it. It's dubious. You just said it right yourself. Oh,
No,
went.
I didn't say,
Hold on. Oh, okay, hold on. Can do. Mike, I hope you guys heard what he said. He said his property is worth 1 million, for example. That he went to get an appraiser that gave him a document that said his property is worth 3 million. Then he used that document to go lend money from the bank. That doesn't even make any sense.
No, you know why it makes sense?
So
It
you are
doesn't make
pocket
any
watching
sense.
Trump. That's what
You
you are
know,
doing.
this is not pocket watching. You see, when you sign a loan document that says that something is something that it is not.
It
That's
doesn't work
fraudulent.
that way. Can do. Stop it.
That's
I see you're too advanced
fraudulent.
for that.
I have
It's
signed
not.
many.
Can do. Hold on. Can do. It's not you that determines the value of the property. Hold on. It is not you that determines the value of the property. It's the lender, the bank that will come and tell you how much it's worth.
Prince Daddy, I didn't say. I didn't use that as the character. I said one of the things they were charging him with.
You can't appraise your own property now.
Exactly.
You don't.
It's irrelevant.
You don't see.
No, actually, no. You can. No, you can appraise your own property, but it's irrelevant to the lender.
Borrow loans now. It has to be an independent body to appraise.
Exactly.
Exactly.
You're exposing yourself. You're exposing yourself to tell her that it's all the allegations were dubious. That's one of the dubious, senseless allegation ever.
Okay, I said that was one of the things they were charging him. I didn't say that's dubious. I just said one of the things they were charging him with.
Oh, so you're trying to highlight that they actually wrongfully convicting him. I get it. So thank you for saying that.
No, like I said, look, I don't know Trump. He doesn't know me. If he sees me on the road, he won't even know this is somebody.
So why do you have so much hatred for him if you don't know the man?
No, it's not an hatred. In terms of, I have said this. I have known about the man for a long time, and based on what I know about,
but you don't know him. But you know him for a long time.
No. I said I have known about the man since 1985. How can I say I don't know him?
Just now, you know him now. You said doesn't know you.
No. What I'm saying
I
is,
doesn't know you, but you say you know him.
No. What I said is, he doesn't. I don't. It's not like me and him. We know each other like paddy. All I said is, if the man, based on the things I have known about him, if na him born me, Omoti Yabito for Japan, I will disown him. Wallahi ta'ala.
Because of what?
Because his character. I don't like
tell
people
us
like
this
that.
character now. You refuse to tell us what this character.
I don't like people that lie all the time when there is no need to.
So he lied all the time?
Give an example. Give an example.
If he lied all the time, we'll see him at least 100 times. Give us 10 of the lies.
Jesus. Where were you people? Were you not in this country when they fact checked Trump almost every single day on the things that he said that are
give
not?
Give us the fact, the lies now. Give us.
Okay. Never mind. I have the better things to do.
If you say lies all the time, if someone lies all the time, that means all the time. That's a lot of lies.
Enough of the
just say it. You just come out and you're a Kamala
fan.
This idea.
No, Kamala, imagine.
I don't. You said Allah Majid, but you voted for her. You just told her you voted for Kamala.
Let me tell you something.
He went to line up in the cold. We're in winter now.
I lived in California when Kamala was state attorney general. During the election when she was bidding against Biden, there were some things that I'm surprised till today that happened with her in California that has not come out. So personally, she's not the person I will vote for.
But you voted for her.
If I have to choose, if I have to choose, if
so
Biden
that's why
was
that character is still want to vote for her. So it's not really about character.
Trump.
Oh, really?
so it's not. Wow.
I don't. You going double standard here, man.
No, I mean, best of two. If Biden was still running, in spite of the fact that I said maybe about a year or 9 months ago, that is unfortunate. Not just for America.
For Biden, that's what you vote for.
And to my call back, the Kwani vote for Biden. And to my call back, ni baba.
Okay. But you, I
I
hope
can
you
never vote. Babati, I know it's not possible. If they gave me untouchable $1 billion cash, I would not vote for Trump. Wallahi talai. Untouchable.
I think that girlfriend of yours,
Can do your hatred is unfounded. That's the sad thing
No,
about it.
it's
Your
not.
hatred for him is unfounded.
No, I just
I'm trying to
you
find
see,
it.
it's
But you
like
wouldn't even give me an
it's like
answer.
it's like where were you people at for 4 years?
We're right here. We're right here.
I mean, this guy just opens his mouth. He will call people names. I mean, what type
Okay.
of a human being is
Okay, give us
this?
an example of the names. Give us.
No, me, I don't have time.
if
I have
you
better
if
things
you
to do.
do you work with everybody that you like? If your banker is
No,
effective, it's not about who you like, but you see,
the guy is campaigning, competing against his opponent, and you say you are taking what they are saying personal.
I know.
no, I take
It's
it
part of the game.
I take
It's part of the
Exactly,
game.
like politics is
no,
one
I
kind of
don't.
clean game where you come down.
Okay,
The guy would have lost. There's no other way the guy
Exactly.
would have won that.
I don't.
I mean, he would gain that ground.
I take everything personal
There's
because
the
I
deal.
Okay.
conduct
Millions of
myself.
the American people are they are pissed
I
off that you
am.
are
What do
progressive.
you mean,
Where
American people?
can do before
I
you?
not ready. I want not ready. I
And
want
now,
not
but
ready.
the people that voted for him,
You
people that
said
support him.
you take everything personal.
I
When
do.
did you become
I
an
do.
emotional lesbian?
Huh?
When did you take everything personal?
I didn't. I can't hear you.
You say you take everything personal.
Yes.
When did you become an emotional lesbian? Taking everything personal. That's not you.
Oh,
What happened?
you haven't seen me in my outfit, have you?
So you said you are a monk that you right above everything. So why taking everything personal?
No. I mean,
Can
again.
you want to have your cake and eat it at the same time?
Yeah,
That's
like
what's going on.
one moment you're a monk, the other moment you're emotional to everything. And so
No,
what is it?
Baba T. Like I said, I've been part of a soccer program to teach people. I mentor people up till today. The way that I carry myself, not because of other people, but because of myself, is important to me.
Right.
It's not the way people see me, the way I see myself.
I
Been she
know,
ugly to it.
and
When
I
I
agree
look
with
in the
that.
mirror, been she
Kando,
ugly to it. When
I
I
agree
look
with
in
that
the
part.
mirror, I
You
have to be
said
able to see somebody.
no, Kando now. Wait now. You said you see things differently. Like you don't like most people are idiots or fools that you think differently. So I put you in the monk mode. You are very unique, very peculiar. But if you are that way, then you can't tell me you are also emotional and you take everything personal. Well, it's like opposite of what you claim it is now. You can't be a monk and take everything personal now. It's not the same.
Okay, well, maybe there's some well, when I say I take things personal, I mean I for me to be able to deal with somebody, I don't expect anybody to be a saint, but I have to be able to count on your word. If your word is not good, you're no good to me.
And you can't
I
take
don't
that
care
means
what
that
it
means
is.
you're not taking it. No, if you're that way, that means
Maybe I misspoke. I don't know what to. I don't know how to
Are
explain
you
this
saying
to
you
you
have to
at
be able
this
to
time.
count on the word of a politician?
I don't know.
On anybody.
Name a successful
Anybody.
politician in this world that's straight up.
No, you see, just because everybody
Just
is in
name
the
one,
game,
politician that's straight up. Let's stay honest.
Mike, Kendra's trying to put Trump on a different platform. You know, make
It's not
it
about
has to be.
politics. You have to convince the people. And
just
you can't be straight.
because everybody is doing something, don't mean that you have to do it. And when I say most people
So Trump
have
should be the only one that's.
wait. When I say most people, I don't. Maybe I shouldn't use foolish. I mean, most human beings are just followers all throughout history. That is how.
That's
That's
a
what
fact.
most
No,
people are.
yeah.
That's what I mean by that. Most people they're like goats, sheep. They just follow the
That's
leader.
who we are. How many
Yeah.
how many geniuses are there in the world?
It's not about being a genius. There's
No, I'm
something
just giving
called
an example. Also,
there's
see, most
something
people are
called
common in everything.
there's something called lakai. You should have if somebody calls you now and say Nigeria's economy is the #1 in Africa, based on what you knew then, you should be able to say Alaji. Alaji based on what? That's common sense.
It says in the Bible, "My people perish without knowledge." The Lakaya you're talking about, okay, it's all based on knowledge, information that
So
you have
all
at
the
your
all the
disposal.
all the Nigerians in 2015 that were jubilating all over the internet that Nigeria, they didn't have Lakai because they were told a lie that most of them should have known did not make sense.
Can do. See, you said it yourself. I'm not sure why you put too much trust in a human being. Today, a man can say something, and tomorrow it doesn't pan out because circumstances can change. Things can change. Okay, even Biden, when it came, we had all these promises about Biden, what they're gonna do, all these things. At the end of the day, the man came and ruined the economy, destroyed everything possible. I mean, look at the disaster at the border. Look at the economy, the highest inflation Americans ever had in a long time. The average inflation in America, if you're not lying to ourselves, is about 25% right now. Easily, I can name a few items that are 50% in inflation. Okay, so but Biden came, did his thing. It's not working out. He had some promises. It didn't work out. In fact, many people can claim that Trump has been the only president in the past, I don't know, 4 or 5 presidents, maybe the exception of Clinton because he had a good economy, that he actually came in and promised certain things and he actually fulfilled them. It did.
Mm-hmm.
So, but again, it's okay if you don't like the man, but don't try to pretend that he was a bad president. It was not.
No, well, like I said, I don't really. I mean, some people have come on here and explained the numbers. I don't really know. And again, we talk about all these things in some sort of a vacuum. You see, yeah, there are governmental policies that will shape certain things, shape interest rates, shape this, shape that. But there are some external things, like COVID, for example. Most people didn't see that coming. So there are certain things that will happen in life that, in spite of what you promise, in spite of your policies, like I said, when Obama came in, again, I wanted Clinton, not Obama. I'm not going to vote for somebody just because he's a black man. I don't do that. But when it came between Obama and McCain, and knowing what McCain was saying at that time, there was no way I would vote for McCain. No way. I would have voted for
No,
this
no,
former
so can do.
governor.
You have a pattern, and you are what we call a typical Democrat. It doesn't matter what the candidate is. Say, I can't even believe it. You have so much wealth of information that you would settle for Kamala. Now, if you chose Barack Obama, who I voted for myself, okay, in as a registered Democrat, between the two, Obama and Hillary. I couldn't choose between the two of them. I was not going to vote for Obama because the guy was green. He knew nothing. But Hillary, I didn't trust her, so I let it be. I think I played the kind of politics that you did. I said, hey, between the two of them, between the two, Hillary and Clinton, Obama, whichever one emerges, I will vote for that person because I wasn't going to vote for McCain, right? So Obama emerged. And the only reason why I voted for Barack Obama, because that man, he had no record, he had nothing to stand on, was simply because he was black. I'm not flat out. I voted for Barack Obama because he was black.
No. You see, I followed the unemployment numbers month by month, and even
No, hold on. The first time around, why did you vote for Barack Obama? Based on what? What are the qualities?
Based on what he said and the economic.
What he said.
Hold on. No. Hold on. The people that he elected, the people that he already started putting the cabinet together, even before the election. Even George Bush, go and look at it. Even George Bush, at that time, hold on. Even George Bush himself was leaning towards Obama. Because we're losing 1.2 million jobs a month, and McCain had nothing to offer. Nothing.
Neither did Obama had anything to offer. Obama had nothing to offer neither.
No,
He had nothing to
stated,
offer.
he stated the policy. He stated the policy.
Listen, I happened to spend a lot of time back then. I was in grad school. Listen, he had nothing to offer. They printed a bunch of money. Listen,
no, I'm talking about before the election. I'm talking about before the election.
Before the election,
after the election. Bush, go and look back at this. Bush brought both of them into the White House. He brought both of them. Given where we were at, given where things were going,
were the both of them, McCain and Obama?
Yes. I don't think you might have been in grad school, but I don't know if you understood where the world was at.
I understood where the world was. There was nothing going on.
Verge of a total worldwide collapse.
Okay, and how did they revive or savage the economy? Tell us.
Yes, they printed some money.
Okay, so why you make it sound like there's something? You make it sound like there's something genius that they did. They didn't do nothing.
Why didn't Bush print the money, Chebi? He was the one that
he was printing. He was.
Anybody that will see him and tell me that
he was not.
The reason they support Obama is not because it's black. I think you gotta look in the mirror and ask yourself.
No.
You should look himself in the mirror. That
is.
You need to ask yourself. Do I do what I'm accusing Trump of doing?
No. Let me tell you something. I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't care if you're my brother.
Can do stop. Obama had nothing. He had nothing to stand on. He has zero to stand on.
That means you were not there. You were not there. You were not paying attention.
What did he have to stand on? Tell us now.
The guy was inexperienced. I mean, the guy just wasn't qualified. There's so many like even Biden was running. So many of them. Like Obama was the least qualified.
You're not
the least qualified candidate ever.
And because we're black, we all just jump behind him.
You people supported him because he's black. Me, I don't support anybody because they're black.
No, it was in the Senate for 18 months.
You need to go investigate.
Only one time.
No, I don't have to investigate myself. No, I don't like it. For who? What are you going to do to me?
So Obama was the best among all the people.
No, why are you saying what was not said? I told you during the Democratic primaries, I supported Clinton, not Obama.
So okay.
When it got to McCain and Obama, Bush himself brought these people into the White House.
No, forget Bush.
Hold on. Given where we were at, the entire world, Obama had nothing to put together. McCain had nothing to put together. All these New York guys, I forgot this guy's names now, were already on the side of Obama. They were talking about what they were going to do if they won the election. I will never, in a billion years, vote for somebody because they are black. Allah Majid. I don't do stuff like that.
Okay, but you haven't told us anything. What convinced you about Barack Obama? Or what did they have to offer?
The people that he brought.
You know one thing I'm convinced about?
The people that he brought.
And we never use Ogun to swear that this thing is telling us is
the people that Obama was assembling, the things that they were talking about, that they were doing, make economic sense to me. And what's his name? McCain had nothing. The man had nothing to offer. Zero. That was it. Nothing else.
So okay, still, that doesn't even fly because a bunch of. Let me tell you. See, number one, Barack Obama, when it comes to economics, he had a zero knowledge. That guy was so green in everything. He had no clue about anything. Okay, sure. So they got a bunch of smart people from Wall Street, from New York, to surround him as the experts. Okay. And those people didn't know who they were dealing with. That this guy is like soft. He is not that smart, anyways. Quite frankly, he had no clue about. Hold on a second. Let me hold on. In regards to Barack Obama, the guy is a very good speechifier. He is a good orator. He can talk. He can get people excited. No doubt about that.
Half of his team were people that was given to him by Clinton. They were the ones that
exactly, and Bush.
They were Bush and Clinton folks. You have to get people.
Okay.
It was so bad. I don't know.
Babati, you're going to tell me that Bush that couldn't bring those people to come and help him. Bush that couldn't bring those people to come and help him.
Now, Kando, do you remember when Clinton was even showing up on his behalf at press conferences in the White House? Did you forget that? Clinton had to come and save this guy with the media in the White House.
Well,
he had issues. First time now.
Babati, the only issue here is, number one, I told you this before. When it was between Clinton and Obama, I supported Clinton because she had things I could look at. Obama was a greenhorn from Illinois who I didn't know anything about. But when things got to the point that they got, by the time we're a month away from the election, and even Bush himself was trying to figure out, okay, who is going to be driving this boat? And whether it was Clinton people or whoever people that are helping to put together the group, at least there was a group.
Okay, so
because people were so petrified at that moment.
Can I ask a question?
People were scared.
So can I ask a question? What do you value more? What somebody says they will do as a politician, or their resume, or what they've done in the past? Like, if somebody comes with you with no resume but tells you, "Oh, Kanda, I'm going to do amazing work for your company, even though I have no experience, but my word is my bond." What do you value more? What they promise to do in the future, or what they've done in the past, like a resume?
Experience that I can see, that I can trust. Not just because you have done. It's like somebody telling me Tinubu has run. Hold on. It's like somebody telling me Tinubu has run Lagos before. So because of that, I should make him president. Allah Maje. So it's like somebody telling me Trump was a good president because when he was in office, the price of gas was $1 something. That means you don't understand how the oil market works. Whether Trump is there, a month ago, the price of barrel of oil was $62. Anybody that knows how to read a chart will have known that it's not going to be at that $62 2 months later. Whether who is president, who doesn't president is irrelevant. These are economic indicators. You know, for those who know, price of things are going to be at a certain place regardless of who is there. And that's why even when you look at some markets, I say, is it the chicken or the egg? Which comes first? Is it because Israel bombs Iraq that the price of oil is going to go up? Or because the price of oil was already at a low point where it was going to go up, and now the bombing helped to propel what was going to happen anyway? There are reasons for these things. They don't happen in a vacuum. The fact that somebody, if it's like if you're dating, if you're trying to get a woman, right? As long as you don't say too many stupid stuff, you're in. But if you start saying some dumb stuff, those draws are gonna go up real fast. So things are going to happen already. The indicators are there. The things that are going to make them happen are there. It's like a company, right? A company, they're going to report their earnings report. The price is already at a low price. I don't need to know what their earnings report is because price is going to go up regardless of the earnings report. The earnings report is not going to support getting the price to go up. So regardless of who is there, all things being equal, as long as you don't mess up too much, things are going to function. And that's why I believe, at least especially with the American economy, if you put a dog there, the judiciary will work. The president gets to appoint members of the Supreme Court, and that has its implications.
Yeah. I just don't want to vote for an individual that is proposing taxes on the money we make in retail trading. You know, Kamala is proposing that, right? So with your
Yeah,
day
make
trade,
more. Like somebody said, pray that if you're paying 100,000 in taxes this year, pray that you get to pay $1 million 3 years
that
from now,
is
because
not
that means you're
the
making
point.
more money.
That's not the point. No,
No,
stop
I
doing that.
get the point. I get the point.
No,
I get the point.
when it hits you, see, I vote based on my own interest.
Yeah, I hear you.
That's why I can. We both trade stocks,
Yeah.
and somebody's coming after my profit margin. I have a problem with that.
Yeah, I agree. I
So
agree, but the character of a person is overrides even that income for
no,
me. I mean, the
the one
income
that's
is
going to make
important.
override character. I'm
No,
sorry.
the income is important, but having someone again, this is not about Trump running for office. This is the way I felt about him 25 years ago, 20 years ago. So it has nothing to do with politics or his election as president. There is no way in good conscience I will ever vote for a Tinubu or a Trump. It's not possible. I'd rather not vote if it comes to that. I just can't do it. I'm not saying that other people shouldn't do it, and I'm not trying to convince anybody. I have no interest to convince anybody to change their mind. None, zero. I don't. What does it matter to me whether you vote for whoever you vote for? It's not important. So I'm not. Even if I had a magic wand to make people vote for Kamala instead of Trump, I wouldn't use it. And I'm being serious because personally, it doesn't matter to me.
Sorry to interject you. You have been mentioning there's no way you are going to vote for Trump and Tinubu. Can you give me one reason, just only one, why you don't vote for Tinubu? Just one.
I know people. I didn't know him in Chicago, but I know people who knew him, and personally, I don't really care whether you sell. I mean, really, I don't really care if you're involved in the drug trade. It's not really my problem. Um,
So what
and
you
based,
are trying to say, so that we don't tell a lot of stories. You know some
yeah.
people that,
So I mean, based on what I know
and
about,
based on what you learn from them, is involved
yes,
in drugs,
based on what I learned from them, based on the fact that the man, based on some of the things I have read about him, how much money he was making, based on the people that are around him in Lagos and the other people that they are around. Um, all money is not good money
Okay,
to
so
me.
in a nutshell, this from your opinion, why you won't vote for him, right?
Oh yeah, well, some
Okay,
of
now the follow-up question
yeah,
for you.
the number of
Follow-up
the
question.
number
No,
yeah
the
the number
follow-up
of
question is already
shenanigans
established. Already
the number
established.
of the number of
Follow-up
shenanigans
question.
that
The
people like
follow-up
him do.
question. The follow-up question
Sorry.
for you is very simple. Now you know everything about this guy from what you learn from people that are close to him. But his opponent, do you have people that knows him that will give you the same parameter? I mean, the same level that they knew all his opponent, Atiku or whatever, or maybe like Kamala Harris, that they can also give you all whatever his opponents have suffered done. You don't have that information in your hand. Yes or no?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I don't. And like I said, at the end of the day, even when it was when it was Trump Biden, I felt it was unfortunate that those are the two that we have. Not that whatever Biden has done in his life, I did not expect that Biden will still be running. I expected if he has people that loved him, they will have told him that that one time was enough. I didn't expect that he will come out again and say he's going to run for a second term because there's a time for everything in life. 88-year-old or 90-year-old man should not be running all over the world like the president of America will need to be doing. That's just ridiculous to me. And if it was my father, I would have advised him accordingly. Not that he will listen, but that's what I would have done. There's a time for everything. There's a time for you to sit down somewhere and people come to you and ask for advice. Daddy, these are the things we're thinking about doing. What do you think about it? There's a time for everything in life. You know, I mean, whatever I say on this platform about my beliefs and the way that I think are from my parents. This is the way my parents are. My
But can
parents,
you,
my
sorry again to
yeah,
interject. What you
yeah.
just said now that at some certain age, people should sit down and people should go for them for advice. So what can you say people like Ronald Reagan or Margaret Thatcher that they rule in their 70s, just like the whole that Trump is now? So what can
No,
you
no,
say?
no, no, no. Reagan was not the same age as Biden is right now. When Reagan came in 1980, it was as sharp as they are, as they
No,
come.
no, no. The question is that he was in the 70s also, right?
I didn't. I mean, Biden is how old is Biden?
I think he was close to 80 for his second term.
No, well, if whatever. I mean, I was there during Reagan's time.
I'm just trying to just oppose that. Some
No,
people
it's not just the age. Ẹ̀yin ò lè máa ṣìrànràn, bàbá ò lè máa tọ̀ sára ká sọ pé òjò ń rọ̀.
out of hand already.
Yeah, I mean, there's just I mean, look at Obasanjo is 90 years old, or however old he is.
Hey,
You
but
know,
why is he talking to? I think he's supposed to sit down at 87 or
he's sitting down in Lota now. People go over there and go and
No,
Dobale.
he's talking around the world, talking rubbish, writing letters.
What do you want? I mean, I'm not talking about his writing letter to Nigerians, but I mean, people want to hear him. They send him a ticket or spend him a private jet.
At home. Sometimes he will go to the governor, go to this.
I agree. He should sit down. The man is restless. The man is restless. He can't help himself. Yeah, I mean, look at some of this. Look at Biya, whatever that guy's name is in Cameroon. I mean, these people don't have family. They don't have family.
Okay, I think
Eh?
it's also the African mentality. The people,
Yeah. Even Biden. I mean, you know what I said. You know what I said the day Biden won the presidency. I said, unbelievable. Kamala is going to be the first female president, because I honestly did not believe that he will make the full term. I just didn't really think he will. I don't know why. That was what my brain told me, that he will not, that he will actually pass away in office. So I truly said, I said this, the people that I was with that day.
You are fairly right from what we can see now.
Yeah. No, I said this then. This is not now. I said this then. That's what I thought. I said, wow, Kamala is going to be the first female
Even
president.
at that particular moment, I already knew that Biden have a problem. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, you both have 70-year-olds. So you have to
Yeah. 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 And that's why I said a few months, some 9 months ago here, when I was asked the question about the two of them, I said, it's unfortunate, not only for America, but for the entire world. I mean, this guy.
To be frank with you,
Yeah.
I think the world is also changing. Okay.
Yeah.
America does not have that power like before. Things are changing very fast.
Absolutely.
And we have seen new players coming on board. Okay. Who would have thought at this generation that China would be a superpower? So who would have thought that? Who would have thought that countries under USSR before, things would have turned around and have different countries? Who would have thought that Russia would be attacking Ukraine? The same family, nearly speak the same language before you big country together. So, God.
Yeah, it's we're in very interesting times, really, very, very interesting times. I mean, like I say, you have Belarus over there, you have Moldova, you have Georgia, Latvia. All these people want to move to the West, rightfully or wrongly.
Yeah, so you say what happens that in America, being an immigrant country, so sometimes if you are already established yourself in America and you are trying to go against illegal immigrant, blah, 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 but some people will counter you that, oh, these your great people also. They also came in during the Second World War as illegal immigrant too. Some of them, because of the war, they drove them there. So a lot of story behind it. So everybody is about interest at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
But whatever after, is it not November 11, right?
Is what? No, it's on the 5th. November 5th.
It's not far anymore. Just about at least by 6 or 7, everybody already knows.
Yeah. They will. I mean, we'll have a new president.
But one thing I like America about is no matter what happens, the institutions, they are working. That's the best thing in life.
And that is, that is my main thing, is that regardless of who you put there, foreign policy statements will be different between these two people, but the courts are going to do what they do. The economy, for the most part, will do what it does. Yeah, there will be slight changes. Well, there will be some changes in Trump's economic policy.
It's significant that it will erode everything. It's still
going exactly, and those are
market-driven economy, so it's going to be like that no matter what happens.
Yeah, and those are my points. And usually when I say it doesn't affect me, that's what I kind of mean. At the end of the day, I mean, inflation affects everybody. Everybody pays more, for a loaf of bread and gas and all of that. But at the end, at the end of the day, we're going to see. It's just the chaotic nature of the 4 years of Trump.
So low that supporters are more fanatical and they can go any length to destroy or do whatever if their candidate did not win. That is the bias in reduced about. Before, people just go their own way. You wins or you lose it, it's okay.
So, the world is changing when you look at what happened on that June 16th. That in America, in America, just because some people don't agree with the results, you go to that extent. Whether it's 5,000 of them or 1,000 of them or whatever. I mean, that is why you're seeing all these popularist leaders all over Europe today. A lot of people have. I mean, even people's belief system. Moral decadence that's just taking place all over the world.
So
people don't respect
the right or the right wings globally. Yeah,
West. It has taken over.
Yeah.
Even here in Europe, it's the same thing.
Yeah, all over.
But the problem they are having here is this: when they don't populate, they need people. They need people to work for them, and the only place they can get this place are developing countries. So no matter what law you put out there, you cannot see their own people doing some kind of job. And because they are not having children like before. So they are now fighting.
But it's worse than that. Before it used to be you have a skill set, even if it's at the lower level.
They don't have nothing anymore.
No. I'm saying, Remy, before it was to fill the job. Now it is to fill up a city or a town, because towns don't even have enough people. I was telling you earlier, those illegal immigrants are coming to keep cities. There are towns in America that are holding up that they need people.
Yes, let me tell you the shock.
30 years ago, it was more of jobs. Now it's to even keep the lights on in some cities. Now that's what they need people.
Do you know that in Italy, a city or town, they are asking people in Switzerland, in Spain, asking people to go and you don't need to pay for that big house. It's empty already.
Oh yeah, they'll sell it to you for $1.
Just stay there. You don't just renovate it. Immediately they will give you citizenship.
I've seen it. I've seen it on.
About here. At the end of the day, we already go global, but unfortunately, I think it's a kind of good and bad news for Africa, because more people move out from Africa, they still want to relate to eat that African food, eat that, because here they don't have a food culture, to be frank. So that means the food in your country, in Nigeria, will be on the high side, because everybody wants to make money. So it's better you export them. It's a good news for the government, for the federal government of Nigeria, because they will get more money. But for the local citizen, it's a bad news. So when you look at it at the end of the day, I just like, oh, the world has really changed. Even the great called China, now the people there, because I have some people there, they are complaining. Inflation all time 8%.
Yeah.
It's not
You can't put this genie back in the bottle.
Yeah. So before things were so nice, so good, but there now they are complaining. And there they don't increase salary easily. They have political instability there because these people, the president there now want to remain there for life.
Yeah, chief for life.
There's infighting, so many stuff that is going around that it's quite unbelievable.
Maybe Jesus is about to come.
I don't know. Maybe we should ask Prince Daddy. He's here.
I don't know the direct line.
Our view, we have the direct lines. We call Jesus.
So what I'm thinking is this, and I hope it does not happen. Already there's a proxy war going on, a proxy war for America going on in Ukraine, and if that thing repeats itself in Israel against Iran, I think what they are pushing us to what I hope it does not happen.
Wait, what did you say about Iran?
I'm trying to tell you that Iran, if Iran and Israel go tete-a-tete, it's going to be a proxy war, and Lebanon is going to be the battleground.
Who will be the people supporting Iran?
China, Russia, North Korea will be behind them.
I don't think Russia is in a position to be supporting anybody right now. As far as I'm concerned,
it's already their what do you call it? Their aircraft carrier is already on the way to Iran now.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, Russia needs to worry about how to defend its own self right now. Yeah, China, but you see, at the end of the day, this is my own calculation. Like I've said, this is not about Democrats in America. The U.S. Congress, as long as you have the majority of the people that are there now, they will forever support Israel. U.S. Congress, regardless of the president, they will continue to allocate that money to Israel. So that's number one. Number two, based on the known, we don't know the unknown knowns, but based on the known knowns, Israel has 220 nuclear warheads. I'm not aware of a single Middle Eastern Arabian country that has nuclear weapon.
Don't be deceived by that, okay?
No, I said I am not aware. I didn't say there aren't. I said me, I'm not aware of one. Yeah, of one.
I don't think any one of them will use that one. Because if they use it, it will affect the rest of the world, one way or the other.
But it's Toba di Karangida. You see,
that is the end of the world. So
yeah, Toba di Karangida.
What this boils down is that the battle of they're fighting to keep the current system intact, which is your so-called democracy, capitalism, which is the bedrock to keep the dollar as the currency of the world, because that is the only thing America has left. So they use their military might to defend the dollar. If they lose an inch of that, then it's over. The West crumbles. So they have to keep that going. So that's so Russia, let Russia just leave me alone. You can't have NATO poking me and ABC and me. But America, at some point, they're going to need Russia to fall because it's still a threat to them. So that's what's going on. Is to keep the dollar to what it is, and the military industrial complex keeps funding that project to keep the dollar alive. But those countries, they know to destroy America or the West, you must hit the dollar hard. Just not that you're going to keep the world from hitting the dollar, but even if you can take about 10 to 15% of what the dollar is globally, you've destroyed the West. If you can just take that market share away from them with the BRICS or whatever, they know that. That's what it's all about.
But Babati, do you understand that if you take, I know you cannot take America out of this, Do you understand where the Europeans are at? Do you understand what is driving them against Putin's Russia? That this is not about economy. This is about this, just like the Israelis, the Israelites and Israelis have this never again. You see, Israel will destroy the entire Middle East before they allow any of the Arab countries to defeat them. They would rather die. So for the Poles, for the Brits, all these countries, you see, what is driving them is this: if you let Putin take Ukraine, it won't stop. Whether it's true or not, they will never forget 1939 when they allowed Hitler to take Poland.
Okay, so let
That's
me
the
ask you,
driving force.
let me ask you, do you really think that Putin's insistence on NATO not putting their base in Ukraine is because he wants to expand into Europe? Do you really believe that?
Well, this is the thing. I
You know
wish I
what
could.
they're doing
No, no,
now.
no. Hold on. I know. I wish I could find this video. When did they Putin put this gauntlet down? Um, um, I forgot where they were at. That he talked about. He said the worst thing that's ever happened to the history of the world was the dissolution of the USSR, and that he plans to put it back together. It was a cold room. I wish I could find that video because prior to that, Putin and all of them, they meet at all this G7 or G8. I mean, you think they're all paddy paddy? That was the day that this thing changed. You see, whether whatever agreement.
Can do. The issue here is very simple. I think Russia does not want those neighboring countries beside Russia, like Ukraine and the rest, to join the EU. Because when they join the EU, that means predominantly indirectly, NATO is just by their doorstep, spying on them. They don't want it. The agreement they reached is that NATO will not expand to some territory. But when Russia also tried to take Crimea away, what do you expect the West to do?
Exactly. So you can't win for losing. This is where we're at.
Yeah.
You can't win for losing. I mean, personally, again, Putin has the right, and whoever in Russia have the right to believe whatever they want to believe. But at the end of the day, my policy is this: if the people in Moldova want to go with the West, and that's what they've all agreed to, let them go. If they want to practice socialist system, is their problem. That's my own personal belief. Whatever you decide, you meet yourself wherever you are. But for somebody to say that other people cannot do whatever they want to do, I don't espouse to that type of foolish notion. Be it Russia, whether you are afraid that NATO will come and take you over, you're not. You, as far as I'm concerned, yeah, people will say, "Maybe US didn't want Cuba. I mean, Russia to put missiles in Cuba."
Even though it creates some stress.
We didn't catch you, Thomas.
Okay, yes, I said even though it creates some threatening to Russia, are they not allowed to defend their country as well? Why don't you look at it in that light?
No, they're entitled to. They have 4,000 nuclear warheads. If they want to go and fight conventionally, like it's going on now, let's see how long this thing is going to last.
Have you seen the videos of how Iranian defense system clipping missile from Israel, just like a firecracker, the fire just burned quickly like that? I don't know they have that kind of capability. Also, I was shocked. Okay, so Israel used their air dome and they also have their air defenses. So it's like, I don't know.
But Remy, Israel did something. They flew to their territory and attacked them. You know, that's a big God. You understand what I mean?
They flew close to them. They released the missile and they used their air defense to take it out. But Iran never left Iran, and they sent in a lot of missiles from all the way, fly through a lot of countries, all the way to Israel. So they can actually.
Remy, don't Israel have ballistic missile? They can fire as well.
They didn't. This was child's play for Israel. This was not. This was child's play. This was child's play. If they really wanted to hit them, which they cannot do at this point, it should not be all this drones and whatever missiles.
We know. But
yeah,
what I want to tell you is this: please don't downgrade the Iranian capability.
No, nobody is downgrading it.
Now, okay, they are equal force. I'm trying to tell you, they are not like of 20 years or 40 years ago. They have really improved a lot. And
they have. They have.
To do that, okay, not Israel, not to attack them directly like that.
Yeah, if it's only because Israel has to listen to the US at least right now. Because if not, it will be the nuclear facilities that they will go after.
If you not listen to them, then we are already all-time war. All the Middle East will be in war, and that is not exactly.
But again, if you remember 1967 and 74, virtually all of the Arab countries.
That was then.
I know, but again, everybody has improved in technology, just like back then too. You know, there was the.
Let me tell you something. Israel alone cannot take on Middle East anymore. They have to have the support of the EU and America. That is the only way they can do it. But only themselves, forget it, they will finish them. Okay? This is not 1967.
I don't know about that though, but.
No, I'm telling you, everybody knows what is the total capacity of their soldiers. Don't let us talk about military might, about aircraft or whatever. How many soldiers do they have?
But you see, these days it's not about how many soldiers do you have. It's about how many drones can take out how many planes that you have. If you remember in 74, if you remember what happened in 74, most of Egypt's planes were in two primary airports, and the main thing.
After this show, I will advise you to go on YouTube or any news and go and look at the Iranian capability. Go and see the aircraft and whatever they have. You'll be shocked.
Are these aircraft that they build themselves?
Yes. And
that Iran built.
You don't know that these people are highly intelligent people in the news.
No, it's not the intelligence. I mean that they built.
Yes, they built. Go and check it out.
Okay. All right.
Because if you don't never check out, you won't believe your heart.
Okay. No, I mean I'm not saying they're incapable. It's just that
I don't pray for any war because no matter what.
Neither do I. Neither do I. I have great grandchildren to take care of, so I don't pray for anyone.
All these things they are playing with every time is just playing with fire unnecessary.
Yes, so serious one.
Yeah,
and that's the reason why we cannot allow Kamala Harris in those negotiations.
Yeah, that is it. That is it. I could remember No. I remember they asked him the question when they have the interview with the debate with Trump, and he didn't said we're not going to support. He wants to continue to fight the war. He wanted to
fight which war?
President, he will not go ahead and fight the war. He will do it.
He will. He doesn't have a choice. You don't understand. This is run by the Congress, not the president. It is the Congress. And Babati, have you ever seen Kamala Harris interview someone as a prosecutor or a senator? You think she's a soft cookie? She's not though. She's not though. Can you share your role?
You don't listen to what I'm saying. You trade the stocks.
Yes, sir.
Everything that the markets move is based on facts, but people trade based on perception.
Yes,
it's
sir.
not based on numbers. So when I'm discussing that, countries have gone to war based on just perception. Not
Oh yeah.
They've gone just based on poor leadership choices or the way they appear on TV. Nixon lost the election on TV because he was sweating too much, even though he was making sense. Just sweating on TV made him lose.
And it's not a crook.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so when you have someone that when she okay, this is what she reminds me of, and it's not a fault of her own. So someone that all her life has struggled with being accepted, only that crisis of identity to notice. So always trying to fit into groups too. So Oman come across as awkward.
Babati, I've never listened. I've never, other than when she was a senator, and asking questions of people that were going to become ministers or whatever. I've never listened to I don't watch TV. I don't.
So let me give you an example, Kando. So on a town hall recently, they asked no, reminiscing now.
I don't.
Hold on, guys, hold on. So they asked Kamala a question. Hold on now. They asked a question. So you've been in the VP for 4 years, and a college student then asked a very passionate speech, and he asked a question like, he's from an area where their school closed down, blah blah blah. That what is her take on the illegal immigrants coming into the country, and what will she do, and what has she done as a vice president? But the microphone, Kamala, to respond in the town hall. It's a very good question. Now let's talk about Trump's position on immigration. It didn't be the word.
Deflecting. Trump has done the same before. So don't let. Come on, man. This is not about.
No.
This is not about whataboutism. This is not about whataboutism.
I'm not saying that Trump does not do that or deflect. It's the way she does it.
He does. Yeah, deflecting. Only deflecting. Yeah, money deflecting. I said it. Yeah.
No,
exactly.
but because at this point it's becoming if they ask her any question, it's like I think I've told her, if they ask you any question, just say Trump is bad. Trump is a fascist.
Why not?
No, but you at some point you must answer the question from being at some point now. You can't keep doing
what
that.
answer are you expecting from her?
No. Even if you're going to deflect, you can't be doing that because it becomes too obvious that you don't have your. Okay, if I ask you A now, you're not telling me, A is bad. A is bad. Okay, we know A is bad, but what would you do differently? A is bad. You can't keep doing A is bad now.
Babati, you see, at the end of the day, these are the two people that we have. Those people like myself that will never. This is not about an election. I will, if Trump was being voted as the head of a dog kennel, I won't vote for him. There's no way on this planet.
Hey, Falari, bring your ass up here. Falari, I will bring your ass up here. Come and don't stay on the comment section. You can come up here.
And those that will vote for Kamala because of whatever reason, like I said, I've never listened. Other than there was a time, I forgot how many years ago, when they were doing all these appointments, and I could see the way. And I remember her back as a DA in California back in the day. And when I saw her, I mean, the manner, the precise nature of her questions is just ridiculous. The woman is tough as a prosecutor. So I don't know anything about her. I can't vote for Trump. I'm not going to say because that I'm just going to sit at home. So I went and voted. And hey, look, even if you vote for Trump, there's no guarantee of anything. Good luck to all of us. Bottom line, good luck to all of us. Whatever happens
It's a
is
crap.
what's going to happen.
It's a crap shoot. Just
Yeah,
wherever. Yeah.
yeah. There's
Yeah,
nothing. I mean,
but it's just that being in this country over 20 plus years, there's a decline in the political discourse. Like, it used to be a very robust, like interesting, like
yeah.
if you watch the debate,
Policies. Yeah,
like,
policies. Yeah.
it was when you could be a Democrat and you could be against
A
abortion, and
Republican. Yeah.
you can be a Democrat and be for gun rights. That was we had moderate Democrats, moderate
Right.
Republicans.
Republicans. Yeah.
In this world,
Exactly.
so we've gone so far. Now we have, when they even talk about see anything, bland, like, who are this? Who made this? I think Obama, it just fell off. I'm sorry. It's
Yeah.
just like, the quality of the debate just
Yeah, and that's what we were saying earlier too. That I'm not blaming Trump for this, but at least my view of it, Nick, when Trump came in, because of the way he talks, the way he conducts himself, there were a number of politicians, especially all these European countries, that just emerged trying to talk and act like him. If you remember Brexit, I forgot this guy's name, before Johnson, who started to talk like Trump as well. So I'm not blaming Trump for it, but it seems like the level of moral decadence that had just happened since he came, because a lot of people just follow. Like I said,
the birth of Trumpism actually started during the Tea Party movement.
Tea Party, yeah. But most of it, the level that it has gotten to, it just went 10x.
No, but you see, backfiring. The Democrats also did the same thing with the extreme progressives, but they were able to tame them, to use them. I want AOC, all those people. The other side that brought in Lee, Ted Cruz, all those people, they couldn't control them anymore.
Right.
That's what birthed. They've always had extreme racist right wingers in the Republic.
Yeah.
But they used them for votes, but they never put them in office.
Yeah.
Or maybe you have one or two of them around and you just keep them dangling red meat.
I call them useful idiots.
But 2010 is when they actually broke through with the idiots. When they got rid of that crying, what's the name of that guy that always crying, the House of Rep, the Republican.
Oh yeah. I know the guy you're talking about.
That guy really liked Obama, and they were supposed to work on that healthcare bill, but he had to find out basically don't work with that black guy. There was racism, of course, doing that. We want the country to fail because of
they want So only God knows where we're going, honestly. I mean the entire world.
Nigeria.
Hey,
I'm
yeah. I was talking to my dad today. Maybe I should go and sit down at the farm for a little bit, Jerry. Should be internet access. So let me go and sit down at Jerry.
This line, internet connectivity, and that will work for you though. That would be like 3. You'll be trading from 3 p.m. in the afternoon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was discussing honestly, this farm thing is when I hear the prices of things, and I'm just confused. Is it that people cannot plant corn? I have a guy that I spent some time with in Ibadan back in the 80s, He's based in the UK, and he goes back and forth. I think he spends about 7, 8 months in Nigeria. He manufactures a lubo and he sells them in Nigeria and then exports them to the UK as well. And this was a business he started, I think, 7 or 8 years ago. I was having a conversation with him, I think, on Thursday, and he was telling me that Ilubo is more expensive than rice. I'm like, he said beans is more expensive than rice. And I was like, what are you talking about? How can beans be more expensive? What does it take to plant beans? I'm confused though, honestly.
Can do. Sorry, I get frustrated all the time when people cry. There's no food in the country. They don't have food in the country. Can do. I grew up
Yes,
in
sir.
a house. My mom is a potential farmer.
Potential. Which
We
one is
grew our
potential
potato. We grew our tomatoes. Atarodo.
farmer?
we
Potential
grow
farmer.
vegetables. Can do. Can do.
Yes, sir.
We planted corn twice a year.
Mm-hmm.
Twice a year. We are not selling it,
Yeah.
for consumption, to give neighbors. We almost everything that can grow in that land. Amunututu, you know Amunututu now. Ewuro.
Yeah.
I went to my backyard and plug ewuro from the fresh one, cook with egusi. So can you imagine if everybody household can even do some things, a little farming at their backyard? We will be certain of there's no food.
Maybe when I was in Nigeria in March, I did video calls from there. I was in a little compound there in a little garden. I was over there with with cutlass. There's a uro, there's corn, there's a fortet there. There's
You know Amunututu now, we put it at the back of our bathroom. Very green.
Yeah. So
But Nigeria is not being designed like going forward. Nigeria is not being designed to cater for the towns and villages anymore. It's like they are pretty much trying to. Everybody's moving to the city, and it's going to get worse.
No, we live in the city in our Ogba. When I was growing up in our Ogba, we had beans, and that was why I was so surprised at this beans story. The beans was too much. Ushimangu. We didn't. We live in Lagos, not wherever.
Not in Okeo, not in
Yeah,
Iseyin.
exactly. We had beans. Just like General said, we grew corn at least once, if not twice a year. We had beans. Fortunately, we had one of our cousins that came from the village. So Ngolo encouraged Bubu Kini. What do they call it? Shea Benny. A few yams. When we go and dig the yam, you would think we are reason because we're just so happy that this little thing tag became this. We had tomatoes, we had corn, for kidney corn. So the last time when I was over there in March, I wanted to plant some tomatoes because at my place in California, we plant tomatoes every year. And Okereju, and this is just a small patch of land, we'll get like what am I saying, 6 or 7 sack of those tomato kidney from that little spot. So when I was there in March, I was trying to find. I should have just gone ahead and used the seed, but I just wanted to buy the plant itself that was already like 4 inches or something. So that's why I ended up not finding some to plant. I can imagine what those things will have become today. So we're not saying everybody that lives in a place where there is no piece of land, rather. We're not, but whoever has whatever little portion. If you don't have, go and find buckets, fill it with sand, plant something, anything. We're not saying that that's going to change
You
the
don't need
whole
the
of
land.
Nigeria.
Look at the way the people are planting now. You can do even the walls of your ogiri, the way they you can hang it. I saw people working that in Nigeria. You can do the hanging thing where you can with the bucket, with the shaka, akushaka, you can do the whole thing. You grow it.
Yeah, but people will tell you,
Can do
well,
Babati. Can do. Then when my mom was growing these things, it's not that we are wretched. It's not that they've been power.
no, at all,
No.
at all.
It's not that we don't have the money to go and buy the vegetables outside.
Fun. It was fun. Especially
Can do in
Lagos,
the evening.
our
Can do in
Lagos
the
was bad like
evening.
this.
Can do in the evening. We roasted almost 50 corns for dinner.
Wow.
I had almost 5 corns for dinner.
Wow.
Plugged from the backyard, roasted, my brother, roasted. It's not that I tilt the ground to weed. We are even happy to do it because we know the harvest is coming.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, that was why, I mean, like I said, when I was talking to my guy in Ogbomoso on Thursday, I'm like, what do you mean? What does it take to plant beans? I'm confused. We're not talking about want to build nuclear weapon here. I said chop, eat, food. All the rest you can work on. But you have to be able to, I mean, again, I'm not saying everybody, but as many people as can. You know, and these days, you can do it in a bucket. You can, I mean, you can do some things. You know, you tell me, pay one basket of tomato is 40,000. Nibo. Èmi àti Dangote àjọ máa wọ ṣòkòtò kan náà ni o, if it's that. No, seriously, I mean, this is just ridiculous. You know, and then some people will be telling me, well, you don't understand. Nigeria, there is a lot of henchmen that are killing people. I'm not saying that they're not there. But what is the population of all of them? All of them, all of the henchmen. So because of that, 200 million people should starve. You know, I believe in solutions. You know, if you need to kill 20,000 of them, go ahead. If that would save 200 million people. You know, henchmen or headsmen or whoever man, anybody that's going to destroy people.
Human nature, thing must need conscious. You start looking for excuses. I need conscious low fajare. People have been tailored to city life. I'm fellow on the supermarket. You know, going on lost store, not poison food. Nigeria, no, but or value, well, maybe it's just major, but in Kote, in lot, you go to Nigeria to very to one leg, but you miss a lane, but you miss on one. Let's go and eat pizza. Nice. I talk from America, pizza before I get there. Oh, missing pizza, Nigeria.
Hamburger.
Hamburger.
Not to talk about hamburger.
Look for chicken place, you know, KFC, Nigeria. I mean, not really.
KFC. It's amazing, honestly. So no one is saying all of these things are easy, but I mean, seriously, you know, I said I was talking to my dad earlier yesterday. Now, I'm like, how people might be mean what she in Nigeria. Honestly, the land is there, you know. The Noah is there to the level that it is. I think by whoever Magba. You know, let's get this party started. You know. Anyway, it is what it is. I mean, like like I said, one of my people don't crayfish. Crayfish went from 55,000 4 months ago to 90,000 to 110 last week. Kilo day.
Only Japan, I don't come to crayfish.
Pomo no, onta pomo, onta smoked fish, onta not cattle. I forgot which other ones, but they're not catfish. Níbo lèèyàn tiẹ̀ ti rí pomo rà ní gidi l'Ékòó? Does anybody know? I'm looking for pomo. Or where else? Yeah, I don't know where else.
My sister.
If anybody knows.
I can give you my sister-in-law's contact. I don't know if she still does it, but she has a very good pomo. She usually shipped it to my wife, our sister here, from time to time.
That would be nice. Even if she doesn't do it anymore, she might be in a position to direct it. Maybe nothing. Yeah, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, let me talk to her. Then I will.
Oh, sure, absolutely. Okay, let me give you my number.
Write it onto my this thing on my profile. Direct message to me.
Báwo ṣe ń ṣe yẹn báyìí? Ṣe bí nínú chat àbí?
Go to the profile on the people. You will see everybody in the studio. You will see Nani Adewale. Just click it and tap. Yeah, that's direct.
Okay.
She does. She will ship it. It doesn't last too long. People will start asking for it because it's better than the palm that we eat here. But you know the funniest thing is that Babati is a medical doctor. When you put that mama in the water, the thing will just change and swell up like that. And I wonder why.
Don't involve me,
But I tell you, a co-worker of mine bought that mama. He, as a man, prepared it with not like a 4%, but just like mama was the main dish itself. And he brought it to work and he said I should taste it. Oh boy, I tried it. I was like, man, this thing tastes so good, you know. But it's quite different from the palm that we buy here in the US. Way different. Oh, very, very different. Tastes different. Everything is
really.
But nowadays, the palm is even more. I heard that the government actually placed embargo on exportation of
palm.
Something like that. I'm not so sure. I am not so sure, but I heard that government is doing kind of like stopping people from consuming it.
If they turn it into leather for export as leather material, I wouldn't be against that. You're consuming your you're consuming your
That was one time a savior of the poor people. People that couldn't afford
Oh yeah.
real meat. They go for Oma or Ashamegun. You know Ashamegun.
Yes. Ashamegun.
Especially titles for you to be able to afford it. And then status is even more common and cheaper. I'll talk about tilapia or what do you call this one?
Tilapia?
No, not tilapia. This other one that is more expensive. What is it called? That one that is usually yellowish in this.
Yeah, I don't know the names.
What is this? No, this is red or yellow? Red. What is it? Not tilapia. The one that they usually serve in the restaurant. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't really know, honestly.
It's not tilapia. It's a little bit expensive like this. And that shows that you guys don't buy things from market. Gotta help you with your wives. That's why you guys can't remember what the name is. I forgot what the name is. It's a little bit common, but a little bit also expensive. Then to buy it in the street of Lagos, you have to have much money.
Well, people eat Titus more and tilapia. But if you go to Ekpe or you go to Badagry or you go to any of this riverine area, you buy it more cheaper than.
I mean, obviously, if you're buying in, I don't know what quantity.
Yeah.
I mean, the people I'm trying to get new suppliers for are people that just have shop. So it's not like going to Badagry to go and buy a bus load to come and resell.
But you also
I'm
eat
just,
fresh one.
huh?
I say you also eat fresh one if you buy it directly from those sources instead of just buying it from the one.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like the people I'm talking about, they buy whatever fish they buy. They buy it whatever wharf. I forgot what it's called now. But they buy it from people that actually roast. I mean, what do they call it? They don't roast. What do they call the thing they do to the fish? They smoke it.
Smoke.
Yeah, yeah. Buy it from people that actually smoke them
Oh, okay,
directly.
but not very everybody want to eat smoked fish. Sometimes just want to cook it fresh like that.
Yeah, but for their customer base, that's what their customers are interested in.
You know what I detest the most is that home raised catfish that is so common that
Mm.
I hated that fish more than anything. I used to eat it, but I stopped eating it because when you raise animal in an environment that
Bottom
is not,
feeder.
yeah, it's just
Mm.
number one, you are eating chemical because most of the food that they feed them are steroid laced kind of food.
Mm.
And secondly, they didn't grow up in their natural habitat, so
Yeah.
the nutrients they're supposed to supply to the body are already
Mm-hmm.
compromised. So, and that to me, even the fact that it's even common in the market, you can get it in fact common than Okweku Titus. And Titus is even more richer in omega history than all those catfish and those.
Mm.
I think they said catfish has more mercury or something like that. I'm not so sure. Uh,
You see, this is part of everything we've been discussing. Even here in America, a lot of a lot of food that is, I mean, well, maybe I shouldn't use a lot. A percentage of food, especially fish-like things that are consumed here, they come from Asia and all these places that are mass-produced in God knows whose farms. Even though, I mean, there are governmental regulations and processes in place to test for certain things, but we're gearing more towards all this mass production of everything, everywhere, including fish and shrimp and all those stuff. I don't know how we're going to be able to feed all this 9 point something billion people, without having to go to all these GMOs and what have you, that everyone, at least most people agree that may not be the best thing for you. But how do you feed 9 billion people? You know?
and people don't want to go back to farm anymore.
I
You know,
confess, no. I confess, no. I
yeah, I
can,
mean,
I can inside.
you belong to old school. You are not new school. You see, some of even kids being raised and brought up in outside Lagos. They
Mm-hmm.
are practically grew up doing farming all their life. You don't want
Mm,
to do farming anymore.
yeah.
It's a shame that that's what we started doing. I still maintain that government can be the biggest employer. I mean, in any sane society or any society that is ready to grow
Right.
and develop in a very rapid
Mm-hmm.
manner, they usually encourage, you know, entrepreneurship, uh, small scale businesses because that is the engine room of any economic growth. Now, People graduate, first and foremost, they don't have any certification that is useful to develop the country. All they
Mm,
wanted is just a white collar job. Um, gone are the days where an artisan will
mm-hmm,
raise a child based on the little money
mm-hmm.
that is getting
Yeah.
his job. A tailor
Mm-hmm,
will have kids in university, you know. But nowadays, I know of a person whose father actually trained him with blacksmith
mm-hmm.
money,
Yeah.
you know. But
Yeah.
these days, everybody wants to work in the bank, oil and gas, and nobody wants to, according to them.
And Adewale, how are you? And
Yes, sir.
Adewale, anywhere there is productivity, when people are productive, you can't see poverty. Poverty
No.
cannot stay where people are productive. No, poverty will find its way out of the community when people are productive, no matter what
Thomas,
you are doing.
if you want that to happen in Nigeria, I propose something. Let's that 40-hour week change it to 12 hours shift.
No, it doesn't have to be. You just have to maximize that.
You know how people are trading inside. They are working while they are working. That Nigerian mentality, I'm at work, but I also have some side business. Hustle that has to go.
No, look, you can have your own business. After all, when I mean, there's nothing to say except if it's going to contravene the interests of the organization you work for. If
Wale,
not,
I am paying you for to do A, B, C, or D. That's it. That's what you should be doing in that time period. You can't
as
add
long
anything.
as you are productive and you are,
I don't
you
know,
have
no, no, no,
people.
no, no. I'm not paying you for that. I'm paying you for your time. So if I pay you to work for my company, I'm paying you for your time to pay
Yeah,
attention to
but listen, as
you
much as
can't do anything else. I don't care if you finish that work within 5 minutes. I'm paying for your time to sit your ass there and do my bidding, not somebody else's, because you're using my time that I'm paying for to do something else.
yeah, but as long as the time you
No,
spend, according to my understanding,
Kando, you get what I'm saying, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on, now.
Absolutely.
You can't tell me because a guy finished the work. Well, it doesn't matter if you finish the work.
Yeah.
I'm paying you for your
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Do something else.
Sit there until that time is over.
no, it doesn't even matter. That means you'll be wasting resources. If somebody a job that's supposed to
No,
take
it's
two
not.
hours,
It's not a waste. The time has been compensated for.
yeah,
There is no
but
waste.
okay, what is the point where somebody can as well maximize and utilize that remaining time to do something more productive? Yes, the time has been paid for, so that means I will just be sitting down there idle with nothing,
But in fairness, you cannot use my time that I'm paying for to go and maximize
what would
anything
I
for
be doing with
anybody
your time that
else.
I'm no longer doing? You see what I'm saying? You know what? It's like when you call for overtime and the person say, "Oh well, after all, you've paid for it," but that time that you say you pay for could as well be used for community development or so any other thing that you could as well, maybe volunteering, you know, right now.
No, but I don't think. I don't think. In my own opinion. So, okay, if the job is supposed to take 4 hours and you actually finish it in two, okay, maybe I should take back some of the 4 hours that I paid you, then go and use the other 2 hours to do whatever it is that you want, whether volunteer or paid. Am I missing something in there?
Well, I'm not disputing that you will pay for the time, so definitely you must
In
utilize.
consider Nigeria, you won't defend the Kenya
No,
character.
no, 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 no. What I'm saying is this: if at all, um, you paid me for your time, right? And I'll be able to deliver that thing within
Mm-hmm.
that stipulated period, even earlier than scheduled, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing wrong in me.
No, there's everything. No.
There's everything wrong in it. So you're gonna take my time that I paid for you to go
Oh,
and do something either for yourself or for anybody else. It doesn't even matter
yeah, but I've
the reason.
completed the task that I was supposed to.
That's not the point.
I am dead die.
I've completed the task you gave me.
Half of the money. Let's give you half of the money and you go.
You know what? You know what? Okay, yeah, finish the job, Abi. They go home buy power pay.
Yeah.
See, when you pay me for, let's say you pay me for a service as a lawyer, right? Now you pay me per hour, and I'm able to deliver your whatever you paid me for within. Supposed to take me 2 days, but I'm able to deliver within weeks or days. But boy, you can win game, really. So if I'm able to deliver maybe what you paid me for. Eventually, you don't have to keep me at your for your service.
But you cannot take my money with you to go and do something else. What am I missing?
So what would that be useful for you for that remaining minute or remaining hours that you?
Babaji said, let's pay you for the amount of time it actually took, and you go and do something else for somebody else or yourself. You can't take my time and my paid time to go and do something for somebody or someone else or yourself. That's not fair.
You see, because the one that I want to touching
That's what they were saying. I didn't work for government in Nigeria, but I did work for private, and I used my time. But at the same time, I wouldn't stand there and lie and say, "Well, I did not engage in other, personal business."
It's part of just problem.
No, in as much as
back in the days, I used to know some people like government workers. All they come to work to
Nigerian government worker, they don't just need the orientation. They need to be sacked, all of them, completely flushed out of that system, and then get new set of people that are willing to die, willing to work.
Didn't you hear what the secretary to the government said? He said people that are abroad, they are still collecting salary in Nigeria, but they live in the UK.
Of course, people that maybe they send them to America to any other.
No, they have moved. They have moved to different countries, but they are still
collecting salary.
Yes.
But Babachi, let me pose one question. Whoever said such a thing, my brain tells me that you have to have a point of reference to be able to say such a thing. You have to have something that you are pointing to that shows you that, Abi. Why are those people still collecting salary?
Ogbeni said it here now that even in that Scotland, he had that is on the show now also now that they are still collecting salary in Nigeria, government workers, but they live in Scotland there.
If you know them or you can prove it, why are those people continuing to collect?
They have a location. Be 100 ghost workers in government to go to
Okay.
So anything
what I was doing then was to Karakata, where you went to London, you buy something, then you sell it to your co-worker.
There was one person out Mumbai that is collecting money from local governments, is collecting money from states, is also collecting money from customs.
No, that's
and he lives in America.
Treasonous.
Wow. Babati, you see, when I say certain things, right? If I'm that person, I don't know if I look in the mirror what I will see. will I actually see a person, or what will I see? There's this thing I used to say. You see, if you go to the store, let's say you went to the store with your children, and you bought something for, let's say, $12, and you give the cashier $10, and the cashier hands you $92 back in change because they made a mistake. You see, you're not sending those children to grad school. You're sending those Penn State. You're going to send them to State Penn. You're training them to be. I mean, we're not talking about being a saint or anything like that. I'm sure most people in life do not everything that they're supposed to do. But how can you be doing that? You're collecting from custom, you're collecting from state government, and you're over in America or somewhere in Europe or somewhere in the Arabians. And those are probably some of the people that will tell you how horrible the government is not performing. I mean, I just don't understand it. Nobody is saying you should become a saint and never, don't even ever make a left turn without using your trafficator. But some things are just ridiculous.
We, the black race, we are greedy. No, I take that back. Not black race. I mean, you can
humans.
Nigeria, human being, but Nigeria especially. If you put Nigeria here, you put Kenya next to them, then you look for Arab country in Africa, one of those Arab African countries. You put them next to them. You know who is going to display that greediness the most, and to the faces of everyone, is Nigeria. Our attitude, we are aggressive, everything. So every Nigerian is just waiting for that opportunity to come, grab their own. And I'll give you an example. Sometimes ago here in Houston, so we heard that the community is giving out food during Thanksgiving.
Our General Thomas here.
They were giving out food though. So eventually, people were queuing up. I know of a particular family that they've already collected some turkey, but then they're also queuing up. So I wonder, after they've gotten like 4 already, this is a family of 3, right? I wonder, if you look at and they're still collecting. So somebody now said, but I saw you somewhere earlier. He said, that was the word she used. And I felt, how many turkey can you eat? After all, some people still haven't gotten any to eat. And here you are getting 4. And I was like, you see,
Poverty of the mind is an incredible thing.
Poverty is
IG government property. Other consumer storage they could need as a budget see that
storage.
You know those government our fluorescent
like
good property bathroom suppliers for other budget síbẹ̀ kí ló wá jí fún just for what ní ìlò now.
It's greediness. Greediness.
Governor to call 50 vehicles, Lolinko.
So I'm not 50.
Yeah, 50 vehicles. in Nigeria. One of these last governors that left, it was on
How
one
many
of
cars
these.
can will it drive?
I don't know. 50. Ẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run ò tiẹ̀ bà ẹ́. 50 vehicle.
Yeah, factor. Nothing more.
Ó fẹ́ ṣí car dealership lẹ́nu. Ìgbà tí ò ní ṣe mọ́. Yeah, it's a mindset.
Poverty is a mindset.
Yeah, it's a mindset.
Because I've had calls as a student where the only thing I ate was gari, but the end up behind people have no idea.
Yeah.
You know, some of my classes was like, "Oh boy, I'm a pay." Beginning of this semester, I will learn to go to school. But sometimes nobody knows your secret.
Yeah, I always say if it's peanut butter and bread that I can eat, nobody will know.
In Nigeria, only family planning, somebody said, is alien to our culture. They did not even look at it from the merit of it. They said, no, we shouldn't do it because God said we should continue to make
multiply.
So you look at that kind of mindset and you begin to wonder, what kind of human being think this way? Right? Saying, oh, so when you have see, they will start asking you guys that live abroad. My children is in university. I need to pay school fees. Oh, come and help me. So and I'll begin in my head, I'll be like, shit, let me help you born this speaking. So
it takes a village. It takes a village.
You know, some people don't have shame. Look, it's a shameful thing that you give birth to a child, and what you are doing is to hustle. You are, more or less panhandling. You are hustling people. You are harassing people to give you money so that you'll be able to pay. I'm not saying there will be no hard time, but when you now make it an habit, that is how you are going to raise money.
tí àwọn Nigerians tó ń ṣe kí wọ́n ti máa ń pè online what do they call fundraising wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe 58th birthday they were contribute.
Yẹ́tẹ̀ ìyàtọ̀ pé ó ṣe celebration kìíní aláwọn eléyìí ó fẹ́ yàgbé ó fẹ́ tọ́ ọmọ ní school ó fẹ́ ra aṣọ èèyàn kan lọ́jọ́ kan sọ fún mi pé wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe léyà pé kí wọ́n mówó pé kí wọ́n fóun lórí àgbò.
Ó wá gbò wá.
Àdẹjọ́ wà ní the same platform ó kọ́ sọ wọ́n tí mo send owó kan sí nígbà kan ó sọ lórí pé àkókò ìjáde yẹn ni kò ń fi pa pé kójú bá ti nígbà mo ṣe fẹ́ response ẹ̀rọ ìgbìyànjú àti ìgbìyànjú kójú má tiẹ̀ kí n sẹ́yìn lóko fi ra ó fẹ́ ṣe léyà ṣé ilé yẹn ò ṣe é lọ fún ẹ̀gbọ́n tí ò bá ṣe lọ jókòó but it tells you the kind of mentality that we have. Look, I know of maybe àwọn Ogun State, àwọn Ìjẹ̀bú people, not Babati, but I think they are his cousins now. They won't have money, but they will go and borrow money to do party, just to show off to their friends that look, we can host people, we can take care of people, and they will go and borrow money, buy Asho, so that people will contribute money, they'll be able to raise money. And people will still go there, people will still spray money. A culture that doesn't see anything terrible in those kind of way of life is going to harm the economy because the more people are not disciplined with money, the money that you will spend. I told my wife one time, I said, look, what is the point of naming ceremony? Sir? Can't you do your own naming ceremony in your own house? After all, you've named that child before you even take that baby out of that hospital. So if you name your child and they ask you, Mama born boy, what you boy? I named my Majiki Jaga before. Who ask question?
When did you do the naming ceremony?
I will say, when did you do the name ceremony? In my house, in my room. How to be on the beginning, my name, the beginning name, whatever you want to name.
One boy.
Yeah,
One
one boy. So, but Nigerians will still go ahead and make. In fact, you will see naming ceremony. You would think somebody was getting married. The kind of preparation, day, 1 year birthday, the entire we close down, block party. You know, if the youth can go back to farm, you see some of this. I always tell somebody, I said I wish I learned how to sew cloth. Back on there, so food picking work, I had enough time in my hand. But by now, I saw for me, but I saw for me, no, I'm a big boy, I'm bigger than them. Do you know how much it costs to
You are
sew
a big boy. That's very funny.
I a big boy, yeah. When I was in Nigeria, then I'll be driving around. But Lenny don't want me go papa. That's my mama. To sew a cloth in America here, one should shukoto. In fact, you rob a bank, don't worry. It costs more than the cloth itself. You can imagine, want to sew one cloth, they will be charging you $200, $250. For what?
Time. The time.
Don't even ask for a brother, because that one you are going to break bank. Let's know you will not break it back. I'm telling
you. Man.
So now, if I have that,
A penny saved is a penny earned.
Like Bryson, But number one wasn't so I wasn't interested in it. But at the same time, it would have been another source of income for me if I learn how to sew, right? Okay. The youth don't want to work, they don't want to do anything, they just want to do Yahoo, or they want somebody to employ them. You know why? One need skill, they have no skill set at all. Here you will do volunteering job. Volunteering, that's where you are going to get experience. So when you're out of school, and they say, which experience do you have for skill? I've volunteered.
Exactly.
You will get reference. Yeah. You will develop internship people. That is what $10. And they said there are some courses that needed to be scrapped from Nigerian University. If you go to school and tell me you study business administration, forget it. Go and learn carpentry and joinery.
Underwater basket weaving. Go.
Aha.
Underwater basket weaving.
Somebody said I studied philosophy. Why didn't you branch out to law? Sure, law should branch out to philosophy. Like Peter Obi. I said before the philosophy used to be, but these days you have to have something that you can rely on, not something like international relation where you saying, man, I know she put on the bang. I'm telling you, industrial whatever. I was like, what the heck is that? The educational kid. So everybody, you see, that's the problem. Everybody want to work, do a white collar job, being inside air condition. Somebody has to do this job. Somebody has to plant the crop that we eat. Or else everybody's going to see. Government want the coolie. There was a time that government they had program, to sense, especially MAMSA. You know MAMSA now.
Yes.
They had this program that they were trying to sensitize the younger population of the importance of going back to farming and all that. And they kept at it. And that was when People's Bank was available. People could go to farm, get loan to buy chemicals and all those, and plant crop. food were available. We weren't importing much. Most of the food that we import most then, our rice,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
not
Yeah.
Batista rice, Burkina
No. Yeah.
talking about the real deal,
Mm-hmm.
also,
Yeah.
those are and they import them, but we have the one that we produce locally that can rival those ones as well. So then we were having good time, not knowing that the young boy in 2020,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
the Shaggy Banza Pro Mass is coming. That was when government was importing left and right. The like of Dangote of today was importing like crazy.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
can importing rice and sugar, all of them. That was how they became billionaires.
Yeah.
When they should have, how much will it cost to build sugar plantation in Nigeria? How much?
Yeah. It takes people that have vision, people that can see beyond today and just tomorrow.
Hmm.
I mean, when they said Ojuku, or, I mean, go on, sorry, said that Nigeria has so much money. Those were the times where Komati invest. I mean, from about new vision, it's just like somebody. Um, what example do I want to use? If you've been manufacturing, uh, you've been you let's say a clock, wall clock. I mean, wristwatch. Before there were clocks in phones, or time in phone. If you see the trend, if you're able to envision the trend, pay this thing that I'm selling, me trend in my law forever, and you're able to adapt, to the new reality. I remember when I was 15 years old. I remember what I remembered back then in Lagos was the price. Literally, I could literally see it. I saw the pattern. And there was a time that I went to to Ibadan to go and stay with my uncle there. I remember I was talking to his brother, who at that time, me and the person were around the same age. That what I want to do is to become a farmer, to be able to plant so much corn. Primarily, corn was my thought process at that time. That I'll be able to feed people and make money.
Can do.
Yeah.
Sorry for
Yes,
cutting you. How come you guys always say I remember when I was 10, when I was 12? I don't remember that. Sometimes I told people I've just been, maybe they are not saying the truth. I don't remember when I was 8 or 10. What's
you don't. Well, I
don't
remember
know.
when
I don't know. Maybe
I
it's
remember,
only me or
no, I remember when I was 8, because I used to go and
you
visit
remember when
someone.
you was 8? 8?
Yeah, and I'll tell you why. Let me tell you why. There's my dad's best friend. They had a daughter, and we're doing what was that game? The man play hide and seek.
Hide and seek.
Yeah, I remember when I was 8, Dada, multi Dada, and then I remember taking the exam to go to school. So I didn't actually finish the last primary school because I got admitted to high school. I cannot think with. So I remember that very well. So, but this time that I'm talking about, I was 15, but I was seeing you could just see things literally changing in front of you. When Yabose, when she goes to the bakery to go and get her bread, when she comes, she's like, "Hey, Motideo." I remember you go there, you give her whatever kobo the bread was, You know, go in the kitchen, slap some eggs together, put it in bread that is still fresh and nice and warm. You even put geisha in the fish, papa, in the eggs. You open a can of sardine. Sorry, sardine. So I mean, I remember these things very well. I got my driver's license at the age of 13. They brought it to the house though. So I mean, how can I not remember these things?
There ain't anything being city you gonna papa.
Huh?
There ain't anything being city. I want it that bag. You can't talk about that. What can't you do?
Èmi ò mọ ibi tán ti ń gbà á. Wọ́n mú wá sílé wọ́n hand it over for sí wa ní pé here's your driver's license.
Oh wow. Thomas, I remember when I was almost like 5 or 6 years old, I remember some certain things that I did. You know what's funny? I remember those things, but to remember some things that I did like 10, 15 years ago, no, 15 years ago is still relatively, like 20 years ago, I'll be having a hard time to even remember. But you know those formative years of mine, I remember, in fact, I even dream more about Nigeria than I dream about America, and I've been living here now almost 2 decades. You know, but I still dream, I dream about Nigeria most of the time, other than America. So yes,
A máa ń lọ ṣe beach party ní Bar Beach. And we were 13 at that time. A máa lọ sí Leeds, Igbobi College ni o, Aunty Ayo ni o, Queen's College ni o. I mean, how can you forget all these episodes? You know, I don't know how you forget them. I mean, I'm saying how can I forget them? You know. Yeah.
My brother, let me go and sleep. I'm already dozing off.
Yeah.
Good night. It's been a while. I've not even have enough time to join you guys early. I was listening to one man. One man read this thing for 2 to 3 hours. Sometimes like, man, this man. Out of all these topics we are now, maybe it was only one that people would latch onto, and that would be the topic for the day. And we just save time. You know, trying to do things early, but one man who want to read everything. Shani. We can leave you guys now. One of these is I'll join early. We can discuss more. Thank you very much. Thank you, Thomas.
All right.
Thank you, Baba.
Thank you. And I put my phone number in there. If you have any information on that, I will
God bless
appreciate
you
it.
that you even let me see.
It is well. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you too.
General.
Okay, it's Canada. Okay, let me go and write it down before you log out. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah. No, me, I'm in US, so sorry. Mr. Diwali. Mr. Diwali?
Yes, sir.
Me, I'm in US, so I'm not in Canada. I don't know if that was reference to me. No. I'm in North Carolina, actually.
But this number belongs to Canada.
Edward. Hold on. Let me make
Is
sure.
it? Sorry, I take that back. Sorry.
No, it's my California number. Sorry.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I've had it for like.
Canada.
Yeah, I've had that number for like 19 years, so there's no point changing it.
Wow.
So, yeah.
I'm like that too. I don't change number anyhow.
Yeah.
Oh, I've had several numbers before, but you know when you change you try to port it. By the time you get there, they've already taken the number. So I always like unique number. But if you don't go with unique number, you can usually use your number. I think they hold it for like a day or two.
Okay. Yeah, I've just had this one, and it's like, even though I've been in other states, outside of California, but it's like, what's the point?
Wow.
That's it. That's the number everybody knows, so might as well keep it.
Get in touch with you as soon as I contact her, just to check if.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you so much.
In touch with you. All right, my brother.
All right, thank you.
Good night. Yeah.
All right, General Thomas. General Thomas.
Esprit the call. Esprit the call. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. You guys are very amazing here. Kendu, Babati, Prince Daddy, Adewale came in at the latter hand. Thank you guys so much. Thank you so much. See you at the next section.
Yeah,
You're
thank
welcome.
you.
Have a good day. I don't even know, maybe night or morning. It's
morning already,
6:35 p.m.
It's
Monday
3:33.
evening. Yes.
It's 3:33 a.m. over here.
God,
Yeah.
God is great.
Yeah.
He just scattered the time. We're in this country, my brother. We have different time for different states.
Yeah.
For different states. Canberra now they have different time. Queensland they have their own time. Queensland they have their own time. The Northern Territory. Oh my God. Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
These recent elections. It's unfortunate that because the two things happened, first of all. One party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. Well, they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue. That is, you know, you have force of arms. You also have force of lies. And it was gearing up towards violence. They were going to send, some of the hardliners were going to send crowds, young people, into the streets to demonstrate. I'm always ready to be among such demonstrators, but only on the banner of truth, not of lies, not of deceit. These recent elections.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car, so I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka Government House, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter Obi, I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, If anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, no. I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't? Why? It must be an omission.
Ọbụnụ gịnị ka m na-achọzụnụ ịmana Chukwu agọziwo m o nyere m iwu nyelu ya ume. What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, he give you me, give me you. Ọbụnụ ka ife nlachacha so ọbụnụ ka ife mmechacha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzi kimfe la chasha so, obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you gon' love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, yeah.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Piakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know? Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. I know. Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know? GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. We know. GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya. You Yaya. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ. Yaya Bello. Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.